We are live. This is the Code Breakers. This is Paradox.
And this is DC. What's going on? What's going on, man?
Nah, man, ain't nothing much.
Yeah,
Nothing
today
much, man.
we're here with that date, man, and get started and get into some of these topics that are going on
Yeah,
today.
it is September 7th, 2023.
2023, man. Excuse me. Woo. All right, all right. 2023. Absolutely, man. Today is opening day for the NFL, huh?
Yeah, tonight. I thought it was last week. That's how terrible I am about it.
Oh, you was ready.
I was gearing up for last week, and I'm like, oh, it's another week.
You're like, where are we going? I'm like, what are you talking about? Oh man, I'm gonna watch the
Right.
game. No, the game ain't the game ain't, it ain't here yet, man. I'm like, hold on. Yeah, me got a question. I'm like, yeah, what the hell going on? But everybody knows the NFL season starts today. Uh for those that know about it, for those that don't. So you got uh Kansas City playing the Detroit Lions. So the NFL champion playing an upstart NFC team. So it's basically Jared Goff against Patrick Mahomes. So we'll see how that turns out. I don't think Chris Jones plays today. I think he's still holding out for that paper.
Yeah. Yeah. And my boy, he hurt. So we don't know if he's going to play or not.
Who's that? Travis Kelsey?
Travis. Yeah.
Yeah. So who do you got? Who you got winning the game, man? I guess we can go over that real quick. Who you got winning today?
Oh, I'm taking Kansas City.
Kansas City.
Mm-hmm.
Man,
I don't have no belief in Detroit. That's crazy.
If I can trust Jared Goff a little bit to kind of play within himself and the running game.
Yeah.
They're playing in Kansas City too, right? If I'm not mistaken, I think it's Kansas.
I think so.
Yeah, it's gonna be hard right there, bro.
Yeah.
It's gonna be difficult, real difficult. I think it'd be a close game. I think Kansas City come back and win it in the end. Some field goal or a late touchdown or something like that. But I think it'd be close. I don't think it's gonna be a blowout. I doubt that for sure.
Mm-hmm.
You know, they didn't got a whole lot better. Detroit has.
Yeah. I know Detroit's gotten better, but yeah, I believe, like Deion said, I believe.
I believe.
I believe in Mahomes to get it done.
I wonder how long they're gonna, give him this faint praise of talking about the team, how they enjoy the team, how long that's gonna last until they totally try to turn in on him. So that's gonna
Who? Patrick. Oh no, they're replacing Patrick Mahomes right now with Joe Burrows. He just don't know it yet.
No, I'm not talking about Patrick Mahomes. I'm talking about
Deion. Oh, Deion, my bad.
I know some
Mahomes.
people.
Like,
I know some
they
people
get
want
ready.
to see him lose.
Yeah, they get ready to replace him as soon as they can.
Oh, you're talking about with Patrick though.
Yeah, they can't have him. They can't have him the face of the league too long.
Well, I mean,
They're uncomfortable. They're uncomfortable with that. They
it's
wanted to
almost-
be. They wanted to be Burrow. They wanted to be Herbert. They wanted to
they
be
want it to be Herbert so bad. I never
Josh
seen.
Allen. Those are the three. That's our three. That's our three new
Oh my God,
options.
three greatest white hopes now, man. They
Yeah.
giving them extra credit. Oh, they extra good.
All kind of extra credit. Ain't
Come
won
on,
nothing. Ain't won nothing.
Justin Herbert. Justin Herbert, man. If I'm not mistaken, didn't he lose a 27-point lead in the playoffs last year? Come
Yeah.
on, man.
Yeah. Yes,
And
sir.
then, no heat, no judgment. This is not anything, but I'm just saying, man, don't be trying to. He's a good quarterback. He's not great.
Well, we
yet.
know what the media and the NFL is doing because they have to curate this reality. And race is an absolute factor, if not number one, number two.
They haven't been
So
able.
that's just what it is.
I haven't been able to lose an argument yet. I'm curious, man. Especially you can't sell me on the Justin Herbert thing, man. the Justin Herbert thing being somebody that he's better than Dak
like I
Prescott.
said, I don't care until you win. It doesn't matter to me. I need winning. I don't care about talent. I need W's. Mahomes got talent and he's winning. The rest of these guys haven't won anything.
Right.
So what was fun historically, I think on some level, was outside of the talent. Some of these guys are actually winning multiple playoff games and winning multiple championships.
No, but I'm saying they're
so
not
it killed a lot of the conversation.
Forget that. Forget playoffs. They're not even winning in the regular season, bro.
Yeah, right.
They're not winning in the regular season.
Yeah. They still waiting on Herbert to blossom, I think so.
Yeah, but I'm just saying they giving him top 5 status. Why? How?
Hey.
I mean, even with Jalen Hurts only has 1 year. I mean,
they not loving on him like they should though, which I thought they would. But they after he did it was the same thing with Lamar Jackson. After they had their run, they let them cool off, and then they reintroduced their white guys. It's just as simple as that. Jalen Hurts should be in the conversation all day, every day, and they have figured out a way to sort of move him to the back and bring in those big 3.
Well, he's useful in the argument against Dak. That's the use for him. Him and Lamar are useful that way. That's why they boost. They
pretty much buried Lamar altogether, really, to me.
Not really. Some people still give him top 5, top 6, top 7 status. He still get that. He still get that kind of.
I'm just speaking from a perspective of the media apparatus. NBC, CBS, all the sports everything, all of the podcasts, all of the network shows in FS1, ESPN, everything. They're running that media apparatus is really only lean. They're not really talking about Lamar like that. But when Lamar is running hot, that's all they want to talk about. But the moment there's a little bit of space to bring in a Jared Goff or Allen or my man Stafford or somebody, they can just kind of put in there. They'll just move him right out the way, and they'll figure out ways to kind of diminish him and uplift those guys. But he has to be so great to sort of take over the conversation. And so once he's not as great, same thing with Russell Wilson. When Russell then was cooking with that defense and he was cooking, that's all they talked about. But they couldn't wait to kind of slide him out, because the moment he just fell off a little bit, boom, they bring him in there and talk. They have their set guys that they choose no matter what.
Yeah, and they're not gonna make excuses for you, by the way, either. They're not gonna make.
It used to be Jared Goff. It used to be your boy from what's his name? Your boy. I'm about to say Johnny Manziel and your boy down in Tampa Bay right now. Carson Wentz, Baker Mayfield. Those were the guys before we got the Burrows and the Allens and the Herberts. It was them. Remember that?
Yeah.
Tom Brady's untouchable. Aaron Rodgers was untouchable. Your boy in New Orleans was untouchable. So you put them to the side because you couldn't say them. They got Super Bowl, so they're to the side, and then they will fight on the new guys.
Yep.
And the black guys, unless they were exceptional, like a RG3 or Jalen Hurts, like it has to be an exceptional thing. They don't get no love.
Right.
They want their prototypical, or even if they're not even prototypical, whatever they want. They find words for them, Because I like, how could they figure out how to like your boy in the boy down in Tampa Bay? They figured out a way though, right?
Baker?
Yeah, they figured out a way to make him. But I'm like, if he was a black dude, he would have been out of here, buried.
He would have been way out.
But they figured out a way just to make it.
Just like it's 4 for 15, man. This is crazy. This is ridiculous, man. Making excuses for this dude. Straight up.
So it's just funny because you can't miss it. I mean, it's right there in your. I mean, it's just they're not hiding it. You know what I mean?
Nah, not at all.
And it's a very consistent pattern. It's a very consistent pattern. And when those guys fall off, they still get a lot of conversation. When they get exposed, they still get on lists. They still get conversation. They still get articles. They still get heat around them. And that's been very consistent.
Yeah, true.
And they're waiting for Jared Goff to have a great year, like they waited for Matt Stafford to finally have one, right?
True.
Until I guess he had got hurt, but until then, he was on the list, top 5, and he the greatest ever. And he'd been waiting for the right team, and they was coming up with all type of excuses to sell him for that year or whatever.
So true.
But they know that was unsustainable, right? So they got on him. Then they got off. The same with Carson Wentz, but they put so much into that boy, man. Oh my God.
So much undue pressure on him trying to live up to
man.
this. Because you're comparing them and you be like, well, how he's gonna last and what does numbers look like, or he ain't playing up to the par and all this type of stuff. And I think that's what's
It's
gonna happen.
unnecessary pressure.
Yeah, you're putting undue pressure onto him.
Because you're living up to some like white idea almost. It's like it's unusual when you think about it. Because what pressure are you living up to besides just winning games for your football team? But you're trying to make them this image for white America almost. It's very interesting.
So you got Patrick Mahomes, Joe Burrow, Aaron Rodgers. I just don't know. I don't know how to get. I cannot in good consciousness put Trevor Lawrence over. I just can't do that. He hasn't done enough
Too
yet.
soon.
I get the skills and I get that. It's just
too soon.
I watched him
Too
play.
soon.
I watched him play. I watched the kid play. I watch these dudes.
I like all of them. But I mean, till you start winning something, I can't. I'm not putting you on no list.
Weaknesses too. All of them got significant weaknesses.
Yeah, they got a lot of development to go. A lot.
Yeah, it's not just that. It ain't. These people are like, just because somebody can throw the football a mile, that the quarterback is solved. And dude, you got pre-read, post-read, after the snap, during the snap, how to play, how do you play? These guys are not playing. There is a lot of development that's not going on with some of these quarterbacks, man. I mean, when I watch Josh Allen play sometime, I'm like, wow, he reminds me of Lamar Jackson. He just doesn't get the heat that Lamar gets. He's not very polished as a passer. He's not accurate. I mean, they talk about accuracy all the time. Josh Allen's not an accurate quarterback. He could throw the football very hard, but he's not accurate. He doesn't throw with anticipation. He doesn't.
But I think if we weren't looking at it from a race perspective and sort of lived in their world, like you said, it probably wouldn't be that big of a deal because they're living it in a sense.
It's not a race.
But when you're critiquing it, no, it is. Because when we're critiquing from a
race,
I am.
Yeah, I get it. That's there. It's real. But I'm talking about the skill set, though. I'm really talking about.
Yeah, but if you lived in their world, when I see how they talk about them, they highlight what you said, but it's how they do it. But if I put pressure on them from a race perspective, the way they treat our quarterbacks and how they criticize them, then it looks crazy. Is my whole point. But if you're living in their world, it's like, yeah, he's this and he's that, and we're trying to get him here, we're trying to get him there, and they leave it there. But when it comes to a black quarterback, it's just aggressive critique. And so what I was telling you, that's how I'm looking at it.
Yeah, I don't get it.
Because Trevor Lawrence has a future. We don't know what it is, but they can kind of sell him however they want to sell him. But we don't know. We don't know we're going to get out from him.
Right.
But they will highlight some of his key features. But from a race perspective, it's kind of like, well, he got a lot of problems.
Right. He got a lot of issues, man.
Yeah.
He gets nervous. His feet gets out of control sometimes. His accuracy gets tabled.
Yeah, a lot of bad passes, bro.
And don't get it wrong. That's what I'm saying. I putting the Dak lens on him for a particular reason. That's what I mean. You're telling me that all these guys got all these great qualities because I listen to Cowherd all the time. He got the arm and he throws like accuracy and all this. And I'm listening to this dude talk about quarterback play and what he sees, and I'm like, well, what are you talking about then? What are you seeing that I'm not seeing? Exactly.
A lot of poor decision making.
Yeah, I'm trying to understand.
Poor timing, not practicing enough. Yeah, I mean, I'm seeing all kind of problems. Not that smart.
Yeah.
Definitely cannot read defenses.
And the thing is, it's okay. I mean, quarterbacks learn this way. I'm just going through some of the lists where I see these guys. They talk about quarterbacks, and I look at it, and I'm just like, okay. And I'm seeing where they put Dak, and I get it. The 15 interceptions, the 2 in the playoffs, he makes a lot of bad decisions. But I'm thinking, when you talk about how talented the Cowboys are, everybody talks about our wide receivers, right? all of these other guys got better wide receivers than we had last year. Not this year. Now, if this year it happens, then you got a point. I can't, I got to look at it. But there are certain things that way we oriented our offense that was totally backwards, man. Especially when it came down to the way we ran Zeke. We were focused.
Yeah, but that's internal issues that we have.
Yeah. But that's not for anybody else to really delve into deeply.
Yeah.
But I mean, how do you watch these other guys play, and you're telling me that these guys are just they're so far ahead than some of the other QBs that we're talking about when it comes down to
but we know but the media is shaping narratives to sell clicks and views. So they're coming at it from a dishonest location, from a dishonest place anyway, obviously. We know that. So you're never going to get to the real conversation. The only way you end up getting to the real conversation is if you win. If you win, you will force them to have to change the narrative. But that's the only way.
But these other guys haven't won.
If you're not the chosen one.
These other guys haven't won anything though. So what that's what I mean. I understand the winning part, but there's only one winner and two runner-ups at the end of the day. There's only two.
Right. But we said that though, remember?
Yeah. So what? These two guys are the elite ones, and we know Tom Brady.
They took Aaron off the list.
Tom Brady played in those games. 10 out of the last 15 years he's in that game. So now outside of him, so there's only one other guy outside of him that was elite all those years. Come on, man. Like it doesn't make any sense.
But I think the list is more about potential, in my opinion, because nobody's won anything. So it can only be potential.
So here are Jalen Hurts numbers last year: 15 games, 66%, 3,701 yards. 22 touchdowns and 6 interceptions. He ran for 760. He got 13 rushing touchdowns. Now that is where he gets busy. Now that to me, that if you're adding that part of
that boy good.
When you add that part to it, that's what makes him the special kind, because you got to add the running part. But when we're just talking about the passing part, and he deserves to be top 7, top 8. I got him in my top 7. Clearly, Jalen Hurts is there. But I can't say that he's better than Dak right now. Not after 1 year of that. I mean, you could project.
Well, we're gonna find out this year. They played 2 games.
But still, but you know how I'm saying the things that they say about him, right? It's the same thing that they basically try to put onto Dak, and he has more of a cohesive working program there, where they have
he has a great organization.
Two top number 1 receivers, right? Dak ain't never had a receiving core like he has. He has AJ Brown. Devontae Smith. Is it Devontae Smith? I think is his name. Is it Devontae? With the Smith kid, I think he won. I think he won the Heisman Trophy. I think that dude won the Heisman Trophy as a collegiate player for Alabama. I think he won it. So you got a guy that basically was a top flight receiver in college football, top flight receiver in the pros. AJ Brown is a monster, and then you got Dallas Goedert as your tight end.
Yeah, and they didn't win.
No, but I'm just saying he has support there to kind of supplement him and build him up. He's not carrying the team, is what I'm trying to say.
When the last time they won a Super Bowl? Was that the Nick Foles one? Did they win? Didn't they win another one?
Nick Foles won it in 2017, if I'm not mistaken. 2017, 2018.
That's the last time they won, right?
Yeah, like 5 or 6 years ago.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I mean they ain't won anything, but
so even if
Jalen Hurts is a beast.
But even if you argue Jalen Hurts, okay, I'll accept that. Okay, you can put Jalen Hurts there. I would.
But it's fun. It's funny that Jalen Hurts and what it should be Mahomes, Rodgers, Jalen Hurts, Lamar Jackson, and Dak, and that should be the only conversation that they're having. And then the rest of these guys are up and comers. So you could put Joe Burrow's like right behind it because he's probably the best of the up and comers. But the rest of the guys haven't even done anything. So it's weird that Jalen Hurts and Lamar and Dak would not be butting up against Patrick just because of being there and being winning and being on and having winning seasons and being, but haven't won the big show, but been there long enough to where you would put them, in my opinion, in front of those guys, right? Even though I know Hurts haven't been here for as long as, how long has Hurts been there compared to Josh Allen? They come at the same time?
Hold on. Let me tell you something, man.
I gotta look that up.
Take a look at this. Josh Allen, right? Josh Allen is such a great quarterback. 4,283 yards, 35 touchdowns, 14 INTs, 762 yards, 7 rush TDs. Great, right? But here's the thing.
How many years he been in the league though? 4?
No, he's been in the league 6 years now.
6? Damn, time be moving.
He came in the league only 2 years after Dak did. They're in the same group, same cohort. He's been in the league just as long as Patrick Mahomes came in a year after Dak. So Patrick is in his 7th year now, believe it or not.
And how long Hurts been in the league? 4?
Hurts been in the league 4 now. Yeah. So they're coming along. So 13 fumbles. So this man had 27 turnovers last year. Josh Allen.
Yeah, I know.
13 fumbles, 14 picks, bro. Come on, man. Come on, man. Nobody talks about all the bad throws he makes, all the risks he takes and stuff like that when he's running the football. He turns the ball over all the time. He's like one of the biggest
all the time.
One of the biggest red zone turnover machines in the league.
But Burrows was doing a little bit of turning over too, didn't he?
Yeah,
wasn't he running into that problem too a little bit somewhere in the season?
Burrow threw like 14 interceptions last year, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah,
12. He threw 12. 35 touchdowns and 12 interceptions. So, but he only has 6 fumbles. That when I say only, I'm saying only like that's not a big deal. That's still
a
big
lot. Deal.
That's still a lot.
That's a lot. I mean,
that's a lot. Yeah, but 13 though. 13.
I just felt like Lamar, Jalen, and Dak has really showed up more so than those other 3 guys, in my opinion. That's all.
Now this was.
So I guess they've all been here about the same amount of time, roughly.
This is why I say Justin Herbert should be at the bottom of the top 10, not in the top 5. He should not be in nobody's top 5. Justin Herbert threw for 4,739 yards, right? 6.8 per throw, which means that he throws the ball way too much. Remember I told you about he throws the ball way too much, dog. Because that means that you're throwing the ball so much, man, that to get to 4,739 yards, you got to throw the ball at least 600, 700 times.
Crazy.
To try to even get that number, to have that kind of average per pass, it's terrible. If you're below 7 yards per pass in the NFL, then there's a problem with your offense. That means your offense is going horizontal, not vertically.
Yep.
He has 25 passing touchdowns.
Dinking.
Dak had 23 last year. Dak had 23 last year. He missed 5 games, bro. And he had 10 picks. Now think about it. Now Dak had 15. He had 10. See, that's what I'm saying. Like people act like this is like, I mean, come on, man. Come on, let's check the ballistics.
Yeah, but that's facts versus the narrative, though.
I'm just saying, man. 8 fumbles. He fumbles the ball too. He had 8 fumbles.
I saw it. I saw some games. I know. That's what I was saying. When I watched him play, he never really.
Just saying, man.
He never really lit up to me. That's why I put Lamar and him in front of him, though. I haven't seen him really step up yet.
And he's in everybody's top 5.
He ain't in mine.
He hasn't won anything. He hasn't. He just went to the
playoffs. I honestly have him around your boy. I kind of got him around Carson Wentz in my mind. Like I don't see it yet.
And he's in year 4.
Yeah, but now Joe, on the other hand, Joe gonna be something though. That's real. Yeah. I like Burrows. Burrows is coming. He coming. The rest of these guys is a fluke, but he coming.
I don't have no problem with the top 2. The consensus top 2 to me is
Burrow coming. That's it though.
And Mahomes.
The rest of these guys, it ain't real.
I would even get an edge over Dak. I would do that, but it gets difficult for me once we get to that 3rd guy because when you start to try to put Josh Allen up there,
how is Lamar not over Josh Allen now? That's what I'm still trying to figure that. I can't figure that out for the life of me.
We're about to get there. That's what I'm trying. That's why when I bring these arguments, I'd be going ham on these dudes, and I'd be like, dude, you got to make it make sense to me. Because all I'm doing is I'm putting on the lens that the way you look at Dak is the way I'm looking at the rest of these guys. And it ain't mathing, bro. It ain't mathing, man.
Yeah, but I'm gonna tell you that machine, that ESPN machine can convince people of all type of realities, bro. Because a lot of people are basing a lot of their opinions on whatever ESPN says or the Bleacher Report or whatever article gets written. A lot of that pressure, because people aren't really paying attention like this. It's too much to consume. So if they start putting these lists out, people just sort of lean into those lists, I think.
I get it. You're right.
So you're really kind of fighting all of those writers that's creating these nonsensical lists for their own purposes.
Right.
And really, at the end of the day, I mean, it's clearly a race thing. It seems like, even though Patrick is number one, but it's because he is so elite. He
Right.
got championships. He's been there 3 times, won two.
Right.
He's
They don't even know.
he is off the Richter scale to be put on,
They,
and they're trying to take
they,
him off.
they don't even know exactly. They don't even know how to talk about him. They don't even know how to talk about him outside of
They
talent. It ain't just talent.
That's it. They
He's
don't want
smart.
to praise him.
He's a smart quarterback. He processed his pre-snaps. His pre-snaps from his rookie year to where he is now is elite.
Yeah.
He's on Dak level now. Like, to be on, but with the talent though, the sidearms, being able to manipulate defenses, looking off coverage, recognizing defense. He knows what he's seeing right now. It's not a mistake that when he said, "Who's the quarterback that you study?" and this man says Dak Prescott. I'm not saying that. This man said that. This is what Patrick Mahomes, the number one quarterback,
Let me tell
said.
you something.
Out of all the guys, I'm not studying Josh Allen. The fuck I'm gonna study Josh Allen for? This dude makes all kinds. His feet are wrong. His platform is wrong. He ain't reading no defenses. He don't change plays at the line of scrimmage. He doesn't know what he's seeing. He doesn't recognize 8-man fronts. He don't know how to check out of runs, in and out of runs. The running game suffered because he think he's part of the running game instead of basically manipulating the running game with the running back. He had a decent running back with Singleton back there. He's not trash. Devin Singleton is not trash. He can play. Come on, man.
But white America, especially white men, feel much more comfortable, and they are much more excited when Joe Burrow is running hot. You can see it on. They can't even contain themselves, in my opinion.
That's true.
Because the world feel everything in the world feels in order.
And he's good though, and he's good too.
Know.
He's good. He makes it feel good, I guess, in their eyes.
Yeah, I want to be like Joe Burrow. I want to be like Mike.
Joe can play. Joe got moxie. He can read,
and
he's good at it.
This is one sport where white men and black men can compete with one another, and white men feel like they have a chance of being the best, and we do too. We're not overly dominant. So they're gonna put as much energy into these white quarterbacks as they possibly can, because this is the big boy sport. This is the big one on the stage. And I think it does give them some pride when you have a Joe Burrow come up, because remember something, the boy from the Colts, he quit. They gave him a pass on quitting, which is crazy, by the way.
And they gave him a lot of credit too.
What's his name? They gave Andrew Luck a bunch of right. And we can just go through the list of guys who washed out.
Man.
They trying to find that next guy. They're trying to find the next guy. At the same time, black quarterbacks just coming in like crazy. Justin Fields, the boy just came back. Now he playing for Cleveland Browns. Like, we're just coming, and I know there's a conflict with that.
Yes,
because like you said, every story should lead off with Patrick Mahomes.
Yeah.
But if you go to any article, go to any newspaper, any internet site, go to CBS, it doesn't matter where you go, he is not leading off. The NFL season just opened up. The number one topic should be Patrick Mahomes and his greatness.
So I know people got Josh Allen over Dak. They got Justin Herbert over Dak. I can't get there, man. I don't understand those two. You can make the legacy argument with Aaron Rodgers. That's what I would make. Aaron Rodgers is still
legacy, is a Hall of Famer. What are you talking about?
But I'm saying
ain't no argument.
I'm saying if he doesn't quit on his team like he normally does, he's going to put up tremendous numbers. He's going to be an efficient quarterback. He's going to be able to get the ball where it needs to go. He's going to be able to make throws that are impossible to defend.
Aaron Rodgers is the best quarterback in the NFL.
So
he's just old.
No, he's
the best quarterback in the NFL.
He just has the wrong mentality. He's going into his 20th year.
Yeah.
He's at the 20 mark. He's either at 19 or 20. It's one of the two.
Every quarterback in the league wish they had that kind of talent. Period, man.
But it's a monster. It's the way that he.
You don't gotta like it.
It's the way you don't have to like it. You don't have to like it. He can do things with the ball. He can get the ball. He can ball place. He can put the ball wherever he wants to put it. That's his talent.
Yeah, and Patrick Mahomes is really an upgrade from that.
Yeah, but
he's going to get better. That's the scary part. He's going to be better.
Patrick got the leadership skills, the ability to kind of morph into what he needs to be.
Right. He complies.
He complies to the system, and he accepts coaching. But I think he likes his coach. I don't know if Aaron Rodgers ever liked his coaching. I don't think so. It's a confusing thing. I think he always felt some kind of way. For Mike McCarthy to have him on the bench for like 3 years, I think he always felt some kind of resentment towards that. Like, you motherfuckers.
I don't think he's ever gotten what he wanted.
He never got over that. Like he plays with a chip on his shoulder. He plays individualistic. That's what I'm saying. He plays a quarterback from an individualistic.
Yeah, he plays like he has a problem. If he was a black quarterback, they would have kicked him out the league already. We're not allowed to act like that I know of. I can't think of it.
We're not to play that long. Well, Cam tried it. You know, he just
Cam tried, and the moment Cam stopped smiling was his last day as a quarterback.
Yeah,
I have it. Listen to me, man. I have that image burned into my brain when he was sitting hunchback over when he lost that Super Bowl, and the way he was answering them questions. That was the end of his career.
These guys got Tua.
His career was over with, bro.
That's what I'm saying. To put Tua,
they have not gotten over that yet.
I don't get it, man.
Oh, Tua, no, he ain't. He gonna be good this year though. If he don't
good.
Get hurt.
But I'm saying he's not even top 10. So yeah, my top 10 still goes as I'm trying not to be biased, man, but I guess I am. You know, Patrick.
You got Dak 5 or 6, don't you?
Joe, Aaron Rodgers, legacy vote. I just can't put any of these other guys. I'm trying to do it. Justin definitely. If you push,
how long has Lamar been in the league? 7 years.
If you push me, I will put Jalen at 4. I'll put Jalen Hurts at 4. Then I would do that. Jalen.
So you don't like Lamar.
I do like Lamar. I'm about to get to Lamar. Lamar is 6 to me. So I got Dak. I got my 3 black quarterbacks. I got Jalen at 4. I'm doing that because I'm trying not to be biased. I don't think he's better than Dak.
How far did he go in the playoffs? Lamar
he went to the Super Bowl. And that's strictly because Jalen went to the Super Bowl. Lamar ain't never went to the Super Bowl. Lamar ain't never won no playoff game, I don't think, bro. I think Lamar's I don't think Lamar's won a playoff game yet. I could be wrong.
Look that up.
He may have won.
I can't remember these stats.
If he's won one, he's won.
They ran into a brick wall after that season where he got the MVP. They didn't make it. They didn't make it out the first round.
They got punished. You remember Tennessee punished them? Remember?
Didn't they get a bye? Oh, my boy, running back.
Yeah, Derrick Henry got like 200 yards, some crazy shit in that game.
I gotta look that up.
Yeah, they got beat. They got beat pretty bad too in that game.
Lamar didn't win a playoff game yet. That is crazy.
Maybe he got one playoff win now. Maybe he's 1-3, 1-4, something like that.
1-3. You're right. 1-3.
He struggled. He struggled in the playoffs.
1-3.
He struggles in the playoffs. His numbers are not good. We talked about it. He doesn't. He has to learn how to be in the pocket now. There are some weaknesses to his game now.
No, I think he's learning that right now though. Right, last year and this year, so getting better.
But his playmaking ability is what makes him. That's why I'm saying. That's
exceptional.
That's why I don't understand. The only reason why I'm giving Josh Allen more credit is that he's further along in the passing game. But that's strictly because he has a top flight receiver. He has coaching that's kind of eliminating his.
I think if Lamar would have been coached, this is the Deion Sanders thing. If they would have, I'm gonna tell you what's so funny. That's why I love Deion so much, bro. Let me tell you something. If he wouldn't have coached his son, they would have made his son like Lamar Jackson.
That's true.
See what I'm saying? Because a lot of black, and you know who said that?
That's a fact.
Shadora said out of his mouth, they would have turned me into those. He said a lot of black kids who would play the way I play would have played this way, but they purposely did that to them. The whole system did this to black quarterbacks.
But you know the thing about Deion, he had him tutored by Peyton Manning and Tom Brady.
And Tom Brady. Tom Brady's best friend.
That's what I'm saying. When he was in high school. So he knows the intricacies of playing quarterback.
Because you know why? Because Deion know what they doing. He know everything, bro. He know what they're doing to black people in football. You got these clowns, you got these dumb fake conservative idiots trying to run post on Deion about he brought up race. Who knows more about black and white than anybody else?
Them your people. Them your conservative.
I'll take it.
Them your people, man.
I'll take it.
Yeah, trying to have him run around and do all this. I think about it. Who looks more pro?
It's a system in place to keep white quarterbacks relevant by doing that.
You cannot tell me how he slides in the pocket, the way he throws on the run. He keeps his shoulders square. He already looks like a pro quarterback. That's what's so crazy about him.
It's insane.
It's crazy.
And you ain't seen them. He got wheels. You ain't seen them wheels yet either, by the way.
Caleb still needs coaching. The kid out of USC, he still needs
USC. He a beast though.
But he got it. But I'm saying it's already natural. The hips, the turn, the way he flexes his hip throwing the ball, just the slide, the way he slides and he keeps his shoulder square to throw the ball to the end zone the way he did on those couple of passes to make it accurate throw like that. That's pro. He's already translated. The scouts
Dude,
are already
everything.
seen.
No.
Scouts have
Forget
seen it, and
the
they'll be like,
scouts. Me
"Oh
and
yeah,
you
that's
scouted.
no
Me and
doubt.
you scouted him.
There's no doubt."
He's making the throw that you got to make
Yeah, no doubt.
early.
Very, very difficult for those
And
guys.
and I think that they make sure that, and even white quarterbacks struggle with all those throws. That's the funny part.
Yeah, because they got them in these
But
systems.
they get the pass though.
Read systems. Oh yeah,
But a lot of times they get the fundamentals as well. Why they got the black quarterback playing wide receiver, even though he's a quarterback.
At quarterback, yeah, he running.
Or got him playing strong safety or something. He a quarterback. It's like, this is insanity.
Right.
But remember, it's a system in place, so they know what they're doing. If you study football and you study race, I think it might simplify it for people. You think? Because in football it moves so fast, you can sort of see how they've been holding back black people from playing quarterback for 100 years, bro. And then the moment we got a chance, somebody finally cracked the code a little bit and put us in there. And then you saw how you're treated as a black person versus a white person. You can't make it up. It's right in your face. That's the part that sort of loses me when people talk about race don't exist and don't talk about being a black man. It's just about being an American or whatever, however you want to frame that, because you feel the pressure of blackness on you, right?
Right.
If football isn't the best, because basketball is all black. Because I'm gonna tell you what's funny about basketball, right? Up until Steph Curry existed, white folks and black folks love to talk about that white shooter. Oh, they shoot the ball. They don't run around dribbling, trying to be all fancy and dribbling. You remember them talks through the 80s and 90s and stuff? Remember that?
Yeah.
Black guys too flashy. They jumping out the building. Why don't you learn the fundamentals? And then it's so funny how this little black kid and his counterpart, the other black kid, is shooting how they want to shoot, shooting at 40 feet at a 45% percentage rate. And then all of a sudden, you know what you don't hear about anymore? White boy shooting back. Isn't that fun? Isn't that fun? But it's not being highlighted though. That the best shooter that's ever existed was a black person. The best shooter that existed was already black people. When you had Jesus and you had Reggie Miller anyway, but they were sort of being kind of tamped down, and it was about Paxson and Kerr and who was Larry and who were some other shooters they used to talk about all the time. God, there's so many of them.
Yeah, those are the guys.
There's been so many. My mind is just blanking me right now. But it was just they would just always make sure you got a white boy on your team. Make sure you got a white boy on your team, because they're not athletic, but they got the fundamentals. They can shoot the rock. And it's just funny how, right? It's just funny how when Steph showed up, black people and white people chose to pretend that they didn't have a system in place that was perfectly set up for white guys to play. Matter of fact, the league had to reform itself and tap into the European market to bring over white people. And then we started getting more black players from Europe, which even tamped down a lot of the white players. And it's been a conflict with that as well, because you got Giannis popping up. And so it's kind of like, well, we really go over to get white guys, so we need the white guys. Matter of fact, we're going to change some of the rules in the NBA to try to get more white guys to come. It's in it. It's just so funny, man.
So just as an
it's
aside,
just so funny how they play that.
Did you know that Matt Stafford been in the league for 15 years, bro?
Who?
Matthew Stafford. This is his 15th
year.
15.
Yeah, 15. Yeah. Wow. He won at 13. I thought it was like 12.
No, he won it at 13.
He won it at 13. I thought he won it at 12.
Wow. Because he played for Detroit for 12 years. Yeah.
Yeah, I thought it was 10, but for 12. Yeah.
Wow.
I thought it was for 10 years. And had a monster receiver too, boy. Woof.
Wow. I did not know he played that long. In the
league. They made it a big deal when he finally won. That's why.
Yeah, he didn't win anything either. He didn't win anything while he was there.
He got that ring like Peyton Manning got his last 2 or whatever. Last one.
Just
don't turn it over. Give me one play. Like Shannon Sharpe, big play Shay, right? They didn't have an offense. But we can just get Shannon Sharpe to give us one. Just give us one. Defense will do the rest.
Yeah, I'm looking at the rest of these quarterbacks, man. That's a lot of, man. Once you get past 15, I guess, in the league, man. Yeah, it's a struggle. Yeah, it's a struggle.
What do you mean as far as what?
A good quarterback play, because now it's just rookies and You just get rookies, and he's got these guys that kind of like,
You may have some surprises that's coming up in there somewhere.
Yeah, I mean, people can improve. I mean, you can right system, right year, right
Yep.
coaching.
Yep. It always happens.
Gino, he represented his.
Yep. Gino's an example of that. You might see
He
something come
flashed
out of
his
there.
talent. I mean, the talent was already there, but I mean, now it's
Well, like you said, it's a lot of his system, because I think if Mahomes goes to another organization, I don't know what that looks like and how they would really develop him, or would they try to destroy him the way that Shanahan's destroyed RG3. I don't know. Because you get them coaches coming in and saying, well, he don't play right. He needs to play within my system. Why is he, they'll do things to make it very difficult for him. Because I would have never believed it until I saw how they did RG3. That said, man, I was like, wow, these coaches are psychopaths.
Yeah, that was vicious what they did to him, man.
Which means that I'm sure all the coaches do that. If you're not my type of player, but you're forced on me, or I can't get rid of you, I'm going to make your life difficult.
Yeah, that's that Trey Lance situation. Same thing, man.
Trey Lance, same thing.
They moved off of him last year. Really, they just never said it.
Yep.
They gave up on him.
Yeah, they don't want to develop black quarterbacks for some reason. The Shanahan. Is he another Shanahan over there too?
Yeah, another Shanahan, man. Golly, boy. They are notorious for that shit, bro.
Well, clearly at this point, yeah. And like you said, and Dak has been on his own for 8 years. Developing himself, basically.
Anyway, man, I guess we can move on from that, man. So that's this
football.
Say what?
So Lamar came in what, 2015? No, 2018.
Lamar.
So I was trying to look that up. 2018, right?
I think
2018. So 19, 20, 21, 22, 23. It's only been 5 years.
No, it's been longer than that for Lamar, bro. You talking about how long Lamar has played?
Yeah, I thought it was 2018.
I thought it was 2017, man. I thought it was 20. I think this is like his 6th year. Right? 2023. Yeah, I think this is year 6 for Lamar, man. If I'm not mistaken.
Right, but I don't think he played the first year. Flacco was playing.
No, he didn't play. I think he played the second half of the year. Flacco didn't start the whole year, man.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, Flacco.
Yeah, I think it was 2018.
Oh, so it's 2018. Okay, my bad.
This is bad information I'm looking at.
Nah, you may be right. 2018, because 2018, I guess that would make this year 6 technically, because 2018, 2019, 2020, 2021, 2022, 2023. Yeah.
He just accomplished so much compared to like a Justin Herbert. That's why it's just funny that how if he was white, unless I'm missing something about this race thing, with his accomplishments, if he was a white guy trying to get better, wouldn't he naturally had a storyline to put him in the top 5 and have Herbert them kind of sit for a second, just because of what he has already done that fast? Even though he needs to do some more development, they would have had a space for him.
Yeah, that's
maybe
right.
Not. I don't know.
It has to be 2018 because Dak is the Dak year is 2016. And then Dak 2016, that was that big draft with him, Carson Wentz, Jared Goff. And then 2017 was the one with Deshaun Watson, Patrick Mahomes, and Mitch Trubisky. And then it's 2018. That's the Josh Allen, that crew. Josh Allen, Lamar Jackson, and then there was another guy with them too that I can't think.
Yeah, Lamar came in week 7 to take over from Joe Flacco halfway through the game against Buffalo.
Yeah, he ended up starting for the rest of the year. I remember that.
And they took over from there.
Yeah.
And he was amazing that year. Amazing the 19, amazing 20.
He has to throw the ball. He has to throw the ball more consistently. He has to be comfortable in the pocket. He has to be able to.
Man, imagine how great he would have been right coming out of college if they would have already had him set.
I know, man.
Man, that's crazy.
Especially him being able to
merge. They know what they're doing, bro. They know what they're doing,
because then he can merge. He can grow with his athletic ability, with his passing ability, the same way that Patrick Mahomes has been able to grow. It's a travesty, really. Man.
With a great arm, a great big arm.
That's what I'm saying. It's a travesty.
It's crazy.
It's a travesty, man. Just to depend.
And luckily, Mahomes was such a unique combination, because it really should be Mahomes and Lamar, in my opinion. That's
Yeah,
how it should have been
really what it
historically.
should be. Yeah, that's really
Yeah.
what it should be. I agree. Because I think when he wanted the second year, he got his MVP pretty early. It's either his
Yeah.
second or third
Yeah.
year. He got it pretty quick. Yeah, so I mean, right.
Yeah. He made defenses have to change up.
Yeah, because I think he got it the
Well,
year after, because Patrick got it his second year when he first had his first year starting, and then I think Lamar won it the year after that.
But once you know that the quarterback can't move the ball down the field, his career is over with until he can figure it out. Because now you know what you got to do to deal with that team.
Yeah.
And once they saw that, it was like, oh, we got this. Put up some points. He can't come back.
Yeah, you scheme it a certain way. No
Yeah,
doubt.
can't throw the ball down the field. It's over.
Mm-hmm.
And now he has to adjust and learn and say, I want to throw the football. It's like, come on. Oh man, the Ravens, man.
Well, at least they paid him though. They paid him. I didn't think that was going to happen, so I was wrong on that. They paid him.
Well, what's creepy about it is that to get black people to play quarterback, we had to be a runner, basically a running back, right? But football has not changed. Have you noticed that? You talked about that before. Football hasn't changed. You can sex it up how you want to sex it up. If you can't sit in that pocket, it don't work. No one has been able to crack that code. Am I wrong about that? No one's been able to crack that code.
Man, not Steve Young. I don't
care
how
to have that. It's critical to have that part.
Not Randall Cunningham, not Michael Vick, not Cam Newton.
Nope.
You have to be able to develop, and you have to develop the passing part of the game. When you merge those two, then you become unstoppable. You get to that next level. You get to that.
Yeah.
You get to that Master Jedi level. You can hurt them with your legs and your arm. But when you're learning in reverse, when you're becoming just strictly a running quarterback and you depend and you lean on that ability,
they know your career is going to be short.
Yeah, by the time
which is what they want.
Your legs are basically betraying you, because now when you used to be able to get out of things, you still think you're still thinking you can actually do it, and then you figure
out how bad. Look at how bad. And you know what it also do? I think it also makes you. I think it makes you lazy. It makes you a little lazy. Yeah. Because when you look at Cam when he came back, I'm like, bro, are you studying?
Yeah, man.
Because you can't use your legs no more, so that means you need to study now.
You can't run people over like you used to, all that type of stuff, and do all.
And you know what? Them court, it's crazy.
Don't work, man.
And they know it wouldn't work, but they let him do it anyway.
So now instead of having a linebacker there, now they put a guy that's your size, like a Jerron Kearse for us, or like a Darren James for San Diego, or not San Diego, for the Chargers, LA Chargers. They'll put a big man, a big safety in the box that can run like a 4.4, 3, 210, 220, 6'3. That can run with you.
And now you're neutralized.
You're in trouble.
Now you're neutralized.
Now you're in trouble. Yep. Now you're neutralized. Now.
And I feel like they know that they're going to adapt to it. You know, and like you said, though, you never know, right? Maybe that new offense that the Ravens going to do was going to work, but it didn't work. They blew it up. When they brought the college coaches in, remember that? When they brought in your boy for that played for Washington, what's his name? The NASCAR coach, the NASCAR dude, the old head coach.
Joe Gibbs.
Yeah, are we going to bring in? What was it? No, it wasn't him. Who was it? Was it Carolina? Who was it tried to bring in that college offense and it got blown up?
You talking about the coach Baltimore? Man. The coach the Baltimore Ravens or Washington?
Nah. I want to say it was Washington. It was the brother. One of them was the brother. That's a champion that brought his brother came. His brother came from college.
I know who you're talking about. Is it?
They almost look alike too. Gruden. So he tried to didn't he try to implement his college system and it got blown up?
I thought it was.
But it may have worked for a couple of games.
I thought it was Marty Merway.
Marty. Was it Marty? Not Schottenheimer.
No, not Schottenheimer. Brian Schottenheimer. Brian Schottenheimer is our offensive coordinator now, but that's not. It's not him. I don't think.
It was 2 or 3 guys that they brought in, and they tried to use some college stuff, and it worked for a few games, and everybody got all excited. And them defensive coaches like, yeah, we gonna destroy this thing.
Yeah.
And so I always say, when something new shows up in the NFL, them coordinators, man, they go to work, bro.
Yeah.
They go to work. Oh, y'all want to run and be athletic? We got you.
Yeah,
we're gonna have 400. We're gonna have 400-pound guys running a 4.
Yeah, they study your tendencies.
It's crazy. Because you wouldn't think they could go figure that out. Then you finding guys that are 5 times your size running your speed. It's like, oh, I guess this is over with. And you done bet your whole fortune on it.
It's just like the Wildcat. Remember how popular the Wildcat
was?
Yes,
of course. Yeah, of course. That was one of the big ones.
But you can't run that offense as, it's a staple each year. It won't work.
Nope. And they adapt pretty quick because Lamar was taking over the league, right? And I almost feel like all of the coaches had a meeting together from all the teams, said, look, we got to destroy this.
Yeah, but he has very significant weaknesses when it comes down to throwing the 15-yard out, the shallow cross.
Yeah, he's not practicing none of that stuff, bro.
Yeah, he has difficulty throwing outside the number.
Can't do any of that stuff. Never had to.
Never really had to. He
same thing with RG3.
He used to focus inside out, tight end. Yeah. Tight end ain't open, then he'll get busy. But he always had issues with throwing, the intermediate to deep out routes. So,
and I wonder how many times he asked when he was younger, can I just sit in the pocket, coach? And they would just, nah, don't worry about that. You're great. I wonder how many times. I wonder how many times he tried to I just want to throw like Peyton Manning. Nah, don't worry about that, brother.
And I think that's what they was like. Half of it was clear that he had like half of his staff there that was Team Jackson, and half of them was like, let's move on and draft some of these other kids. You know what I'm saying? I already know
it's dirty, man. It's dirty, man.
But they cooler heads prevailed and they signed him. I'm not gonna lie, I am shocked. I'm still kind of shocked a little bit because I don't know how they look at him, how they view him. But they gave him a lot of talent. They got him a lot of receiver help. So they're being pretty real now. It should be opened up a little bit now.
Unlike RG3, they're going with what he wants.
Yeah, they made the switch. Exactly.
They made the switch. They got him practicing. They got him some quarterback coaching help. They brought in some people to help him out.
Right.
To really teach him what he has to do and what he has to do consistently.
And I can remember
we saw some of it last year, actually.
I think he ran like for 175 yards. It was something crazy. Yeah. And then they were interviewing him and like, ain't you happy that you get thrown? He said, I don't like running. He said, I don't really like running the ball like that. Like I do it because I have to, but I don't like doing it. Like when he said that, I said, yeah, man, they got to make the change because this is something that he doesn't even want to really do. He doesn't really want to be out there.
Because he won't have a career. Because he won't have a career.
He's like, man, that is like I ain't trying to be out there.
Your career is over from run. It's 5 years to me. That's it. That's all you're gonna get. You see Russell Wilson struggling.
It's extremely difficult to keep that up, man, for a duration of a career.
How would you analyze Russell Wilson?
I never looked at him as a running quarterback, though.
Right, but what type? He wouldn't sit in the pocket though. Maybe because he's too small. But
he moved out of the pocket.
Yes, he lived on the run. He didn't run like a regular, like you said, he wasn't running downfield. But he lived on the scramble, always running, always side to side, and he would not sit and read defenses.
You consider him a motion quarterback, out of the pocket quarterback. Not a pocket passer, but throwing outside of the pocket. Rollouts,
lots of rollouts.
Bootleg, like a bootleg, kind of quarterback, more bootleg, naked bootleg, going to the weak side of the offense to get space to where he can see the field and throw to one side of the field. He specialized in that, but he had the receivers to do it. Metcalf and
had the receivers to do it.
TJ Lockett, they got busy like that. They can get off.
I love Metcalf. Boy.
That's the reason why Geno been able to work with him. They have a top notch receiving core. Their receiving core has been very good ever since.
Russell. They just go get it too.
Russell, this is like Russell's 12th year. It's crazy.
Yeah, he's a vet. He's an old vet now.
Yeah, he's a vet, man. He's a vet now. So pretty soon Russ will be getting up there to year 15, 16, 17.
Yeah, but he should be on the list as a top 3 quarterback. It's just amazing how they just sort of disappear because like you said, I think you gotta have those fundamentals locked in, man, to maintain a career in the league.
Think about it.
If you don't have certain talent, you can't stay in those top positions. It seems like
it just shows that he's just used to playing one way. So
that's what I'm saying.
When he's forced to play in the pocket,
it's over.
That's what it looks like because he hasn't mastered that part. It's difficult for him to just go straight back to 5-step drops and reading the field. That's why I respect what Dak does. That is for what he does. It's difficult to do.
Absolutely.
Nobody does that. That's why they get these athletic guys to go naked bootleg, clear one side of the field, look at one side of the field, make your read, then throw the ball that way. Instead of just dropping back in a straight drop back, like a pocket passer, surveying the field, and then still trying to throw the ball to the outside. That is very difficult to do, man.
Out.
Especially if your guys are not winning initially, like winning immediately. You know, like if your one is covered up, now you got to survey the field. Now you got to make it work. Now you got to get busy because if you're going up against an elite defense, your elite defense is going to be like, nah, we're going to take that away from you, bro. And then we're going to possibly take away your 2-2, depending on how good our corner is and how lackadaisical your number 2. Our number 2 last year was Noah Brown and a hurt Michael Gallup.
I know.
It's just where all this talent you're talking about. What are you talking about? Ezekiel was a shell of himself, man. We ran him into the dirt. We never used him properly.
Now ground them up, spit them out.
Yeah, and we gave Tony Pollard half of the carries. So you still running the offense in an incorrect way. This is the first time that I can actually go in and say, okay, now I can get a good evaluation about things working.
Yeah, we will have no excuses this year.
No
excuses.
Not just that, but things working normal. Like this is the way. Like we're not feeling pressure to give Tony Pollard so many carries in a game. Like that's nobody's going to say that. They've got to get Zeke going. You know, it's just not going to be that kind of energy, bro. So it's just going to be like, what is going to be the best way to attack this defense? If we got to give Tony Pollard 20 carries to do that up the middle, or outside runs, tosses, and things of that nature, then we'll do that. We got those screens to Lil Deuce and get the ball to what's the other guy, Rico, on some kind of quick game. Then we'll do that. Like we can be multiple in our attack. We don't have to. We're
playing against the defense that's coming to it. We're playing the defense. We're not just calling plays like Kellen Moore was doing.
We get Zeke involved, then this. Zeke involved, then this. You could tell the offense.
And Dak will have more control over an actual passing offense.
Exactly.
Right.
And I trust that way more. I trust this relationship with.
Yeah, I trust what he's seeing more than I do Kellen Moore.
Well, not just that. I trust.
And worrying about Jerry Jones telling him to make sure Zeke get the ball so he can sell some tickets.
I trust this relationship with Mike McCarthy more than I trust this relationship with Kellen Moore. No matter how brilliant there was some inconsistencies. I'm saying there was some inconsistencies between him and Kellen, is what I'm saying, what they were seeing out there clearly on the field.
Yeah, but I don't trust McCarthy, so we'll see.
No, I'm saying their relationship.
He's a puppet.
Their relationship on the field is what I'm talking about.
I got you. No, I got you.
Everybody's a puppet of Jerry to a degree, man. If you're playing for the
Cowboys, you have to be.
Well, to be in his orbit, to be in his existence.
You have to be.
It is. Yeah.
So I want to see how he's going to manage that relationship while he works with that. So I don't know yet.
Or he's going to give you a reminder like the whole Trey Lance thing. Like, I just did it because I wanted to. Like, so what? Like, I got on the phone and that's it. Yeah. So it's just, but I like it that Mike McCarthy wasn't part of it and he wasn't, that Dak didn't know either. So he could keep that intact with Dak. Like, it ain't, Dak, I knew nothing about it. Because I'm pretty sure that would affect his relationship with Dak if he was on the phone and he did that and he, nobody got in contact or let him know immediately after that took place. But the fact that they both was left in the dark, cool. I'm good with that more so than having one of them being on the phone or being in contact with Jerry. Then that makes it look way more duplicitous than what it needs to be.
And Jerry likes attention, so he does things for lots of reasons. It hits a whole bunch of points. Yeah,
let it go off. And the thing is, what I tell people, man, I'm like, yo, if Trey Lance is better than Dak, then that means we got a top 5 quarterback. That's what it means.
Yeah, well, he ain't there yet. He ain't even close to this.
But that's what I'm saying. But if he can extend to that level, because he's going to figure out how difficult it is to run the offense the way on that multiple level when they give him the playbook, it's going to be evident. So you'll be able to see it. It's no hiding in the NFL. People know what's what. You know what I mean? Like it's film out there. You can see what's good. You'll know.
Yeah, but they didn't give Trey Lance a complete shot like they should have.
In San Francisco, you mean?
Yeah.
Yeah. That's what I mean. Dak is not going to stand in the way of Trey ascending, is what I'm saying. He's not going to stand in the way of even giving him necessary coaching to make him the best player he could be. Like, how you go to certain teams where starting quarterbacks don't even talk to the rookies at all. They just, you over there, you do you and I'm doing me. Like, Dak is already, mentoring him. Hey, do this. Like, he's talking to him. He's actively being a teammate to him, saying. He's not trying to keep the knowledge to himself as far as his learning. Yeah,
because we don't know how San Francisco was really treating him, really.
Right.
Well, probably was a nightmare.
Clear. Yeah, it's clear. I mean,
Charlotte was a
especially
nightmare, man.
now you got a rookie guy, Purdy, that came in and usurped them pretty early, and they like Purdy, so you know how that go. They ended up
And I
falling
want
in
Purdy
love
to
with
get
him.
punished
He's gonna probably
because
get.
of how they treated Trey Lance, bro.
I think we're gonna blow. I think we're gonna blow San Francisco doors off, dog. I really do believe that.
I hope so. Just play him in the regular
And to be
season.
petty
I can't wait.
about it, I hope Dak is up by 30 points a day and shit. Instead of even getting Dak, suit up 3 for
Put
that
Trey
game.
out there. That'd be
Put
funny.
Trey and let him score a touchdown against them in mop
That would
up
be
duty.
now. That would be
In mop
funny.
up duty. That would be the perfect revenge for him, man. Get out there and get your revenge on them, dude. Like we done with these guys, man. Because like once we solve their defense, it's solved, man. Like to me, that's really what it's about. The fear factor has to be taken out. Like we can compete with them, but there's a mental block with our team, bro. When it comes down to San Francisco,
Yeah, like I said, poor leadership. I
yeah.
won't say it enough about that team. So just gotta tighten that gotta have that leadership tight, man.
All right, man. So we've been talking about this enough, man. Let's get into some of these topics, man. That's been going on out here, man. So, you want to watch a video of this whole brick situation, man? The bricks, this, the compounds of the Somalia sister, my Somalian African sister, my sister.
I'll let you run with that.
I'll
I was gonna
claim.
talk about Deion, but go ahead and put
Uh,
that on. That's fine.
no, oh no,
I don't care about
we
that
can
shit.
talk about Dion. Let's talk about Dion. Then we don't have to talk about that. So let's go with the Dion. Then we don't have to talk about that until later. But what's good about the Dion, man? He did it, man. He's changed the game a little bit. He's flipped it around.
Yeah, man, you're just seeing greatness.
Do you think that
Greatness.
So do you think if Sador throws this game, I don't see how he doesn't get 400 yards. At least 400 yards. At least
I
400
know
yards.
Nebraska struggled last week,
Not,
so yeah, I expect
not,
him to get 400 yards for
not unless
sure.
they're blowing out Nebraska so bad that he sits them. He lets the other kid
Well, the
play.
thing is that, like you said, they got a little bit of film on him. The hype is sort of. I mean, they've arrived. They're gonna believe. I'm assuming Nebraska's gonna believe that they're legit. I don't know what they're saying in Nebraska, but he should light them up. I want to see it. I want to see that second and third game just to see how Colorado handles it, right?
Well, the problem with
Because they
Nebraska,
still got some defensive issues. They got some special team issues in Colorado, and they front line held up, but they still little.
Nebraska is slow, man.
Yeah,
They're
Nebraska's slow. This
they're
team is Colorado's
slow.
fast, bro.
Colorado is a fast
Yeah,
Northwestern
that
team
tempo is crazy.
because they got Texas, Florida, Georgia boys on that team, man. You
Sure
know
do.
what
They
I'm
got some of those
saying?
Florida boys out there.
They
They
got
want that
they
ball.
got some Florida boys out there that got speed to them, man.
Yeah.
So you're dealing with a deficit because Nebraska, when they used to be able to they used to kind of tap into that California pipeline. They can get the talent out of Seattle and Washington there and out on that West Coast because they was a powerhouse for a while. Remember how much of a powerhouse they were, but they used to recruit kids from California to go to Nebraska and stuff like that. Colorado used to do the same thing too when it was a powerhouse back when we was kids when they were good. Like we talking about late 80s, early
Yeah.
90s, maybe.
Yep.
Because
Been 30
that's the
years.
school. That's the school that B enemy went to. Colorado. He a Buffalo. Yeah,
Yeah. Yeah.
B enemy. Yeah, Darian Hagan. Eric B enemy. He was a beast too, boy. In college, yeah, he was a beast. You watch some of his old film. He was a player, baller.
But
Baller.
what's crazy is that the economic changes when Dion goes to Colorado, and they're coming out with some of the numbers from the business leaders in the whole
Oh
state.
man.
They even saying that they're seeing an increase in business since Dion has been there. They don't have anything to do with football. He's a one-man economic machine, bro. It's crazy.
He
And at the
brings
same time, getting massive amount of hate.
eyes to the field. He brings energy. Um, that kind of that kind of energy to where it's like a college. It gives you a college feel. He makes college football exciting again. I don't even watch. You know me. I don't even watch college
Well, the question
football.
is, I don't watch it like I used to. He brought me back. He brought me
That's
back.
what I'm saying. It's like a certain energy because college football on especially in noon. If it ain't one of the big games like a SEC kind of
Oh yeah,
matchup
this is the
or
big, of course.
Pac-12,
Yeah,
some USC against
yeah,
UCLA or some kind of real crazy game that's going to get hype. You don't get that
yeah.
energy like you used to get. This brings back that energy, like that
Wow.
kind of where it's not high school football. It's that next level of high school football before it gets too corporate when you get to the NFL,
Mm-hmm.
the professional leagues. But
Yeah.
this is that kind of level where you can get that energy. Like, damn, it's exciting to see these kids really get excited about playing football again. Like, it's a thing. You know what I mean? Like, you got to really be a big fan to really watch college football the way that some people do. I just can't get into it. My cousin loves college football.
Isn't it bigger than it's bigger than the NFL, isn't it?
It may be overall. Yeah, I would say so. As
I
far
think
as
fan engagement might be bigger.
the fan engagement, yeah, I would say
Might
so.
be. I can't remember. I seen some data a while back. I can't remember now,
But
but their engagement is pretty high.
as far as the ranking and the television revenue and the business side of it,
Yeah.
I mean, even just from the outside business side of it, NFL is king when it comes down to that.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah. College football is close.
college football is close.
Yeah. I haven't looked at all the numbers though,
College
but to
football,
watch,
but
but
they
the
don't
way
they don't,
the
they don't run the same numbers that the NFL do. Like I said,
what I you say what now?
they don't run the same numbers overall in the millions the way the college football. I mean, not college football, but the NFL does.
The
I mean,
NFL
clearly,
does, right?
when we play on Sunday night, it's going to probably be one of the most watched programs of the year, just
Yeah,
automatically.
it's gonna be 80 million easy. I don't know though. I think Saturday gonna probably get a crazy number though.
Yeah, but think about it.
Yeah,
20 million is outrageous for college football. That's crazy
yeah.
for a regular
Yeah.
season game. Come on, man.
First week, because they beat
I don't know.
they beat some record for the first week. I think they beat the NFL
Yeah,
record.
to play that early,
Noon,
1 o'clock
big noon,
noon. Yeah, that's
uh, big
that's
noon
crazy,
Saturdays.
bro. Yeah, that's crazy.
The
That's
question
crazy.
is it a blueprint of what capitalism looked like when a black man is doing what he does though? Is that the blueprint of how you need to operate? Meaning that he is very conscious that he's black. He's a Christian man. He went through his trials and tribulations. He's very American, and
Yeah,
he uses the system based off the rules that are at play.
he ate us to the
So you
core.
ain't you don't gotta like it, but he's very corporate. He's very American. I mean, he's very a part of the system,
Yeah.
but he knows how to manage both sides. And he says
True.
it all the time. They talk crazy about him. He's looking at them like, but I'm great. You said I'm great. You just don't like how I'm, and of course, black people will do it. We all move differently. Everybody's not like that,
Yeah,
obviously.
we
But
in and out. Everybody's in and out on Deion. Deion
no, I don't mean Dion. I mean that other black people who are successful do it other ways. But
yeah.
this is one way that we a lot of people want to do it this way, but we get punished for it. That's all I'm saying. When we're trying to be more of ourselves and try
When
to
you say punish
infuse
for it,
ourselves.
what do you mean by punish
I
for it?
mean, you might lose a job, you might get demoted, you might not get the job because if you don't fit a certain corporate behavior, then they don't want you in there because they don't want you to shake up things or change things or bend people to your culture or
Right.
to how you behave. Because a lot of it's about following, right? If I act like this and you put me in charge, then other people are going to act like this, and I don't like because I'm in charge of you, and so I need you to bend more to how I behave. Dion has people in black culture in general have people outside of our culture acting similar to us. And historically, it's always been don't act like that, don't be like that.
Right.
But as those things started making money, it became a little bit more okay, in my opinion, to be a little bit more black in America.
Yeah, Dion is very unique in the way he presents to people
Is he? Is he unique?
wise.
Is he?
No, he's not. Well, maybe not unique. Maybe to be as
He
popular as
might
he is.
be. I don't know. What do you mean
I
by
don't know.
unique?
I don't
What
know
part are you saying unique
anybody.
about it?
I don't know nobody that outwardly brash that got kind of support and not supported at the same time, and people feel either guilty about supporting him or feel guilty into supporting him, and then people are really outwardly supporting him, or people are hating on him that's in and outside of the classification of being black. Like he has it from all sides. He has haters
I
within
don't I
the
don't I
classification of
don't know
being
why black
haters
do you
outside
think
of it.
black men and black boys have an issue with successful black men?
Yes. Yes, I do. I think there's an inherent jealousy that I'm not there, or I'm not
So
represented.
is it about them being men, or is it just about the jealousy, regardless of the gender or the age?
I want to
It's
say
just jealousy that they didn't accomplish that yet, or they're mad
this,
that he's doing it
this,
the way he's
and this
doing
is
it.
an opinion. This is an opinion. This may be, I may be wrong, but I want to say it's a little bit of both. There's this kind of jealousy of, you know, he's talking a certain way, he's brash, he's being boastful, but he could back it up. He's clearly, he's top. He's known as one of the greatest corners of, if not the greatest.
No, he
Corner
is
of
the
all time.
greatest corner,
Right, the
period.
greatest corner of all time. He's a Hall of
Yeah.
Fame, bona fide, one of the greatest football players. What I want to say, one of the greatest football players to ever do it. But now he's not just that. He was a good baseball player. That he was so good to where he could play professionally.
Played in the World Series.
That's what I'm saying. He was a track and field athlete in high school
And basketball.
and basketball. So he's
Yeah.
a renaissance man when it comes down to sports. And not only is he just an athletic prowess,
But why isn't he the blueprint?
he has an intelligence about him that kind of defaults his arrogance in a way to where people want to kind of put him in a box somewhere and
But why isn't he the blueprint?
throw him off somewhere, but they can't do it because he's so formally intelligent, so trained, so focused on his craft, on whether it was coaching, whether he was doing in football. He said, I was one of the smart people. Don't understand this. I was one of the smartest football players that ever played. He was. The way he read keys, the way he could read routes, the way he can understand offense.
What I'm saying is this: do you think a lot of black men think that other black men are really stupid or something?
Yes.
Because Deion shouldn't have to say,
yes,
just like Tio and Shannon Sharpe. Why would they have to say people don't know I'm smart? Who are you talking about?
There are
You
inherently
talking about white people or black people? Like, who don't know that you're smart?
There is an inherent type of prove it type of deal that black people, period, have to feel, but black men in particular got to feel when they're talking to someone. They got to be qualifiers. Like, look, this is what I've done. Yeah, like there's a qualifier. Yeah, absolutely. Yes. Yes.
But they shouldn't have to qualify. But we shouldn't have to qualify to ourselves though. So I'm thinking that I'm not saying we do. I'm just asking the question, of course. I don't know if we do or we don't. I love success and greatness. So I don't feel anything. I want to see everybody make a lot of money and get access. So I don't personally have an issue. I love it actually. But you're saying that there is a segment of us that have a problem with it. So you try to find things to hate on, basically, right?
Yes.
I got you.
Absolutely. Yeah.
I got you. Even when Obama got elected, I was shocked to see the hate that he got, regardless of what he was gonna do, regardless of what he did, just to see success.
Yeah.
And all of a sudden, the morality police show up, and all these people who are not immoral anyway.
How many times have you heard? No, Obama ain't never did nothing for no black people.
Right.
They say that all the time.
Well, I can say that and be mad and be proud that we have this black family in the White House. However you want to digest that information. But what's so funny about it is that the moment you get success in America, all of a sudden, what happens? Sell out, like you just said, didn't do nothing for black people.
Yeah.
You with white folks now. I mean, like it's relentless though, bro.
It's qualified.
I watched Stephen A deal with it. I watched Oprah deal with it. I watched Jay-Z deal. I mean, just endless amount of people. And those are people that we know. Imagine people who we don't know, like people within my family, like people who you'll never hear about. As they were getting success, other black people was hating on them. Because I thought maybe it was just a celebrity thing.
Well, that's that.
But then when I started digging through my family, my friends, and as people are making 6 and 7 figures, it was like, this is a problem. How is this a problem?
Well, it's not just the person that you're talking about too. It can also be the collective lens that they view themselves in also. And that,
you mean, is it classism over race though? Maybe it's the class structure that creates that animus inside of people, and we're kind of masking it with race. And more or less, it's just a class problem. It's going through the strata the how do you, as you move through those class structures, I mean,
Yeah.
people are going to feel it that way because you're getting more access, and it's not really about race, but maybe I can use race to attack you because that's what I have to use. Because if I was, you know what I'm saying? Maybe that's,
well,
I don't know.
race is the anchor that I'm using to pull you back to me, though.
Gotcha.
Because you're going to use words like, well, you're still black though, or you're still a black man, which limits you within the scope of what blackness is, and everybody knows what that means organically or
Right,
empirically. When you go over the numbers, I'm saying, because when you go over the harsh numbers, the numbers are real, right? The financial station of black people, black men in this country, that you can't overwhelm that with the cases of Deion's, the Oprahs, the Denzel.
Yeah, but Deion, his issues he has with black men in HBCU, in the HBCU space.
Yeah, but Deion is
there was 4 or 5 men, 4 or 5 black men that he had issues with specifically.
But that's why I say he's very unique. You get what
and
I'm
he kept
saying?
his mouth shut on a lot of that stuff.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. But I'm saying the way he even attacks whiteness in a sense, because he puts a mirror up and be like, well, y'all talk about this. I am the exceptional Negro. So this is, and I can come talk to you, and I'm not talking about race at all. I just want to talk about football. Just like remember the whole thing about coaching, right? He said, will y'all ask Nick Saban that? And it was a question, I think it was a question about either had something to do with him specifically that was outside of coaching. It had nothing to do with what he just did with his team. This is Jackson State. And he said, only reason why I'm here is because I'm here. So you're trying to make this more than me. I'm about the kids in there, coaching them up and trying to get them to win games and get them on the level that they need to be. First as men, and then secondly as athletes. If they can make it to the next level, then so be it. But he complained about them not drafting HBCU talent, and he even said it himself. He said the talent here is pretty much the same. The only difference is this is the light. It's the attention, and he proved it by transferring a lot of those kids to Colorado.
I know. And Shadora said it. Half the 50 kids, I think, something like that, 35, 45.
And then they go beat the brakes off of a Division 1A school. It's just it's facilities, it's access, it's just access to a degree.
Shadora was like, this is my best game in my whole life.
So Deion is even shocked. You're thinking that you're going in and you're thinking, damn, because if I'm not mistaken,
Deion is showing you racism at its finest.
If I'm not mistaken, I don't know if Shador has thrown either that was his highest game or is in his top 3.
No, this is his highest game.
Ever, right? Ever.
Yeah, he told him. Yeah, it's highest thing. Yeah, highest one.
That lets you know right there. This kid played Jackson State last year. You know what I'm saying? And he never threw for that many yards.
I mean, he played against better teams from a defensive perspective than TCU.
Right. The speed wise, yeah.
Just that simple.
So that's what he's telling. Like, it's
now when he goes against Oregon and USC, then he may have a different opinion about that. We'll see when we get there.
Well, he's going to see more of the talent, and then it's going to ramp up a bit because they're going to have the coaching, the facilities, and the history.
Yeah, they coming. They're
They're going to have more what you call the higher grade athletes. They're going to have the speed there. So plus the coaching and the system.
Yeah, plus the coaching and the system. Yeah.
So that's what you're running up against. But no,
Deion would get the sort of paint. He will, as he goes through these seasons, though, he will really get the contrast and paint the disconnect between what's happening to black colleges and what's happening in white colleges, and sort of how all that stuff is playing out, and how, as you keep telling him it ain't about race, that's all he sees is race. That's all he can see.
He doesn't.
He lived in both. He moved in both spaces, and so he got black folks trying to tell him it ain't race. He's like, "What are you? That's insanity."
Yeah,
it's insane.
He tried not to make it about race. He said, "I try my best not
to." It's an impossibility, bro.
Yeah,
it's
trying
pretend.
Not to make it about that. Yeah,
colorblind stuff and not talking about race. You're pretending, and that can only last for so long. Which is why race is a hot topic these days, because you can only hold that colorblind nonsense for so long.
Well,
you have to infuse race into a meritocracy. You got to infuse it. You can't get away from none of that stuff. It's going to be intertwined for an eternity, in my opinion. Not going nowhere, bro. It's the bones of the Americas.
Well, yeah.
Period.
Yeah, it seems to be pretty static. Yes.
Correct. Absolutely. It will be here for 1,000 years. Period. Get used to it. It's already been here for 600. Something like that.
I wish I had an argument to kind of go against that, but I guess it just remains.
I'm sure somebody will find one.
That remains to be seen on that. I can't argue against it because it's
been 600.
Yeah, they've been it's been representing for a while now.
It might be longer than that. I'm being
Yeah.
nice when I say 6.
No, but you're saying it's going to be here for 1,000 more years, so that's the part where it makes it difficult to kind of,
It is what this place is.
No doubt.
It's like the Ming dynasties and stuff. I mean, not the Ming, the dynasties in China, or the emperors in Kemet. Is
Right.
that these things last way longer than you want it to realize it, way long. Once you put that thing in place and it starts to run.
Once you put it,
especially think about this. Yeah. Those places, it didn't go nowhere in those places, and those places were very regional and local.
That's true.
This is global. It's gonna take a while to wind this thing down. That's all I'm saying. It's gonna be a long time before you're not talking about race anymore, in my opinion. I think it's probably here to stay, to be honest with you, for maybe 10,000 years. But race is a new feature.
Yeah.
And the Americas, north, central, and south, you're talking about over 1 billion people. And we won't even talk about the rest of the race around the world. We just stick to where it sort of, I think, would say really took hold. Yeah, it's here to stay, buddy. Yeah, it's here to stay. And I think Deion is really showing how it all works, I think, and how you operate within it. I think the struggle, like you were saying, there's going to be struggles with that, right? Because he chose to leave black spaces to go into white spaces.
Yeah.
And he knows how to operate in those spaces. And he's really showing you, and not just him, but many people. Stephen A. showed you how to operate. You can call him what you want to call him, but that's what corporate America looked like for a black person, in my opinion. That's what I've experienced. He just on television. But when he go back into those, that arrogance done got checked though.
Yeah, it gets checked.
He may not have a job soon, bro. You could tell that job thing is shaky.
Yeah, it's shaky with him.
So he's changed a tremendous amount because he don't know what day he's getting cut. You could tell, by the way. It's obvious.
You're right.
Yeah, it's obvious to me.
That's a fact.
Yeah. When they tried to go very, very progressive on these shows, you don't realize that half of this country is not progressive.
Right.
And so we talking about money and dollars, and you got to you got to needle these lines. And so the whole system took its hit. Everything went progressive, BLM, et cetera, et cetera. Everything went hard progressive. And then you see you see the pendulum swing back.
Right.
Because the money's involved. And so a lot of these networks are going to have to ease up off of it, which they've been doing. You see who's going to come behind Stephen A., right?
Yeah.
You know coming at noon, right? You know your boy coming at noon. The white no. The white boy coming at noon on ESPN.
Who am I talking about? Who are you talking about?
Coming tomorrow. Your boy with Aaron Rodgers in them. What's his name? I forgot that quick. Not the Barstool. It's like it's the same thing as Barstools and all them others. It's really kind of the same thing. But the brother, the white boy. He's God. Oh man, where's my computer at? You know who I'm talking about, man. Pat McAfee. There we go. Pat McAfee.
I don't fuck with.
So Pat. The Pat McAfee show just did a deal with ESPN, and so he's gonna come on. He's gonna be on First Take for a segment, and he's gonna do a 1 hour or 2 hour show on ESPN. Then he's gonna do the full 3 hours on YouTube on his own network. And by the way, he's wearing a tank top on his show every day on ESPN. By the way.
Yeah, that's probably in his contract that he don't change his dress code. That's
absolutely thing. It is.
Man,
that
does make me hate whiteness to a degree. I just hate what they can.
Hey, let's not play it. Hey, we know what we know what it is.
Yeah, that's just in your face though, bro. Because you get somebody like Stephen A. Smith.
What it is.
I'm saying you get somebody like Stephen A. Smith get on there shaming people for not wearing for not wearing a damn tie and all this. And this motherfucker get
every
on there.
show.
Making more money than him, by the way, with a damn tee and some dirty ass sweatpants and shit. Come on,
with a bunch of goofy staff members that don't know nothing about football,
ain't trained in journalism and
ain't trained in nothing.
Can you believe we got all this? That's just shitting on the game, bro. Mm-hmm. That is irritating. He irritates me, Pat McAfee. Just I don't like when it's that blatant. I do.
Why you got that racist Cuban? Dan Lebatard taking shots at Stephen A. and Shannon Sharpe. And Stephen A. had to pull him on his show to talk to him directly.
Well, that's their boy.
They ruined sports talk.
Shit, I thought they were cool. I thought Dan was cool with him. Shit, I
Oh,
thought
no. Stephen A. said he loved him.
yeah. Okay.
He said he loved him, but he said that you're wrong.
All right. All right.
And you need to check yourself check yourself in your own mirror and look what you're doing.
But you know that
you was on here clowning just like we all clown. It's sports.
Yeah, but Stephen A. I mean, I don't know, man.
But Stephen A. told him you got to be corporate. Yeah. You do not talk crazy about ESPN. That's why they got him up out of there.
Yeah,
and then Dan Levitar said, "I stand on the Cuban thing, and us brown people, and yada yada yada, and I don't like how we was being treated on ESPN." I was like, oh, okay, so we doing that now. Okay.
Yeah. That's how it always is. We always doing that. That's the point. That's the point that I don't understand how Stephen A. don't understand. That's always the point.
Stephen A. knows the game. No, the thing is this: when the athletes,
but he ain't being truthful. When he says he's being truthful, he ain't being truthful. He's like, I'm keeping it real. No, you're not keeping it real. That's the only problem.
No, he's playing the corporate games. What I'm trying to say.
I'm saying, but just
and that runs a course. It only lasts for so long.
But just say that because you know that just like what you just said is true. He knows that his job can be in jeopardy anytime.
No, it is. It is in jeopardy.
Yeah,
he got the #1 show, by the way.
Yeah, that's what I mean. That's what I mean.
But he's not. But he's not the future. That's why they brought Pat McAfee on.
Right.
That's the future.
Yeah. He got that kind of slacker, don't have to work hard, kind of white boy, laissez-faire mentality. They love that shit, man.
And the Mike Greenbergs and them, they're out.
Yeah.
Your traditional journalist type, writers and stuff.
No doubt. I mean, the switch that's happened. I mean, it's just a matter of time. I mean, that's why I think they're letting him get his extra money through a podcast. They're gonna probably buy it out.
Yep.
Most likely, or try.
Now, Shannon Sharpe bringing so many crazy numbers though, that might give him another run though. Shannon Sharpe numbers is crazy, boy.
That's what I wanted. That's what I wanted to say to you.
Them numbers is crazy.
Does it seem kind of awkward with Shannon being there?
No.
Do you feel that? You don't feel that?
Shannon is a superstar.
I'm saying you don't feel the awkwardness and how he is on the show. Maybe it's me. I don't know. Like
I mean, you got to get used to it for sure.
Compared to Undisputed, right? Even though it started off rocky, right?
Yeah.
There seems to be more of a cohesive type of working environment there to where those people, we're talking about Black Americans now, can be more themselves with Skip there than in the corporate center of what I'm saying is Skip got more gravitas in Fox than Stephen A. got in ESPN. Maybe that's what we're seeing.
Yeah, but they was plotting to get rid of Shannon Sharpe at FS1 though.
That's what I mean. Like it's clear that
Skip probably got too much power at FS1 actually.
That Skip got a lot of power there to where he could say, well, I'm just gonna have like just him having Yellow Beezy and what's the other kid name? Yellow Beezy.
Yeah, the Puerto Rican dude or whatever. I forget.
Giving him a little bit to where he's doing that.
He's trying things. He's trying stuff.
He don't have to do that, but I'm just
saying they're letting him experiment.
But I mean, the fact that he's doing it, that's not going to be done at ESPN, bro. Like, your carry-ons where we're going to add these extra guys just because. He probably would
have got fired if your co-host quit like that on TV. He probably would have got fired.
The only way that happens that we have seen is Pat McAfee. That's the closest thing because he brought his people there. They're doing that.
About the whole team.
Yeah, the production and those guys are just. I mean, sit on the couch, guys, talking
balls.
Just failures.
They about to get paid.
Failures at all kinds of levels, man.
Remember something. That's America. No middle class. A lot of white failure. A lot of white poverty. A lot of white high school dropouts. It's gonna give them hope. It's gonna appeal to that audience. That's all they're doing. They're just playing a game. And those are the numbers. Those guys are sitting home every day on welfare. That's where the numbers are.
It's clear. I mean, we can be mad about it all we want. It ain't gonna change.
It doesn't bother me at all. I like business. I like the game.
I ain't gonna lie. I don't like it, bro.
What you gonna do? What you gonna do about it?
Gotta accept it.
I'm just checking.
Gotta accept it, bro.
You talking like you can do something.
I know. Start
your own country or something.
I know.
Get you a harem or something.
I
know.
Or something, I know. Don't mean I can't be mad about it. I mean, it's just a weakness. I mean, I fall victim to blackness sometimes, bro. God damn.
Go to Liberia and start your business. You'll be all right.
How the fuck get on there with a goddamn tracksuit on, ain't brushed his teeth, just wake up in the morning, man. Sleep at the studio, get up.
It's
time to have a show.
It's wild. Shannon Sharpe got an $8,000 suit on.
Man, I mean, he gets up there. You can tell he's trying. So that's what I mean. It's more corporate than ESPN.
Crispy.
That's what I'm saying. So he's trying his best, right, to be presentable. Right. And I guess Steven just need to be telling him, man, just relax, be you, man. Like, to me, I think that's where it is. Maybe it's just early.
Well, this is the first show. It just getting the nerves off. But Shannon Sharpe is a star. Yo, the number. Listen to me. You're not looking at the numbers. The numbers is crazy.
Shannon Sharpe's name is what that is, bro.
No, that Shannon Sharpe built that. No, he built that. He built that.
Okay.
No, it wasn't his name. He built that audience.
Bad about Shannon Sharpe. I'm not gonna.
No, he built that audience. What I'm saying is this.
Don't try to put me in that box, bro. You real
good.
I
know black people hate other black people. I understand that's what y'all do on the internet every day.
Oh man, here you go.
So I know what it is. But look, Shannon. But if you look at last week, Skip's numbers with he had Michael Irvin,
Richard
Sherman, and Keyshawn, right?
Keyshawn.
And he also had he also threw, like you said, he threw Lil Wayne on there, Young Breezy. Yeah. He had Rachel Nichols on there, and he had an interview with Deion, which is probably his biggest pop.
Girl. Rachel need to go. You need to get one of those other black girls. What was the other black girl that was there with the NBA TV that got put off TV? You know what I'm talking about, where they took her off.
Biracial?
No, the other one that was there. Remember, she was there for a while. They wanted her to be. It's not.
Oh, my girl. No, she's not the one you said. She's
not at ESPN anymore, but they could get her.
She got her own podcast with what's her face?
Yeah. No, not her.
Carrie Champion?
No, not Carrie. No, I'm talking about.
They not going back to that.
She was on NBA. No, not her. They on the whole.
Was she on? Not the one that replaced Rachel. Not her.
Is it Michelle? I think it's Michelle something. Yeah. The one that was there with Michelle. She got not Michelle. She got Rachel Nichols fired, and then she got fired pretty soon after she left.
You talking about her, the one that got fired?
Yeah. I don't know.
Oh, I didn't know she got fired. Damn.
Yeah, she's not on ESPN anymore.
Because you're not talking about Malik. Malika's still there, right?
No, not Malika. Yeah, not her.
No, she's still there. So you're talking about the other one.
Yeah, the other one that was there. Remember, there was another black girl there that was, she was good with the NBA. I think she would be better for their program than Rachel Nichols is that's a no-go, bro. Nobody wants to hear what Rachel Nichols got to say.
Well, put it this, what I was trying to say was this though. If you go look at the ratings numbers, right? Skip got like 130 on that first day, and then it went down every day from there.
Oh yeah, I could
like 70,000.
Of course.
Shannon shows up, it's like 800,000 views. It's like millions of hits on the YouTube page.
Yeah.
Twitter is turned up. I mean, he brought a whole machine with him, basically. And he's only there for 2 days a week.
Yeah, he only there for 2 days.
And I'm like, he should be on every day. But you're right. Initially,
it's going to probably expand.
But I tell you this, I watched their podcast, so that probably helped me out. I don't know if I watched their 2-hour podcast. So I got used to them. Talking to each other because they debated for 2 hours, basically.
You're talking about not Skip, but you're talking about Shannon and.
No, I'm talking about Shannon and Stephen A.
Yeah,
because when Shannon and Stephen A. sat down for those 2 hours, what you got to hear about was race.
But you see how comfortable if he goes on TV the way he does, Shay, man, he would knock everybody out the box. He is so good when he's doing it on his platform with the Shay joint. He's
Club
perfect
Shay
right there. Yeah, Club Shay. It's like he's in a pocket. He's comfortable. He's talking. He's talking. He's professional. He's comfortable. He's dressed the way he wants to dress. He's gonna always dress.
That's why it's a huge podcast. Yeah. Remember something. Skip Bayless and them white boys told Shannon, "I don't want you to tweet, and I don't want you to be on YouTube.
Right.
It would destroy you." He said that 7 years ago. Shannon said, "I'm a grown ass man. Don't worry about me. I'm good here." And he kept tweeting, and Skip kept warning him, and his Twitter account got bigger and bigger and bigger. He dropped that podcast. He getting 3, 4, 5 million hits, and all of a sudden, magically, guess what happened? Skip started a pod. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
He
he
wanted
did
to
it
start his
himself.
podcast.
Skip learn.
His podcast is a fail too. It's so funny.
Yeah, nobody wants to hear what Skip got to say without nobody else being there, bro.
It made it made
He's
even Stephen A start his show. Now Stephen A's show doing much better, of course, than Skip's, but
yeah,
even Stephen A had to realize that, oh, okay, I can do the radio thing or the late night host thing, but the podcast is where the heat is.
that's where
I
the
got to
energy
get that
is.
going because I can have more leverage
Yeah,
when I bring my audience with me, because Shannon Sharpe audience is insane, bro. Loyal,
yeah, and it's natural.
very unique, bro.
It's a
Very
very
unique.
natural, organic thing, man. Organic chemistry with your audience and your fan base is something that you can't buy that, bro. Can't buy
Yeah,
that.
the mistake is he should be on every day. So I don't know why they
I don't
cut a
think
deal
he
for 2 days, but
I
I
don't think
guess
he wants
okay.
to be on there every day though, bro.
Obviously not.
I don't think so, man.
Yeah, I think Skip burnt them out.
Yeah, I think the everyday thing is just, 2 hours every day, morning, you know what I'm saying? Like,
Yeah, 5 days a week.
yeah, and then he does his podcast. That's a lot, man. That's a lot of working. That's a lot of stuff. Even though you're enjoying what you do, that's still a lot, bro.
But they spent 2 hours talking about the same thing, like with the Deion thing, is that they're just talking about trying to be successful, being a black man, and what that looks like. So they
Right.
spent a couple hours going in and out of those conversations, just about dealing with Skip and ESPN and Fox and just the business in general and how much they love being at HBCUs and the culture, et cetera. So
Yeah, that's right.
the way I put it this way, the way Stephen A is talking, he must know that the writing is on the wall to ESPN.
Yeah, he's not gonna be. Yeah,
Because I'm gonna tell you something, Tucker Carlson did, and when he started just talking loosey goosey on, I was like, oh, you must about to quit.
yeah,
Because he went on some podcast when he was still on Fox, like, oh, you must already know what it is.
yeah. They're gonna buy you out and all this.
Because you talking crazy on this podcast to have a job.
Right.
And so I looked at Shannon, like Shannon right now figured out that I'm gonna use ESPN to get as many interviews as possible, to get on many podcasts as possible, to get my following up as quickly as because see, if he had 3 or 4 million followers already on YouTube, Twitter, Facebook, and all that stuff, it wouldn't matter about ESPN. It wouldn't even mean anything at that point. ESPN couldn't even get rid of him at that point because he just had too much big of a following. So letting him go would be stupid. So he's almost rushing, trying to like get something going, because I think he saw how powerful Shannon is with probably his contract leverage.
Yeah.
Because he's bringing so much with him.
He's becoming
And
more.
people don't know
brand-
how powerful that is.
He's
Very
becoming
powerful.
more brand. He's becoming more brand centric. I think when
People missed it. A
they
lot of people missed it too, by the way. They didn't see it. While he was doing it, they missed that whole thing.
when they added that white boy on, I think he looked at that as a slap in his face, and he made all that money. I remember he said something. Is it Pat McAfee? When they added Pat McAfee on, and he came on, and he's just like, "Welcome to ESPN," but he's just like, "Man, I've been doing it wrong."
Yeah.
He was kind of thinking out loud. He kind of got it under control, but he was really thinking out loud, like, "Man, I've been doing it all wrong. Like, I've been thinking is one thing, but really it's another." You know what I mean? Like the brand,
well, the transition is happening. You got to, but like you said, you have to be aware of the transition.
Yeah, true.
When America decided to get very political, and these white people are telling you, we're gonna stop watching this show. We're gonna stop shopping at your restaurants. Well, when black folks say that, we can maybe isolate it to a small thing because we don't have the numbers. But when you're talking about 100 million people, half this country that are white, 100 million adults, I guess, or whatever the numbers are, when they stop looking at something, the ratings are going to really go down.
Yeah, the support.
You're really messing up the money. When you look at the number of millionaires and billionaires who are white, the number of 100,000aires who are white, the number of influence and control that white people have over their society, you're talking about the big boy. That's the behemoth over there.
Because guess what? When you go into a Bethesda bar, you go into a Silver Spring bar, sports bar,
95% of bars.
All these white boys and stuff like that to be in there rooting for their teams. Guess who you're going to see? You're going to see a Pat McAfee kind of guy. That's what you're going to see.
Yeah, and half the stadium is Republican and the half is Democrat, and all the football stadiums and basketball stadiums in America.
Absolutely.
50-50.
No doubt about it.
And so you're pissing off one side to satisfy whatever you're trying to satisfy on the other side. You're going to get so like you said, then every corporation will make the adjustments.
Yeah, you have to.
So we're going to get rid of DEI. We're going to get rid of ESG. We tried it. We got a few of y'all in here. We're going to shut it down. We're going to get rid of this. Affirmative action. Get you up out of here. We're going to get these justices in here. We're going to make this adjustment. We're going to make this adjustment. And then before you know it, you will see the new structure. It will find its balance. and some of us will be mad about it, and some of us won't be, and it'll
Man,
satisfy some and not others, and it'll start to smooth itself out a little bit.
I just the only reason why the Pat McAfee thing is
And
it
that's the
does
start for ESPN, but that's a big
it
deal, by the
does
way.
it
It's a
does
huge
speak to the
signal.
powerlessness of a lot of us. You know, like I already knew it.
But what do you expect to shit on 150 million other people in America? That's
That
insanity. That
that
controls like $30
that
trillion
blatant.
of the economy.
Hold on, that blatant though, bro. Think about
Does
it,
it
man.
matter?
And we got a black man on the same network telling you got to dress like this, got to be like this.
I love it.
And this motherfucker comes
I
on
love
with
it.
the t-shirt and
I
sweatpants,
love it.
and his homies talking shit, swallowing,
I love it, bro. They
no
chewing tobacco
decorum,
and everything on that
no
joint, bro. It's crazy.
professional, bending over the chair,
Unprofessional.
walking around. I mean, it's
I
not
love
none
it.
of the rules that you're
Mm,
talking about apply, dude. Like, what about
mm,
that guy? You know what I'm saying?
mm. It's blatant too.
That's what I mean, bro.
But you know why though? It needs to
It's
be
just
blatant.
like
You know
it's in
why?
your face and
It
you're on the
needs to be
same
blatant
network,
to
bro.
send
Come
a
on,
message though. But
come
you
on.
want to send a message to the audience saying, "Hey
It
guys, we
doesn't
want you
have
to
to
watch.
be.
We want you. We want you to watch. We want you to watch ESPN. We're gonna do what we got to do to get you guys over here to watch." And it
You're right.
also makes Stephen and them look a little crazy. And I think
I
that also
I
helps. I think it helps.
I know that you're right. It doesn't make me feel better though. I know that you're right. I know what you're saying is true and accurate, man.
But
God,
what do you want us to be? A communist country where everything is exactly how you
no,
want it?
nobody
I
talking
mean,
about
come on,
communist
man.
country, man. Just if
Man,
that's
that's
what
that
it is, then
socialist
let it
stuff,
be.
man.
Don't do that. Don't do that. Don't put socialism got nothing to do with this. Hell no. This is just
Dictatorship, man.
I feel a certain way. That's
I
it.
don't
You
like
make
the
me feel a certain
game,
way.
so let's just
That's
become
all it is.
communists.
Oh
Okay,
no, socialists don't got socialism
sure.
got nothing to do with
It ain't fair. So
Don't
let's
do that.
become. I want a dictator. Now give me a king,
Maybe
cause
that's
it
what it
ain't
is.
fair.
Maybe that's what it is, man. Shit.
I think it's a great. I told you, I just think it's amazing.
I'm saying I sat
It
there
is the
and listened.
funniest thing.
I
To
sat
see
there
a
and
man in
listened
a
to
tank
another.
top is crazy.
This should be
Just
dirty
think about
sometimes
that.
too. They don't give it no. This is a loose fitting, all that type of shit. It's all crazy looking, bro. That motherfucker don't give a damn, man.
Just think about the
Don't
context
give a
of
shit,
race
bro.
on the biggest corporate brand in
Yeah,
one of the
in
largest
sports.
entertainment industries in America.
In sports, man. It is.
Not a
It is sports,
t-shirt,
bro.
not
Right.
not a polo shirt,
Yep. Nah.
a
Nah.
tank top
Not business
at
casual.
noon
None of
on
that.
international television.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Not shaved, not clean
Yeah.
cut, not
Oh
crisp,
man.
nothing.
And you look at the production in the
Woo!
background, they look crazy.
Terrible production.
They look
Terrible
crazy.
production. Even he said they gonna put this on TV. I
See,
guess it's what it means to be
I
white.
don't understand. Why do you like them to see them show out, man? Why you
Oh,
like
I love
to
it.
see
I
that?
love it. I love it.
Yes, that's crazy, bro.
Well,
No.
it proves a point, and I like to watch people digest it. I
Yeah.
want people because I want to see people digest. Because remember something, there is no racism, there is no white supremacy. White people don't do nothing. They don't run nothing, and we got control. And I can vote Democrat and whatever, all this other nonsense you being set up for. And they playing games with your mind.
Mm.
But they showing you who got the power at the end of the day, and they're trying to project that power out to all those poor, trashy white boys that's out here living in trailer parks struggling.
It just destroys everything that Stephen A. have said to college kids around.
Literally destroys it. Literally.
And then sitting up there, I have
In
seen
his
him.
face.
I have seen him sit up there and admonish other black men about their dress code and how they look when you
Yeah,
come
I
to work.
dealt with it in corporate. I mean, I know it personally. I mean, I know
That's what I'm saying.
That's why I think that's why I love it.
We've been.
I told people
Oh
that
man.
20 years ago that you are in a monkey suit. You do not understand what world you live in.
I try not to even use. You use that language. I didn't. I didn't say that, bro. And you don't
No,
even
no,
have to
no,
bring
no,
up
no,
the
no.
past.
I'm not saying that. Forget
I'm
race.
saying,
No,
I
forget the
remember the
black race.
conversation. No, I remember
Right.
the conversation.
Oh,
I remember
okay.
when you said it. No,
Right.
I'm saying I was
I'm
there.
like, yo,
Remember?
do y'all know what this is?
I was right there. I remember another
Right.
black person, higher up. You're trying to tell us about whatever, and
Come on,
it's
man.
just like, man,
This is a game we playing here. This is a
I
game.
get it, bro, but man,
And the thing is that
Nick over there don't give a damn about none of that
Right.
shit.
Of course not. It's ridiculous.
Bro. None of it. So why are you trying to put
And I'm
this
gonna tell
undue
you,
pressure on
and
me,
when the
bro?
white and when
Come
the
on, man.
white boys in the tech world showed up, they brought the same level
What
of
it
pain.
was. It's like that Mark Cuban thing, man.
Right. And now the
This is
gamers are
Mark
showing
Cuban.
up
This
and
is
they
Mark
doing the
Cuban on
same thing.
steroids. Yeah, it's the same shit. Not a real job.
But the
They're
thing is
slacking.
that
These are the lazy guys. These are the ones sitting up. They're the
yes,
Madden Kings, but they getting millions and
yes,
millions of dollars. They're the Madden
yes,
Kings. But
yes.
you can't make this up, bro.
No, because they will dictate the culture from that position. For you then to plug into their culture and then they will decide what you're going to wear and not wear. It would never be the reverse within those type of structures.
So
And
when
I
your
think,
mind,
like you said, that's where it's painful because the thing is that
right?
because I had told people in the past, you need to upgrade because things are changing on the whole scene is changing. So be prepared to see some things that you're not going to be seeing, and some of the things that you're saying right now is going to be obsolete. So be ready for it. And I had always got pushback. I love this because this is one thing I can just show other folks like this is what I'm talking about. Is that when even though people at the very top might still operate in a certain way, they want to
Right.
create a perception of something different. So maybe we wear a t-shirt here, maybe we wear this here, maybe you wear this here or whatever. Because remember something, Pat puts a suit on when he does college game day sometime.
I know.
But he does it as a joke,
I know.
which makes it funny, which makes it even
I
more
know.
funny to me.
I could come here with that all, but I'd rather come. That's my job. I'll show up my job that way. I'm coming here and having fun. I'm gonna show up because I
But
know
like you
you
said,
guys.
he's not
Hold
taking
on, hold on.
himself too
The thing is,
seriously.
I know I don't want to make you guys feel uncomfortable because I know y'all gonna be in these monkey suits. So I'm gonna have to come in here with the monkey suit with you guys.
Right. Which is
Let's
why
be
he
good
brought it
there.
up on Stephen A's show. That's why he brought it up. Because he know remember something, Stephen A is doubling down on it. Like
I
I'm
know,
overly serious about it.
but that's why I'm saying why lie about it then, Stephen? Just be honest
Brand
about what the
yourself.
game you're playing because now people see it in your face and they're like,
Oh, it's
you're
crazy.
just
They did that on purpose, by the way.
you
You know
are
that, right?
a joke,
They
man.
savage though, but they savage though, bro.
But that's
Those
what I'm saying,
producers
though.
said we're gonna
That's
put
what I
this
mean.
man on here and juxtapose.
Not
We
just
may be
that
reading too much into it, but
paying him more. No, he's getting paid more if I'm not mistaken, right?
for sure.
Than
Oh, for
Stephen
sure.
A,
Oh,
right?
for sure.
So
For sure.
they're
He's
paying
athlete.
you more,
Yeah, for
paying this
sure.
man more than you, which is because he was ESPN to a degree. He was
He is.
the top brand as far as
Yes, he's the flagship guy. He's the
the
main guy.
pundit, the guy, the main guy
Yes.
that was carrying the network.
Yes.
Then you bring in this white, and then you bring the guy that you want to
His
replace me
replacement.
with. Yeah,
Bring his
you want to
replacement.
replace me with, and he's totally
Yeah.
anti me. Everything, no suit,
Yes.
language all off, no professionalism. The guys in my production assistants are fat, fat guys that look like they've been on mama's couch the whole time. Like they literally look like they're like computer hackers and
Felling all the way up the ladder, baby.
in your latest in your 20 years ago, the what we talked about, what was the movie we talked about with Will Smith back in the day, right?
Enemy of the State? No, we're talking about
Enemy of the State. Yeah, those guys, those hackers from back in those days, right? They just sitting on the
that's who
couch
they
in
are.
grandma's basement and shit.
Yeah, now they're millionaires.
Hey,
Yeah,
man.
billionaires too.
There's a friend of mine. He's the smartest guy I know, and I gave him a job. He is now he makes millions of dollars with me.
Now you could make. But now let's say this. But then you could make this argument. If black folks as a culture just kept it within the black culture and not worry about outside forces, stop judging each other, and do what we want to do within our own space with our own economics, then we wouldn't have to worry about things like that. So some of that stuff we're bringing on ourselves because we choose to plug in to their systems. So once you do that, you're going to deal with the scrutiny from all different places because some people are going to be your allies and some people are going to be your enemies. And then it takes you to have to convince everybody to get onto your bandwagon.
But didn't we
We can choose to be within our own and do our own and not have to worry about that.
But didn't we do that by creating podcasts? The thing is that we create our podcast, we create our individualistic kind of network of making their own money and being your own brand. But what ends up happening is these corporate sponsors, that check get heavy, and people start to say, well, yeah, you can keep your podcast, right? Keep your affiliates, keep doing what you're doing, but you can come show up with us, and they'll give you the outs. They'll make it so comfortable for you that you can't even say no. How do you say no to an extra $2 to $3 million a year for just showing up for 2 days, 3 days out of the week, or just a couple of hours? Or we'll call on you to just do a spotting program. It's not anything that's held in. We won't hold you down to a segment. To the people that are slaves to the network are like the Stephen A's, where they got to be there every day. The motherfucker got to wake up like he got to go to NBA Countdown, like he is on the hook.
He got a job.
You know what I'm saying? That's what I'm saying. He is locked in. But when they get you independently, but you're still connected to them. So Ryan Clark is having a good time. That's the perfect example. Ryan Clark is he's still independent in his his podcast.
He got leverage.
But he's still connected to ESPN too, though.
But he's using ESPN to big up his podcast. It's smart.
But what I'm saying is, I don't know how independent we could be outside of the system when we're dealing with the numbers of trying to get networking, trying to get
but I wouldn't oversell it. What I'm saying is that if you choose to be within your own group and do your own thing, you could. I don't care whose platform you're on. It could be a white person, because at the end of the day, it doesn't matter if you're on a black platform or a white platform. It's still backed up by a white company like Amazon or Google or whoever else run all the servers. Unless you go that far.
Paradox. It's just that's
no. What I'm saying is that we can play within a framework of, say, YouTube, which is ran by white people. We can still play within that framework. We just can be to ourselves, is what I'm trying to say. And we'll make what we make. We'll live within our own space. We'll keep it in. We're doing it to some degree anyway, actually. But we could do that. We're doing it now, actually, to some degree. Not everybody's doing it, but there are groups of people who are kind of in their own ecosystem. And, YouTube is paying what they're paying. And the sponsors are what their sponsors are. And they're just living within that framework.
But
the moment you want,
But corporate will always be a thing, right? We're talking about Ameritocracy, right? We're talking about balance to a degree, balancing the playing field to a degree, to where you can kind of leverage power because of your content.
I think you're only going to get so much power. So you just got to be ready for that.
Well, that's not being said. You try to fight for as that. That's not what you said. You came off like we should just be able to deal with it.
I'm not giving you no pie in the sky conversation. You fight for what you get,
man. You just said
Deion Sanders is a perfect example of that.
Nah, man, audience. No, you flipping it because you just made
a statement. You're just anti-money, anti-business. So you're looking for an out. I'm pro-business. I believe in making money.
Don't use my left balanced sentiments against me. I'm using your language. You're saying that black people.
We already are working together. We work together all the time.
I agree. Oh, I'm not denying that, but I'm just saying when those corporate sponsors get there, don't deny that either, though. Don't deny that part.
When they get there, what are you trying to get to? I may have overtalked you. I apologize. When you say corporate sponsors get there, what do you mean by that?
Like when ESPN comes to say get 2 days, 3 days, they're going to still be. But I'm saying if you're going to keep it within the group, you're making it sound like it's all independently black owned, black everything.
No, I don't believe in that. It's false. So
that's what I'm. So we're on the same page. Okay.
Oh yeah, I just assume the white undergirds all of this.
That's not what you sounded like, though. I'm letting you know that's not. You made it seem remain in black everything.
No.
Is that what it sounded like? Like black everything. We keep things within ourselves, and we
no. What I'm saying is that we have to be realistic,
and we're not depending on white people for anything.
No, we got to be realistic. Is that we all depend on one another in this country at the end of the day. But the people who set up everything when it comes to all of your back end support is going to be mostly all white people for the most part, if not all. That's the reality that we're living in. That's the framework that we're living in. Now, we could obviously build something else privately and very secretively. Well, not secretively, but privately. That can be done too. I don't know if it's necessary or if it's even efficient. We have a system in place that we can exploit. Let's just exploit this system. If they decide to do something really crazy, you can make that adjustment at that point. But being on the platform that out here now is fine. Even if you want to go to fan base, which is a black-owned platform, and maybe a few others I don't know about there, but you can try out these platforms and you build your. I mean, like I said, we're already doing all these things.
Yeah, we're
already working together. We're already making money together. We're already getting
black people
on these
going to say
platforms.
that's selling out to the system, right? That black people are going to be like, you're still selling out.
You talking about failed black people? Who are you talking about when you say black people? Which ones you talking about?
There's going to be a significant number.
Because failed people always say stuff negative. That's the name of the game here.
I'm not trying to have that. See, that's what I'm saying. I'm not trying to.
You're not trying to have what? A business conversation?
I'm not saying.
If it ain't about the money, then what you talking about?
It could be failed. It could be not failed. That's just opinion. To me, that's just rhetoric at the end of the day. If somebody disagrees,
of course it's rhetoric.
If somebody disagrees with your method of ascension to wherever heights you're going to get, and they're going to collectively use race as the anchor to pull you towards them. They're going to say, well, why are you selling out to so-called white? ESPN
selling out. But get me to the sellout point. But get me there. How do I get to be the sellout? I speak English. What are you talking about? I'm 30% European.
I know the argument. I mastered.
What are you talking about? I'm in the South.
Oh, come on, man.
I got the American flag on my wall. Okay, what are we talking about?
All right, man.
Now I might have a Kalishnikov with me, so that's
man. I got to jump off in like a hard 30, man. If you want to drop the link, or if you want to kind of close out, we can close out. I'm not gonna argue with you about that, man.
Are we arguing? I thought we were just having a gentleman's conversation.
I'm not gonna have a gentleman conversation with you on that one. Then it's not an argument. You're right.
Yeah, I'm not taking it any. I'm just kind of. I'm not even really. I'm just kind of talking. I didn't really think it was anything more than.
It's not. No. What I'm saying is, I think that what gets lost with me personally, what gets lost for me though, is that.
Is my mic still messed up?
It goes in.
Somebody said it was.
Yeah, it goes in and out. It was kind of like, staticky a little bit earlier.
Is it still going in and out now?
It's there now. High pitch. Turn down the
janky headphones.
What's that? What is that called? The game.
I gotta go spend some money and get a good set of headphones.
Turn down the game on your mic. But I guess what triggers me is that when we get into these arguments about what certain black people should be doing, what other black people shouldn't be doing, it's all.
Ain't nobody. No, you're not doing that. Ain't nobody said that. Nope, you're not doing that. Nope, we're not doing that. We are already being successful online. We're already making millions of dollars online. So we're not doing that.
I just want to finish my sentence.
Yeah, but you're about to paint this.
I'm not about to paint anything.
Come on, and I'm like, this dude here.
The game is still hot.
You enjoy all this good capitalism and hate it at the same time. Good God, man. Go move to the Sahara Desert.
The pictures.
Live in the for a while and see what it really feels like.
Ain't nobody talk about you and your racist conservative friends and stuff like. I never seen anybody.
Well, you ain't got no right when you don't have no infrastructure. Then come talk to me.
When you talk about your man, these goddamn hypocrites. You're mad at your own folks for being who they are. For being who they are, white nationalists to the core.
Oh, okay. We doing that now.
Well, you just basically said, I need to move, I need to do this. You just shitted on all my so-called left.
White nationalists on the left and the right, but we'll leave that alone.
I believe in balance.
Good point.
I believe in balance. Okay.
Oh yeah, I know. I'm just teasing.
I know. I'm fucking with you, back. Smitty, what's going on, man?
I know you love America, so don't worry about that, baby.
I'm proud to be America.
I have no other way of representation. Even when I hate it, I love it.
Yeah.
Hey, everybody talking big game.
Once you leave this country and you see how they treat you, like, no, you are American. Like you realize, yep, I'm proud to be American at that point. Shit, and no choice but to be.
You don't have a choice. That's what makes it funny.
You have no choice but to be. They don't look at you as anything else but American.
Which side of the argument do you fall where the discussion that you fall when it comes down to, I guess what we're talking about, the way sports is represented, the way people are represented in sports, and how
the greatness of Deion Sanders and capitalism. As a black man,
football, like you said, football is the perfect representation of it, because I would say in every other sport besides hockey, black people pretty much dominate. I'm talking about America, the ones that we really care about, and I count those Spanish speaking black people as black people. So
Paradox don't count them. So you got to be careful. You got to get qualifiers with him. He got an application for blackness over there.
All right. Well, I'll say this.
No, you could keep that. No, you right. He wrong. You right. I believe that.
No, I will say this. I will say the style that they're playing was taught to them by the Negro Leagues after the Negro Leagues were taken apart. All the high scoring and fun shit came from Black Americans. So they shit is our shit. Basically.
Black people was one of the first hockey teams in
yeah, Canada, of course,
right?
Yeah, yeah. Well,
This is what we do, baby.
we put the
That's what we
first
do.
league together. We put the first league together in the style, the butterfly style, and the slap shot.
Yes.
It was engineered by us
In Nova Scotia. Is
in
that
Nova Scotia. Yep, it was a Christian. Yeah, it was a Christian league. Drake actually made a documentary about it. It was a Christian hockey league. So we advanced to the game to the modern stage that you see now. So there's no sport that we can't dump. Hockey, they just don't want us to be in that shit because that's why they make it so. Go ahead.
Well, that just makes it even more prevalent because I don't want to veer off a little bit, but I watched the documentary about even rock and roll. I never really realized the correlation between Little Richard and Prince and Motley Crue, all the heavy metal acts, all of these guys dressing up.
Elvis Presley.
He's the
George Clinton.
He is that. They are him.
That's
Like
right.
I didn't see it until I watched the documentary and they showed all these artists that clearly are basically derivatives of what Little Richard was at that particular time. We're talking about in the 50s, right? Dressing up the hair, the perms, and all that. Even Morris Day,
also
all of that, Prince, all that shit, man.
Yeah, of course. I mean, also the dude that made the song "I Cast a Spell on You" and everything. That was emo, and like goth rock came from black people.
Oh no,
so,
it all comes from us.
It all comes. Basically, all your modern music comes from Black American people.
It's no classical. It's nothing. It's clear that they can't even hide it anymore. When he called them out, I didn't even know he called them out. I didn't even know he knew David Bowie. Like they slept on my couch. Like I didn't even had no idea.
Yeah,
he basically tutored the Beatles. Did y'all know that?
Yeah,
I did not know that. I knew.
No, Little Richard ain't no joke.
No, I knew that I knew that they had connections to Jimi Hendrix and some of them, and even Chuck Berry to a degree that they revered them. I had no idea that they basically were when he was in England for that time that he figured out who they were and they were talking about his music and they did Tutti Frutti, they did covers of his music clubs there, and that's how they got popular. I mean, this is history that doesn't get talked about. Like I said, I think I know music to a degree. I didn't know.
You'll hear it more.
The Little Richard was that influential with rock and roll and the beginnings and how popularized it became.
Oh, Little Richard, the king, him, Bo Diddley, and Chuck Berry are the kings of rock and roll. They are the true kings of rock and roll.
Well, I think it's even before them because it goes back to the gospel because they showed a gospel lady that was basically had a guitar in the 20s and the 30s.
Big Mama Thornton, I think her name.
It even goes in before them. But I'm saying the popularized, even the modern era, the second modernized era of rock and roll is clearly Chuck Berry, Little Richard,
Bo Diddley,
and who's
Muddy Waters, Howling Wolf.
No, not them. It's another person that I'm thinking about that I can't remember. He'll come up pretty soon. But go ahead.
Robert Johnson.
No, not him. But yeah, he's part of that.
What era are you talking about? The 40s? What time frame?
No, the 50s, which is when it became.
Oh, the 50s. I'm sorry. Okay,
became rock and roll. Yeah.
I know you're talking about. I can't think of. Yeah,
it's another person that I'm thinking about. I just can't think of his name right now. My bad though.
I mean, I ain't gonna lie. If you listen to people, like a lot of white people said, the true first metal band that Black Sabbath stole it from was from Funkadelic. They said they were doing metal before anybody, and it's like nobody want to give them credit, but a lot of people said no. If you listen to them, because if you listen to Black Sabbath, you hear a lot of funk, and they're mostly funk with rock, and that's how you get the heavy metal sound from them for real. But back to the sports thing, I was going to say it's funny y'all should say this with Pat McAfee. He's from my area. He's from actually a racist area, Plum, Pennsylvania. That actually just had that. Yeah,
I'm not surprised. Go ahead.
Yeah, he's from that area. Shoot, and like the thing is, like you see those people. That's like all of Western Pennsylvania. So you understand that like it's just his boys. They like they bear. They're Steelers fans, sadly. But it's like in the end, I didn't realize this until a couple days ago. But this area is the widest metro, so he fits all of like middle of America, like to a T. So once I see that, and I don't even hate Pat McAfee. I find him funny sometimes. I don't watch him 24/7 because I probably couldn't stand him. But for what he is, I understand it, so I don't get mad at it because I grew up around people like that.
I get triggered when I see him. I ain't gonna even lie, dude. And I know I can't do nothing about it. I'm powerless. I know. You don't have to repeat it, Paradox. I know. I understand. I get the power grid. Trust me, I understand the power grid. better than most.
But see, black people from
take away my anger when I see him on TV.
All right, but black people from black cities, you know how the mind is. So how y'all been programmed?
Hey, it's funny because y'all called out Mark Cuban like that too, and he's from my area as well. I'm gonna keep on dying. Like, yeah, like you see a lot of that stuff. It's like there's a lot of them that are in sports that kind of like came from. Well, I'm gonna give Pat McAfee the credit because he walked on to West Virginia. I seen him play, so he was talented. But
those guys like Pat McAfee, I know a lot of those guys have retired because as the country was pulling left, all those white local radio shows, is thousands of them. Sort of I think a lot of them sort of got checked for a moment in time. Because they were a little bit too anti-athlete to keep it simple, I guess.
I'm trying.
And it seemed like if you said anything wrong, go ahead.
No, I was just gonna ask when the country pulled left. I'm confused on that.
The Obama years, you could say it was more of a left right.
I would let me not do politics. I want to do that. I don't want to trigger nobody. Let me say.
No,
let me clean it up. Let me clean it up.
When I say that,
a lot of local white radio people, 80s, 90s, 2000s, was making a lot of comments that was crazy about black people.
Racist.
A lot of them got fired. No, I'm not gonna do. No, you don't want to do politics and stuff, so I won't do it. No. They laugh. No, let's not do it.
When did that stop though? Like, I mean, Bob Grant was in the 90s.
No. What I'm saying is that just more and more, but it was more and more pressure on them. That's all I'm trying to say.
Yeah, to be politically
more and more pressure to tighten it up. Watch what you say. Clean it up. You can't go too crazy. Nappy headed hoes ain't gonna work.
Yep.
You gotta clean it up. I'm gonna hit some big names, and it's going to shake.
You gotta admit they were having too much fun and making too much money.
Now I listen to white radio, so I know for 30 years. I know what they were saying when they got the pressure.
Go ahead, Marissa.
I was just saying, as they got pressure, I won't do politics. When America was putting pressure on them, you could tell because they would talk about it all the time. I can't say this now, and they acting like this, and my producer saying I can't do this now. I was hearing that all over the place. If you got XM radio, if you just to those local stations around the country, them white boys was hot.
So what? They're getting checked by other white people. Fuck them. They're getting checked. It ain't like
but y'all didn't want me to use the left-right thing. I was just trying to.
Come on, man. They getting checked by other white folks.
Shoot, I don't know. I'm just joking. I mean, if there were I mean, it may have been.
I was just saying pressure. It was just pressure to sort of be like,
I don't
look.
think they got pressured. I think it was just like, hey, some people on the white left tried to be a little bit more politically correct. They may have said something, but it didn't stop them. I mean, Don Imus is still he got took off the air, but isn't he back on now? Like
he's dead. Oh, he alive? I thought he was dead.
No, he's gone. He's dead now, but he was making money till he died. You know.
No. Exactly. Listen to me. As things got more, it has happened to the whole country. I don't even know why we pretending that it's not true.
No, you're right.
They found other ways to reform themselves,
and they changed the language, and they've been able to still have
the internet.
Pat McAfee is part of that resurgence of
that. Pat McAfee, the Daily Wire, all this stuff has reformed itself into other Tucker Carlson.
They wasn't ready for Rush Limbaugh on ESPN yet, but now he could be Rush Limbaugh. Exactly. He could be on there now and say some of the stuff he could say now.
So why are y'all telling me that it wasn't pressure? It's like you wasn't living in America almost.
No, I'm just saying that
it doesn't mean it swung to the left though, bro.
That's what I mean. Like I'm like, there may have been some pressure, but if anything, it went even further to the right.
Because you can't use blatant nappy-headed hoes.
Mm-hmm. I was like single digits when I heard that.
I mean, or the little monkey that was running, the little monkey running. Remember the football game? The running around. Yeah, all that. He got fired for that. Them white boys was angry about him getting fired. They were angry. They have a system in place.
They were furious. They wanted to have their fun. You know that it's fun.
Well, they have a system in place that they thought was protected. So they was shocked that wow, y'all got one of our biggest guys. If you're watching any of that stuff, you're hearing these conversations happen real time, and then you can watch them transition. I gotta quit this job. I'm gonna retire now. And then they went to other radio stations. They went to XM radio. They went other places and reformed themselves.
I don't think
even people on the left have shifted to the right because of how white men have been mistreated, which is like Joe Rogan, Adam Carolla. It's a whole list of these dudes
I'm
is doing
glad-
this.
Bill
stuff.
Maher.
Bill
Maher.
These
Bill
are
Maher
the
is another one.
but these are the podcasts. Podcasts let you do that now because
No,
you can be more.
These are big TV show guys too, and big radio guys.
Yeah, but now they have their own independent. Like, well, I can just take my podcast anywhere because Joe Rogan challenged on Spotify. I remember the same time with Joe Button and Joe Rogan, they were both trying to say, "Oh, they are overseas." Spotify.
He would have been canceled. That was an American company.
Okay,
Been out of here.
I didn't know that.
Well, I mean, here's the thing too. Like when you say to like, I think you saw more sponsors and more like business people may say, "Hey, like, okay, we can't put our brand behind this," but that was just more of, "Hey, we're looking."
That's why you're a smart man. That was it right there.
But we're looking at the demographics of it. But I don't think the policy shifted left at all. If anything, the policy shifted right.
Yeah, fair enough. Fair enough.
Yeah,
do you think the tipping?
That's what they're complaining about. Like, I say this now, and there's a threat of us losing sponsorship money.
Yes.
Do you think the tipping point of that was with the whole bathroom thing in the Carolinas?
Nah, man, it's before that, man. Before that, no.
Was it like when the All-Star? I mean, I think an early element of it was the All-Star game of Martin Luther King's birthday. Didn't they pull out of Arizona?
Yeah. That was the first one.
But we're talking about the resurgence of the ideology to make room for like a Pat McAfee to kind of be back into the. You can be,
right, but remember, if it gets too
correct, then you can be,
But it's also tied to like when I remember when the league was getting too black, right, with the AI stuff.
That's what I'm saying.
Oh yeah, too many black people, and then white folks got uncomfortable.
It started around 2003,
and you can't criticize it. What's the key, by the way?
For 2 years, he made everybody come to the press conferences in suits.
With suits.
That happened after the Malice in the Palace. That's what.
That's when you could enforce it. Yeah.
Like, hey, okay, we got y'all got to show up in suits.
Even though some white fans started that shit.
It gave them the excuse to put the pressure on. That's all they needed was the reason.
Yeah, because there were people showing up at games calling the opposing teams black players niggas. Niggas running around like you are. Yes. Like they were blatantly. Now they get thrown out the game, but they were doing it like. They
weren't being obedient.
Yeah, it was bad.
The goal is the athlete's supposed to be obedient, and white men should be able to have TV shows and radio shows saying whatever they want to say.
Exactly.
And you just take it because I'm paying you millions of dollars. That is over.
Right. Yeah,
that's the way
they did not like it.
You see that still in European soccer. Like if you
follow. Yeah.
You see that level of racism of hey, like once again, I should be able to come in the stands, be drunk, and like call you a monkey and this and
throwing bananas on the field and shit.
Even if you're on my own team, even if you're on my team,
and that's cold blooded too.
Yeah,
man. You have to throw that on the field. Like France, the team. I think the black dude from France is playing. He gets
France.
He gets it from
Spain.
his own people. I'm like, damn, that's cold.
And he won a World Cup, and they can't even do nothing because those black players won the World Cup for him. At least get them to the finals. That's the crazy thing. All of France's team is from Africa. They're colonies. They can't even get to the World Cup without them.
Yeah. No, I was gonna say the same thing too. You saw some of that when Michael Vick was in Atlanta as well too. He was showing up in press conferences with the do-rags and stuff like that on.
Oh man,
they hate that boy. They hate
it. Oh man,
NFL is actually pretty looser though. NFL they never was that strict with they.
Nah, it was NBA. NBA was way looser, dude. Back before.
No,
it's always been loose for the NBA. Even under
what they put the restraints on, it was the NBA. The NFL.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. After the restraints, I remember that NFL, like a lot of times, they let the players wear what they want now.
Yeah, they kind of they're kind of making it a way more. Yeah, you can even see it in the draft where he kind of like lets them wear their chains and he gives them brother hug and shit. Roger Goodell.
Player friendly, man. Player friendly.
But Deion Sanders is the influence on that. Who remember it was when there was NFL Network, who was the first player to speak to those players after they got drafted? Deion Sanders. It's prime. Oh yeah.
Deion,
that's what I'm saying.
Urban playmaker. Yeah.
Yeah.
Do y'all think it rubs black people the wrong way, Deion?
Wait,
are we wrong on that when we say that statement?
Wait,
he
rubs black people the wrong way?
Yeah.
Not really. Unless you're a super conservative person. Like Spike Lee is a liberal. Spike Lee and Deion do not like each other.
All right.
So it's certain I don't believe Deion was Deion Boulay or anything growing up. He got his out the mud, right?
No, he was poor growing up.
Okay, yeah, that's what I thought. 'Cause I thought so. So like, Deion's
Yeah,
a
Southern
different
boy,
kind.
Texas boy,
No, he's from
He's from
Florida.
Florida. He's from
He's
Florida.
from Florida.
Florida boy. Yeah,
Yeah,
Florida.
Florida. That's why I thought like he played in the Mud Bowl and all that. But looking up, I'm like, yeah, it's just depending what kind of black person. If you super like upper class and you supposed to not and you have secret money or like you have a status where only certain people know who you are. Yeah, I think you wouldn't like that. Or if you're a super conservative black person. But other than that, Deion's like your regular black dude from the streets.
That's what I mean. He's a Pookie, right? So black people hate him, or black men hate him, right?
He
Not
I wouldn't say Pookie.
Because he represents
yeah.
Pookie and Ray Ray, right?
he's
he
an
does?
athlete. He's
Man,
an
y'all
athlete.
stop playing. Stop playing.
Very
With me, Ray.
arrogant
Come on,
athlete.
you stop it, bro.
Yeah.
yeah,
No,
I agree with that.
Really?
Pookie and Ray
Really?
Ray's different. Yeah, Pookie and Ray Ray's different. They are hustlers. They are on the street. Athletes are arrogant, and all they do is work out and perfect their craft. That's all that matters to them.
Yeah.
We
No.
doing
Now,
this, DC. We doing this, DC.
No.
Are we doing this right?
No.
Man, y'all, man, I'm gonna leave it. You know what? I'm done. I'm good.
No.
I'm gonna stop talking. I'm out. Y'all playing with me. Y'all playing.
You gonna
No.
rage quit, man?
Man,
Come
y'all
on,
got
man.
this
No.
YouTube in the brain,
Wait,
bro.
paradox. If he was Pookie and Ray Ray, would he really be able to have a 14-year NFL career, be coaching at a major like D1 school? Like
fact.
Pookie and Ray Ray don't do that.
Then leverage it after his career to be a
y'all
household
killing me
name.
right now. Come on, man.
Pookie and Ray Ray
Come
get
on,
kicked out of the league after 2 or 3 years if they make it that
Yeah.
far.
Pookie and Ray
Okay, so
Ray.
he's reformed then. I got you.
Yeah. He's all about Americana. You know that. White people love
Yeah.
Deion and hate him at the
Yeah.
same time.
He's a capitalist.
He's not anti-establishment, say like a Michael Vick, right? Michael Vick is anti-establishment. Allen Iverson is the Pookie. They're the Pookie. They're the Pookie
Exactly.
athletes. They're the Pookie.
Oh,
Ron Artest.
athletes
Yeah.
can be that.
Yeah, Iverson is a
But
Pookie.
it's tied to failure though.
No.
If you're successful, you wash off the Pookie.
No, it doesn't have to be tied to favor. It's an
Man,
attitude.
stop playing with me,
No,
bro.
no,
Stop
no,
it, bro.
no.
Nah, we ain't doing
No,
that. Nope.
Deion and LeBron James are probably cut out of the same kind of cloth. You know?
Yeah.
Not Pookie or Ray
Yeah,
Rays.
2 Pookies and 2 Ray Rays.
No, they're not
Nah,
Pookie or Ray Rays. No, they got co-opted when they were young, so they're not street dudes.
Well, Pookie and Ray Ray are not coaching. That's the thing too. Like even if they stay in the league like an AI, like AI is not going to be a coach.
Pookie gonna say we talking about practice, man.
Practice.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It is DC tone. We're talking about practice, man.
Practice.
Not a game. Not a game, bro. Practice, bro.
No.
What's his name? Paradox. Pac-Man Jones. I don't know.
Pac-Man, yeah. Pac-Man Jones. That's a Pookie.
I love Pac-Man.
You got Pookies. Yeah.
And then you got the borderline.
You know, Pac-Man is on the Pat McAfee show too.
Yeah, Pac-Man, yeah. Because they played together at West Virginia.
Yeah, they love Pac-Man. He's a good dude. Deion loves Pac-Man. That's his son to him, really. He loves that man.
him. Absolutely.
He almost started crying talking about him, bro. It's crazy.
I think Pac-Man he's the only reason why he was on the Cowboys team was Deion.
Yeah, for
Only
sure.
reason
Yeah.
why.
Yeah, people love Pac-Man. It's a good dude.
They got talent, man. You know, get talent go to waste. Yeah.
Pac-Man Jones.
Yeah,
Always thank him for that playoff win.
But I'm loving it. That's how I'm gonna clip that little piece. Do you believe now? Okay, you know. I will clip that one.
With Deion?
Deion. Oh yeah, man. You know what, man? The thing is that's a strike against the gynocracy, man, because you know that shit with the HBCUs and expecting people to come down and contribute for free and all that kind of shit. That's black female do shit, you know. You should do it for the culture and all that kind of stuff, and spend your money and cut the lawn and all that kind of crap, man. You know, instead of valuing for what he was, man. The golden that's just the black culture, black gynocracy, and the black.
Now, how do we add? We've been talking about all this other stuff. How do we include the black gynocracy?
Because the stuff that they did is what black females do. You get a golden goose and they shit on the golden goose, man. But just Deion Sanders and what he attracted was $1 billion. If they just paid him what he was worth, okay, that's $1 billion.
They should have paid him more than what he was worth.
The thing is, not only did he take a pay cut, okay, but the thing is, he had to come out of his own pocket. Okay, that's silly. Okay. All the HBCUs together should have came in and paid that man a salary.
Have you been to Mississippi before?
I've been worse, man. My folks come from Shreveport,
No,
Louisiana.
that's different though. Shreveport, Louisiana is totally different than Mississippi.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is. Hold on.
It's a country town.
Hold on. No. See, this what I'm saying. Like I try to. There's certain things that I hear, and this is what I'm saying. Like that has nothing. Jackson State situation has nothing to do with the black granocracy. Trust me on that. That's a swag. That's a very masculine black men thing that happened with the black man that was jealous of him there. That in the swag. Hold on.
Okay.
Hold on.
You always say hold on when you interrupt me.
Because
come on.
I did not interrupt you.
Yes, you did.
No, I didn't.
Yes, you did. And you said I was talking. You said, "Have you been to Mississippi?" You did, but it's okay. Go ahead, man. Oh, I wanted to make my point. You said, how do I actually blend that into the black gynocracy? Black gynocracy is just not just female. The whole culture is female led. That's female shit that just happened. Okay, that's female shit. That's not masculine shit. That's female shit. The jealousy and all that kind of crap. That's female stuff. But go ahead.
No, you know what? It's not even worth it. I'm not gonna argue that point. You know, you said what you said.
I'm trying. Paradox actually agrees with me. That's because
Paradox don't agree with you, man.
All right, well let Paradox speak for himself. But what I'm saying is, the thing is, he's a famous guy, NFL guy. He's got a lot of eyeballs coming to him, right? NFL, ESPN, all these cameras come to little bitty Jackson State, man. That's money, okay? And not only do you not pay him, okay, because he took a pay cut, he got to come out of his pocket. And the deal that you put on the table, you abrogate that, okay?
But I mean, I think
that's the gynocracy, man.
Well, but I mean, when you look at
it is the gynocracy.
How are black women involved?
The gynocracy is the culture. It's not just black women.
How is the black women's culture involved in that?
It's because that's female shit that black women do, okay, on a daily basis that black men have adopted. Okay. It's female shit.
But BGS, here's the thing, like I don't see how you tied to that only because like with Jackson, like I hate to say it, that's unfortunately some of the leadership that we have in place in some of our institutions that like just do like are more interested in empowering themselves than anyone else. You know, kind of my way or the highway in their mentality, and it's just we see that all the time. I don't see how it ties into DC's point with like black women. Unfortunately, that's how
I would do one even better. Let me talk real quick. I would do one even better. If you're gonna make that correlation as far as saying that's female shit, what they were doing, the jealousy and all that type of stuff, then you have to make the same correlation with all the SEC coaches, the Clemsons talking about all the money being basically done through the transfer portal, them bitching about that. That is basically white female led too, right? You're gonna make the same correlation as far as them being jealous that way too, because this goes all the way back. Alabama and Auburn, they are very petty. College rivalries are very petty, very, very jealousy driven, very kind of feminine, kind of, you could put feminine attributes onto this. They real petty in the way that they act. Yeah, nah, you know, go Tide and all this type of shit. That's why I asked if you ever been down there. A lot of this is just having to do with the culture itself in college football and college athletics. If you bring out that kind of energy, anybody that gets more shine than so-called the established coaching, like Nick Saban got jealous. Dabo Swinney. Yeah, these are white coaches, so-called. I guess
they try to destroy them.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So are they feminine too? Are these the same? So you can't attribute just to be put on to just the black gynocracy. I'm not defending it here or there. I'm saying, yeah, there are cultural elements of our culture that are feminine led, true. But in this instance, I don't see the correlation.
Okay. The thing is, there's jealousy and backbite in all cultures, right? But when it comes down to the motherfucking money, right? White folks will line up behind that goddamn money. If your program is down or your whole league is down, right, and a superstar comes into your midst where you all can make money, they're all gonna line up behind that money. They are.
I agree with that. Yeah, I do agree with that.
They're
Because
going
Auburn and Alabama will work together.
when it comes with them. Now, when we all making money and we rivals back and forth, now we can talk shit. But the thing is, when it comes down to line up and we got a superstar, they're gonna make that money. They're gonna line up and make that money. Okay.
I want to say this though,
Mm-hmm.
because the other HBCU like football coaches did not like Deion when he came in. They did not like Deion at all, and they did kind of help push him out. I will say that was something about that.
Did we say help push him out? I mean,
Well,
like
his welcome, basically his welcome. When he didn't like when he was trying to say he's like expand HBCU football, that he's not SWAT and everything,
well,
all like that.
That was Alabama State coach who said that. Like he was pissed off after a win. You know,
but other people backed him up on that.
They did.
I mean, no. I'm saying like I don't know if that was the complete sentiment of everyone in the SWAC. That was, Eddie Robinson made that comment after the Alabama State game. I mean, do I think there is some animosity amongst players and jealousy? But I think that always kind of happens.
I want to be clear. I want to be clear and accurate on this. Mm-hmm. There are college programs that have done white college programs that have done everything in their power to destroy their rivals. That is absolutely not true. I could give you too many examples. When they went through the probation, when SMU was the powerhouse it was, they got destroyed by other white colleges. You remember that? This is Eric Dickerson, Craig James, and them, and all that.
Pony Express.
They weren't coming together on we all together type of shit. No, destroyed them. Ruin. They can never have a college program anymore. They have to develop themselves from the ashes, and you're not going to get any help.
Okay.
Hold on.
Okay. Right.
This goes back and forth. When Auburn basically got buried by Alabama, no help in Alabama with their program. Even though they're competitive, sometimes they have to go outside of Alabama to recruit. But no, you get no help. This is not just this type of pettiness of trying to push somebody out. White coaches get pushed out of programs in the D1 strata all the time. Gruden out of in Florida when he got pushed out. It happens when he got pushed out of Tennessee. It happens. This is college.
So are we trying to define male competition then? Maybe we should look at it from a different angle of what does male to male competition look like, and how does it play out?
It's not the point I was making, though. That's not the point I was making.
I just want to say this though. Even though when Alabama pushed Auburn out of the SEC because they make money from the Iron Bowl, still they may disable them and stop them from growing, but they not want them to be kicked out of the SEC because that's their oldest rival. So even though they do all that, they still want to keep them inside that group. They still want to do business. They may take away like all their competition so they can't recruit in Alabama. Yes, they do dirty business, but they're not going to do it where they're going to kick them out of the SEC.
We're talking about the same energy that Deion received when he was at Jackson State, correct?
No, we're not.
Yep.
No, we're not. No, because it goes beyond just what the other coaches did, what Jackson State itself did to him. Okay, that's what I'm talking about. The pettiness that's also inside Jackson State. Okay, not just the other coaches, not the rivalry. You get a golden goose and you treat him like he's a mud duck. Okay, which made no sense. Okay, the deal he had with the tickets. Okay, makes a little bit more money. He had to come out of his pocket to upgrade stuff, right? Okay, he did that. But the thing is, the deal that you cut with the Deion that's going to make you a whole ton of money. They went behind the back and actually did dirty stuff behind that stuff. That's what I'm talking about. Okay, that's what I'm talking about. Because Colorado didn't do that shit. Colorado said, here's $30 million. We don't even know how we're going to get the money, but we believe in you because you're going to actually make us some money. And they believe that. And guess what Jackson State didn't do, even though they had a discount rate. And then they talked about him on the way out.
So it doesn't show black male failure from an HBCU perspective. That's what I see.
What I'm saying,
Deion had to go to white people to for them not only to make them wealthy, but obviously to make himself insanely wealthy and make his kids are going to be on a whole nother level of wealth. He's made the Colorado economy jump up.
Yes,
They just
he
came
did.
out with
Yes,
all the businesses across the state that don't have anything to do with football. They said they're seeing activity for some reason.
But that always
tying it
happens.
Back to Deion.
Basically, the merchandise sales went up 700 times, 700%.
That's insane.
That's insane.
But that always happens with any school. If you have a dynamic football team, I will say with Colorado, they have the institution and the infrastructure.
What I'm saying,
because
I'm saying that Colorado hadn't won in how many years?
But they
I haven't even been alive.
No, but they have the facility. Their facilities are like day and night from Jackson. The money, that's there. They just
I agree with that. Yeah.
All black men.
I understand, but the thing is that you get a gift horse, you get a golden goose, you get a rainmaker, okay? And he had proved that he was a rainmaker. You got pros, you got TV cameras coming down to your campus, putting shine on your program, and have money coming in, and then you don't even do the proper business according to
the when ESPN showed up.
Yes. Yeah, that's the reason why I said like it's a very unique culture there in Mississippi and Jackson State and everything that has to do with the HBCU culture overall. HBCUs in general have a funny way of operating with each other. You know what I'm saying? That is very
dysfunctional.
It's very dysfunctional.
It
The funding is always kind of shaky and janky because it's limited and people don't know what happens with the money. Oh, talking about me?
Yeah.
Absolutely. Yes, I did.
Yeah. And played sports.
Yes, I did. Yes, absolutely. And so the fact that, and I know that all HBCUs around the country are very different. I know the HBCUs, what I would call like the original Souths, the Maryland, the Virginias of the world, even North Carolina, I would kind of include in that. They kind of operate with a little bit more money involved. So we don't really feel that pinch as much as say like because I've been down there. I know what it is. Especially when you get to Alabama, Mississippi, Alabama A&M, Alabama, Mississippi State, Mississippi Valley State, Jackson State. It's different. It's very different the way that they operate because a lot of their revenue is strictly through either the band or through the athletic system. And then everything else is kind of like, you got to make way the way you get it. You know what I mean? They're struggling already academically. The dorms are not very clean. The college itself is not very up to date sometimes. Now it's getting better because, like I say, they are getting more funding. That's a plus. That is a plus, and that I always give credit to Trump with this, that he started that kind of funding program. When the money got back into the HBCUs, a lot of this is kind of getting taken care of. The more money that they get, the less backbiting that you're getting. The more people that you're getting coming back into the black schools or the black culture that didn't even go to HBCU. So you got like what's my man name that used to be kind of like a commentator with the light-skinned dude. He used to be on TBS. Yeah. He's kind of over Jackson State's athletic program now. He's building more of a more kind of cohesive kind of environment between faculty, because you have faculty. That's what I'm saying. People get jealous because they never got all these odds before.
So do you think Deion was too? But do you think Deion was a little just too fast and didn't understand at the speed he was running at?
He was too big.
He needed to figure out how to kind of slow himself down. I watched every inch of this stuff, man.
Yeah.
And I'm like, man, he's moving so fast. I don't think that they can process.
He didn't want to wait, and a lot of things he surprised. Like I said, we talked about it earlier. He surprised everybody with the talent. Really ain't that different. It's just the expectation and the facilities. So you still got black players. So you still got the talent. Is still there. It's clear. The talent.
Yeah, but it was. I think it was a kind of a shock to the system, though. I don't think they expected.
But it shocked everybody. That's what I'm saying. Right. It shocked everybody that they can play at that level.
And their culture, the culture of the HBCUs, you couldn't handle that, man. They couldn't handle it
because football is not important.
Well, I think
like the sport. The sports isn't important. It's the band.
The band and the cheerleaders are important. Basically, in that, the thing is that from a marketing perspective, it was already starting to bring in the money.
But I think it goes back to, I think there's definitely a level of resentment in the sense of you have to think like these institutions were definitely afterthoughts, and then here comes Deion, at least from Jackson, and then all of a sudden like you got a deal with American Airlines, you got Under Armour building you a uniform every week, You got Walmart building you a new practice facility. Like it's just.
But you know what? Have you been?
You don't even have infrastructure in place to really handle some of that stuff.
The thing is not okay. You don't have the infrastructure. The thing is that if all he really wanted basically is if we cut a deal, and this is what you promised. Okay, you should have had some faith that this is actually going to turn around because it's already started.
He a good Christian man too.
Yeah,
have some faith.
Come, Paradise. Come on, man.
Didn't he go to T.G. Jakes' church?
Because some white boys had some faith, with that.
Oh, I don't.
Yes, they did.
Hold up, DC. Now, why can't you at least have that? Why can't he get that? Why can't he get that off?
You can't get that one off, man.
Why?
Because they do all kinds of backstabbing too. They're not.
I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that had nothing to do with what I was saying.
Hold on. They're not any different. They're not any better. They do some of the same petty,
I didn't say they did.
Backbiting, feminist, bitch-made shit that you ever want to see. They are bitches.
Where'd you get that from what I just said? Where did you get that from what I just said? Where did you get that from what I just said?
Remember the war and all this type
of I'm gonna mute y'all line. I'm gonna mute your line, DC. I'm gonna mute your line,
DC. Man.
I'm gonna mute your line.
Paradise. How did he get that? How did
that up? He brought up the Ganacci.
I thought we moved past that.
I explained explained it again. But things you want me to, what color crayon do you like?
That was bullshit.
What kind of color crayon do you like? What kind of crown do you like?
I got love for you, man.
I know. I'm not. What I'm saying is, evidently, I didn't slow enough and painted the right color crayon because you don't understand what I was saying.
Don't do me like that.
What was it? I explained. The gynocracy is not just female. It's the whole culture.
And you made a bad correlation.
Well, to you, I did.
I don't ask you
not accurate.
But
everybody knows that's not true.
Okay. How did
white boys? Those white boys.
How? When I said the white boys had faith, where did that other stuff come from?
It just seems like.
It just seems like.
Yeah, I'm saying. Because you're making a correlation. I'm not.
That's not what I said. That's not what I said.
You didn't want. We got faith. Faith in what?
They had faith that Deion was going to make them some money. That's what they had faith in.
Come on, man.
They did.
Colorado had nothing to lose.
Let's get out of here with that.
They had faith that he would make them some money because he made Jackson State some money.
Yeah, he did.
Okay, well, why would they not? Why would they not have faith?
Jackson State didn't have that faith.
That's not true.
No, that's not true. They made money. They know he made them some money. What are you talking about?
They had faith. They just did not like how fast he was moving. No, they had faith. They didn't like how fast he was moving. That's all that is.
The thing is, all the deals that they
DC, say that again.
He went back on. They went back.
DC, say that again.
I'm not going to argue this point.
No, DC, say that again.
No, because I
wanted to hear the point that I wanted to hear the point that you said. Say that again.
What I said was they had faith in him. They just did not like how fast he was moving for Jackson State.
Yeah, that's exactly what it was. And so the thing about it is that
egos.
Well, hold on. No, that's not what it is. That's not what it is. What it is that they don't want to get up to the profile where Deion's at. That's the reason why he was able to go to Colorado and take out number 17 TCU. That's the reason why he was able to do it, because the fact of the matter is that they know what kind of coaching prowess he has. He went in the last 2 seasons at Jackson State, he went 11-2 and 12-1.
That's right.
Not to mention he was an analyst on Fox, knows the goddamn X's and O's. I don't know if you ever seen him and Michael Irvin break shit down.
Oh no, he knows the game. No,
everybody thinks he's a fucking joke, but he knows his shit. And so all he's doing is he's proving it, and he's proving it in a Power fucking 5 conference. Now, what he was trying to do, huh?
Why do you think they think he's a joke? And when you say they, who are you talking about? Black men, black women?
No,
America in general. Who?
No. We're talking about all the naysayers who thought that they literally weren't going to cover the 21-point spread against TCU.
Mm-hmm. Right.
Okay. Only for them to fucking turn around and set a school record, throwing it up and airing it out on TCU. Okay, I'm a college football junkie. We can talk this shit. Huh?
Do you think it's his race,
here's
his
the
gender,
thing.
his name, his title,
No,
how he
it's none.
behaves?
No, it's none of that. It's none of that.
Okay.
It's literally what DC is literally what DC was saying. Because as we can obviously see, Deion, what side? The proof is in the pudding. Deion is a Power 5 coach.
I'm joking, man.
Well, I'm being for real though. Deion's a Power 5 coach. Let's keep it a reason. That's why they rank 22 right now.
And you had a gift when he dropped in your lap, and you blew the bag.
Well, I mean, but I'm saying he was there for 3 years. He was there for 3. He was there for 3 years. If Jackson State was going to do anything, they would have did it.
The thing is, they didn't market him enough. They
didn't believe.
They didn't market him enough.
No. That's not what it is. First of all, you got to look at the conference they was in.
Okay.
Yeah. And what it was. Why do you think you had what's his name? You had Ed. What's his name? The safety from Baltimore. Ed Reeves. He ended up going to Bethune-Cookman or whatever school that is. You had all these ex players that were now in line for coaching positions at the HBCUs because of Deion. But here's the problem. Here's the problem.
Okay.
You didn't want to get your business up because wait a minute.
Why does the conference matter? That's what I'm asking. Why does the conference?
What do you mean? Why does the conference matter? Because if your teams are of high profile, why do you think you have conferences called Power 5s?
It doesn't matter.
It does matter. What are you talking about? That's where all the money is.
Listen to me.
Oh my God.
Listen.
No, I don't need to listen to you because this is stupid.
No, wait.
Oh
wow,
dude.
Motherfucker.
Go ahead, BGS. You know it. Go ahead, man. Go ahead.
Are you kidding?
Because you about to say something stupid. Go ahead.
Let's keep it cool.
All right,
no, man. I don't like that shit.
This is business.
I don't like that shit.
Wait, DC. This is very simple. This is very simple. Power 5 conferences make the most money. They can pay the coaches the most. Go ahead, BGS.
Oh, you have marketing all over the world, right? Basically, clothing, swag, all that kind of stuff can be marketed without a conference.
Oh God, man, come on.
If you getting eyeballs, just like Michael Jordan, but the NBA didn't matter that much.
That's not how it works.
Yes. In other words, one person that has a big enough gravity can pull in a whole bunch of money.
You have to do the TV deals. There's revenue sharing with the conference.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. And it's through the conferences. And the conferences negotiate that. And the conferences negotiate that.
TV, just like marketing, just like apparel, is eyeballs. He brings eyeballs to you. Eyeballs will always bring money.
Right.
Will always bring money. And if you had marketed him properly and sold the stuff out there and pushed his profile out there, you'd have made way more money. You didn't do that.
Okay. So let me ask you this. Can I ask you this? Is it complex?
Yeah. What's up?
When you're talking about the system, would you say that could you just talk more about like is it restraint on
the system?
How much pressure is out there from a conference perspective, meaning that Deion shows up, he's bringing a lot of attention and a lot of money to the system, but the way it's structured, it's not going to work, and he had to get out of there. Is that what you're trying to say? Meaning that just the way everything is set up, how the money is set up, how the deals are set up, that
no, because you got
the way the paperwork was set up, he could not break through all of that to try to reset everything because they already have things kind of locked in a certain way.
He could if the athletic directors put pressure on the conferences. See that's the whole thing, right?
Remember,
hold on, wait. I was just telling BJ, he asked me a question. So
hold on for a second. He just complained because remember he complained about how you take these HBCU teams and have them play against Florida State or whoever, and they just get blown out. They get some $800,000. They got to pay for everything, and all that money's pretty much washed. So they're being kind of used and abused all through these systems.
Yeah.
So just speak. I give you the floor. Go ahead and just talk.
No, I was going to say. So first of all, it starts with like program boosters. Okay, boosters are what bring money to your program. Okay, when you have money to your program, guess what you can then do? Recruit. When you can recruit people to your team, guess what you can do? You can bring coaching staff because your coaching staff or the people that would be interested in coaching knows that you have access to quality players. They're not just coaching from ground level. Dude, I done spent like close to 10 years coaching football as an offensive coordinator. I'll tell you all about it. Okay, so that's really what it boils down to. Okay, case in point, I would say the most recent example we could point to would be like Oklahoma State. If we go back to maybe like 2011, 2012, 2013 when I think it's Justin Redmond, and I'm trying to remember the quarterback. He ended up getting drafted.
Brandon Wheaton.
You remember them? Okay, so
yeah, he was the Cleveland getting ass kicked.
Yeah, he wasn't shit when he went to the league. But when Justin, what's his name? He had an alcohol problem, so he never panned out.
Yeah, he went to Jacksonville.
Yeah, Jacksonville. But when T. Boone Pickens put all that money into that program, that's when all of a sudden they started getting ranked up into the top 10. When they redid the facilities, he's put all that money in there, redid the stadium, redid the facilities, and all that. So when you have boosters come in and put money into programs, you get a whole bunch of recruits and JUCO dudes. You get 3 and 4 stars, and you get JUCO dudes.
Yeah,
come into your program, bolster your shit up. Okay, but now with the advent of the transfer portal and all that other stuff, cats can leave. They got their little NIL deals. They got all this other stuff. It's a whole different environment now. So I'm just saying, Deion was like
Jackson State. How do you tie?
Say that again. Okay, so tie it back to Jackson State. So now players can get NIL deals. He made it sexy for ex-NFL players to go to the HBCU ranks, right? A lot of brothers been coaching high school this whole time. They move up. Guess what they do? They got a recruiting pipeline now. Okay?
Yeah.
Players can get NIL deals. That's the other part. Right? So the whole landscape. So now as a result of this, also the conference has been shifted. Now you got a Power 5. Everybody like trying to shift to a big conference and all that. I'm saying the whole shit done changed up.
Conference is not even going to be a Power 5 anymore. It's going to be like a.
It's not. It's going to be
Power 4.
It's going to be like a Power 2 maybe.
Yeah, exactly, because all the money involved.
Because all the money. And this is what I'm saying. See,
what's the disconnect from Deion leaving Jackson State and being able to stay in Jackson State and build up all of the HBCUs? Or is that more of a fantasy idea because of how contracts and deals are structured? I want you to kind of explain that part.
No, it's not a fantasy idea. What it is that the smaller conferences have to they have to kind of reinvent themselves, much like how the bigger conferences are doing. Because of how the money shifted, because of the transfer portal and the NIL deals, the ability for players to make money. See, so in the smaller conferences, if you can make it viable for a player to play in a smaller conference, but then leverage an NIL deal to make some money and all that, guess what you'll do? You'll start pulling 2 and 3 star recruits.
Yeah, I just want to make sure. Just I'm gonna let you go, Renaissance, but real quick. The reason why the conferences mean the most is when people think about the Power 5, you got to really say it out. It's the ACC, the Big East. I think it's the Pac-12, Big 12, Big 10, or whatever it is now. And then, because these are the Michigan States, the Ohio States of the world. These are like the top conferences where they get funding from TV networks. So ESPN is paying them, FS1 is paying them for being on TV. They're getting all these sponsors. Our guys already talked about the NIH. Basically, them getting funded for these college kids can actually work out contracts to get individual, sponsoring dollars. And those come from those type of big type conferences. So the SWAC.
But there seems to be a disconnect, though.
But the reason why Deion was bringing that notoriety to the SWAC and to the HBCU,
the MEAC,
the MEAC. But the differences is and the jealousy that took place there, which is not something that's uncommon, but it gets magnified when you're dealing with people that has lack of resources, right? But when you
agree with that, yeah.
When you have that kind of jealousy that takes place, right? Where these guys were going to be swallowed by Jackson State. They knew if Deion stays there any amount of time, that all the talent that's even in HBCUs, even with the transfer, they're going to go to Jackson State because they have.
So they blew it up. They blew it up.
Well, that's what I'm saying. But that's normal because that's what people do in college football.
Well, I can't agree with that. I can't agree with that with the Power 5. I can't agree with that with the Power 5.
If they have the ability to do, if it's in the same conference and you have everybody else in that conference because you're isolated within a black HBCU bend to where you guys play each other all the time, you have your bowls. And that's why you get people saying he ain't really swag for real. Because most of the guys that coach in those HBCUs
went to HBCUs.
Either they played or they're affiliated through their parents some kind of way. They're their family, their familial ties to the school in some kind of way. So it's
that boule.
No, it's not
so
even that.
So is this large
legacy
black male failure? No, is this a large
no, I don't think
massive black male failure here? Because you have all these black men running a lot of these schools, running a lot of these programs.
I don't
and they had an opportunity that they failed on.
No. I don't think they
failure.
Wait, paradox. I don't think they failed on anything though. Here's the thing. I don't think Deion was going to ever stay and be able to raise Jackson State to the level, even of a Colorado, just because you're going to have to bring. First of all, if he really wanted to do that, he would have to take Jackson State out of the SWAC. That and the whole that would not fly with anybody.
But they're moving out the SWAC, by the way. They're moving out there.
No. They'd have to move them into the Power 5.
But that wasn't his plan, though. That wasn't his plan.
How are you going to lift up the whole thing?
No. The plan was to actually elevate.
Think big.
Elevate the visibility of HBCUs and the SWAC,
which he did.
Okay? Which he did. But the thing is, and bring in money to all because all the football programs made money off of him being there.
Hey, I want to say this. The biggest difference is between the Power 5 schools and the non-Power 5 schools is the linemen. Like Deion said, the skill positions are the same.
And the alumni base.
Yeah, but I'm saying
donate money to your school.
Also, though, yeah, but those guys, because the people that benefit most from the conditioning and weightlifting stuff is your linemen and everything. Those big guys, those program, the food program. That's why they go to those bigger schools.
Yeah.
So that's why Deion said he wanted to move them, because the skills of HBCUs are is like he said are exactly the same. There's so many black people are as talented. It's those big athletic linemen that you can't attract.
But it's still.
Are we fantasizing? Is that the problem? Are we thinking that? No, we should be able to use Deion as a catalyst to reshape and reinvent. The entire HBCU school system based off of this one sport. We're saying that forget that stuff. We're actually just talking about the intricacies of just how the current things are working and just tolerate those things. Is that the two different conversations we're having?
Basically, in other words, we want to keep doing things the same way, and you're not swacking. You're not doing the way we do it. Okay, and that's
pretty much.
No, I don't think Deion could ever. I don't think
that's what he ran into.
You're right. He did.
Yeah, he ran into some of that, but I don't think he ever could have. It's not a one-person job to be able to lift all of it.
That's why you get Eddie George, Ed Reed,
it's not
all the other.
What a couple people job.
What was the name of that?
Not a black male failure talk.
What was the name of that school? What was the name of that school that had like the purple field or whatever the odd color field?
Boise State
in the middle of fucking nowhere in a conference that had nothing, right? They
Mountain West, yeah.
They had to raise the attention level of the whole conference by that with that one school.
But what is the endowment of Boise State versus the endowment of Jackson State?
The thing is, you're okay. Basically, football, sports, and all that kind of stuff is what? It's entertainment, right?
Yeah,
right. Yeah. It's entertainment. Okay.
More than ever.
If you can bring in eyeballs and bring in reporters, big time reporters and big time.
It's more than that though. BGS.
Listen to me. Okay, no, it's not more than that. It's really simple. Okay. If Michael Jackson was still alive, he rolled into Jackson State, he'd bring a whole lot of attention to that school. Okay.
But it's not just the attention piece. You have to have the alumni who have the money, because that's where a lot of your money comes from. Who's going to buy the season tickets? Who's going to buy if we build a school?
So you're just talking about but you're talking about motivation.
No. I'm talking about the sheer money of if we go.
You're talking about motivation.
Okay.
No.
Because remember, the Colorado was broke, and that's what they raised $28 million and paid his salary. It's motivation.
So what I'm saying,
we're talking about motivation.
If you get enough eyeballs, say you get enough eyeballs, and Deion has the personality to bring in eyeballs and attention and stuff like that, and if you put some marketing behind him in Jackson State, like Coach Prime and all that kind of stuff, that's money by itself. That's more money than the alumni can bring in.
No. But what does that do in regards to like when you talk about Boulder, Colorado? You were literally talking about one of the wealthiest areas of the country, like literally. I mean, the average home price, I believe, in Boulder is over $1 million.
Okay.
There's some wealthy people that went to Jackson State.
No. I'm not talking about people who went there. I'm talking about.
I mean, Paradox, are you understanding what I'm saying? Because I don't think they're getting what I'm saying. I don't think they're getting what I'm saying.
I get what you're saying.
No, we get what you're saying. It's economies of scale.
Where does it matter where the money comes from? Does it matter?
It's economy. No, it matters where the money comes from, because if you're in a SWAC, you don't have as much money than you do when you're in the PAC.
You don't need as much money.
How do you increase the fund? What is the is it a process?
No, see, look, once again, dude, I'm gonna go back to this paradox. I'm gonna tell. Well, no, the ignorance is in the fact that the conferences negotiate the television deals. Okay, when you have higher profile schools in the PAC, you have USC, UCLA, Arizona State. You got Stanford, Oregon State. You got all these schools. Okay, so guess what?
The history is
so there's you got Nike doing the unis for Oregon, right? You got dude, there's so much high profiles. You got Bronny going to USC. See, so when it comes to any type of PAC schools, there's going to be more money involved. There's more businesses on the West Coast in California and the PAC. There's all that kind of stuff. So the television package that the conferences negotiate with the networks is where the money is. Now, you tell me, does the SWAC have the same type of sway that the PAC does?
It doesn't. It doesn't have to.
What? Yes, it does. What are you? Oh my God! What are you talking about, dude?
I thought that's what you were saying, though. Be just that.
No,
that
I
could bring the same kind.
I didn't say that. I said raise the profile of the whole conference. I didn't say.
I think we're speaking too hypothetical. You guys are more of the real. Y'all are talking about kind of how it works.
No. I'm saying
we're trying to figure out. Well, if you bring in more wealth and you increase things, it will reshape and you renegotiate contracts. I mean, this is. Go ahead. What's that, Renaissance man?
Basically, you know how athletes work. Basically, am I going to be on TV? Will I get exposure? Right? Can I finish for a second? Is ESPN, ABC, and all this is going to come down, and I'll be on the Game of the Week, or I'll be on ESPN? Am I going to be on what is it? The new whatever the news thing is, right? The replays, right? If Jackson State is there and I'm playing against Jackson State, I got a chance to be on TV.
You need to be in a conference that has the deals to get you on TV.
How do you get the deals?
The conference negotiates.
The conferences have to negotiate the television deals.
What do all TV channels want? They want what? Eyeballs. Okay.
Yeah, and if you
get eyeballs,
no shit.
If you get eyeballs, listen for a second. If you get eyeballs, the TV stations will follow you.
BGS.
Have you ever heard of a thing called demographics?
When you're talking about exactly when you're talking about demographics,
man, come on, this is so weird.
When you Paradox. When you start talking about demographics,
what is he talking about? Demographics? What is that?
No.
The reason why we're talking about Ren, let me just get it out, because once again, this factors into conference negotiations in terms of television. Okay. When you're talking about eyeballs, let's talk numbers then, because if you're going to talk numbers, you have to talk demographics, right? See, so if you're talking about conferences that have schools that have large enrollments, then guess what you have? A lot of eyeballs, don't you? And if you're talking conferences that are smaller schools, then guess what you have? Less eyeballs, don't you?
So how do you
not necessarily, but go ahead. Go ahead and finish.
Yeah, not necessarily.
How do you raise the eyeballs in a small conference?
You have to raise the enrollment.
Because I'm trying to figure out, are we hold on for a second, BGS. We are all working together, right? We're on the same team on this call.
I think
I just want to be clear.
No, we're not. I guess we're not.
It feels like you're trying to tell me what we can't do, and we're trying to tell you what you can do, because we've seen the evidence of it.
Yes.
Michael Jordan, one black man, built an entire league.
Yes.
And got people cutting.
He did what? He did what?
I'm not saying it again.
No, say it again. I didn't hear you. I'm in the car and I didn't hear you. Please say it again.
Jordan's enough. I said Michael Jordan. That's enough. I don't need to say nothing else.
Wait.
Are we on the same page? Because I'm lost.
Basically, two players saved the whole NBA, right? With eyeballs, right? There's Bird, Magic Johnson.
Bird, Magic, some deals, the satellite. We got satellite cable came along. It was a lot. It was
saved it.
Eyeballs. Yes.
Saved it from what? Saved it from what?
Saved it from collapse.
Wait.
They weren't going to collapse.
When Michael Jordan left, they was running a $300 million deficit. They were going to bankrupt. Actually, they had to reform everything. Actually,
the infrastructure was.
He was a cash cow to drive that business.
Like when you all are talking about eyeballs, you had teams in multiple cities. Like you had teams in all the big cities that, people are going to say, okay, I live in Dallas, I'm going to pull for the Mavericks. I live in Washington, D.C., I'm going to watch the Wizards. What I'm saying is that when you talk about HBCU football, I mean, you're talking about a very niche demographic of people who are going to be alumni of those schools, who are going to follow those schools. Versus when you look at a Pac-12 like a USC, you're talking about a school that has been there that has 30,000 students that are in enrollment. You know, rich alumni. Rich alumni. Wait.
Okay. Finish. Okay, because
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. I'm not finished. My bad.
Go ahead.
I'm sorry.
No. I was going to say wealthy alumni that, for example, I know my alma mater. They had someone, an alumni couple who donated $30 million. Say, hey, change the name of the arena to our name. Like that's the type of stuff that you have as backing to go out and really hang on to. Versus if you're talking about some of these smaller schools in the SWAC. You're just talking about a smaller alumni base. And if you want to increase like enrollment, you're going to need better infrastructure at the schools, or you're going to need to even take the schools out of the conference to get better deals, to get even more eyeballs to broaden the exposure.
So in other words, how do you bring a small school like Jackson State that most people in the country never even heard of, right?
They all know it now, though.
So in other words, how do you invest into bringing eyeballs and more money into your conference?
Quick question.
You need enrollment. Renaissance man said it. It's enrollment.
Basically, Renaissance. I'm asking.
Yes.
How basically
enrollment. That's the answer. Enrollment.
No, Demetrius, I think you do need the eyeballs, but the eyeballs can't be everything. You get the eyeballs to raise the profile.
What increases your enrollment?
Yes, the eyeballs will.
Eyeballs. In other words, basically, you know, I live in Los Angeles. I'm with UCLA and USC and other schools, right?
Okay. Yeah, correct.
In other words, the sports USC will tell you how did we get so big? They call our football team, right? Because they're internationally known, so they bring eyeballs and prestige to the campus, right? UCLA was just another school in Westwood. Didn't matter about the demographics. Didn't matter about
the being in Los
Angeles. So you mean it didn't matter about the fact that John Wooden has a storied career, has a storied history in basketball at UCLA?
Can I finish? Is it okay?
What the hell?
Is it okay if I finish, Paradox? Is it okay? Okay. Basically, until John Wooden started winning championships, okay, there wasn't no eyeballs on UCLA. It was just
we're talking about the 60s.
Can I finish? Doesn't matter with the 60s, okay?
Yeah, because you're talking about eyeballs. We're talking about modern day sports.
The same. It's all entertainment, man.
Dude, it's way different nowadays.
No,
what are you talking about?
No,
it is, because we just talked about players having NIL deals and stuff.
No, it's not. Basically, in fact, this dude on Twitter just said the exact same thing with Alabama, right? Alabama's enrollment went up 15,000 just because of their sports team, okay? Just because they're a sports team.
That's not going to equate to a bigger television deal for the conference. It's not, dude. I'm sorry. Look at the enrollment numbers at Jackson State. Hold on.
I want to finish my thought.
What the hell,
I want to finish my thought. Okay? I want to finish my thought. Basically, all goddamn TV stations run on what? Fucking ratings. It doesn't matter. That's what they pay for. They pay for ratings. They don't give a fuck about demographics. They don't care where the eyeballs come from. They pay for
eyeballs. I can't watch SWAC games if I don't get them here on the West Coast.
They pay for ratings.
I can't watch SWAC games if I don't get them on the West Coast.
No, it doesn't matter.
It does matter. How do you get my eyeballs if I can't watch them?
How do you get them on the West Coast? It's called eyeballs because
it's called conference. It's called television deals. It's called television deals.
How do you get television deals? How do you get television deals?
The conference national versus.
How do you get television deals? It's called ratings.
The conference negotiates them.
Ratings.
The conference negotiates them.
Ratings.
Right. Right. This is what we've been talking about.
That's why Colorado's going to be on national TV.
Because they're a Power 5. This is what he's not getting.
This is what he's not getting.
Ratings don't mean shit. You're in a small market.
Ratings trump everything.
You're in a small market, though.
Ratings trump everything.
But you're in a small market.
It doesn't matter.
And what you're doing is you're negating the demographics. And this is the reason why the SWAC cannot negotiate a deal with a television. Okay.
Ratings trump everything.
No,
ratings equals money. Yes, they do.
Then why can't the SWAC get a bigger television deal?
Because
tell me. Why?
I mean, if Deion would have stayed,
no. Why can't the SWAC get a bigger television deal?
Because Deion's gone. The eyeballs are gone.
I think that I think something was coming if they could have figured out a way to keep that situation where it was for a little bit longer.
Yeah.
But
can't compete with the facts.
I just want to say this though. How does
let me ask this question? Can I ask another question, kind of in ignorance?
Okay.
Do you have to compete with? Do we have to compete?
Yes.
No, you don't. No, you don't. Because
I'm not trying to get turned up. I'm just saying, do you have to worry about what they're doing or?
Division talent.
Well, go ahead.
I'm gonna say this. Division.
I know different teams are playing different.
Finish his thought, please.
I just know the different. I know that teams are crisscrossing and playing each other, obviously, but I was just wondering how much pressure I would say is on schools like Jackson State, even if they were able to get popular.
Well, here's the thing: Deion already made them popular. See, so now it's on the SWAC to blow up their conference.
Okay.
It's on the conference, dude.
Nothing's holding them down. There's nothing in place to
Well, I
keep them
disagree
where
with
they
that.
are. Is what I'm asking.
Well, no. This goes back to what Renaissance Man was saying.
No, I disagree with that paradox in the sense of like, I don't think you can blow
it was
up
a question.
because essentially Jamel Hill made the same argument that hey, more black athletes need to go to HBCUs, and I was like, yeah, that may get you more eyeballs, but just getting more eyeballs alone is not going to do it. That may get you maybe able to say, hey, at some point get more people to watch you. But the thing that really like when you look at who are going to be your hardest core fans who are going to spend money on your merchandise and like follow your program, whether it's good or whether it's bad, that's going to be your alumni base. Like that's who's going to pay money to go and travel, see y'all play, win, lose. That's going to be who donates money to to the scholarship fund. That's going to be who like, hey, we're going to roll out $50,000 suites.
Think about
my company owns one, so I'm going to put some money down. And me and my friends are going to have a party in there. Like those are your alumni who do that stuff.
Think about who puts money. Who's been putting money into like Oregon's program this whole time? It's been Phil Knight. Okay, who's the because we think it's just eyeballs and ratings, as BGS was saying. But wait a minute, who's the Phil Knight equivalent at Jackson State? I'm waiting. Who?
Like when you talk about USC, you can name all sorts of people.
You can name. Thank you. And if you talk about UCLA, you can name all of them. If you talk about Stanford, you can name all of them.
Look, dude. I'm not trying to prove you wrong, so you can relax. I'm not trying to prove.
No,
you're
good. I'm just like, dude, this is. I'm just saying, this is business, though.
So, are you saying the infrastructure of the school system or of the unit of the football team more so than just sort of the nation watching you, but you need some underpinning, some infrastructure to sort of support.
Yeah, because they're
the first comment.
Because
the first comment I put in the chat.
Was that Deion's frustration?
No. Well, yes, in a way, because the first comment that I put in the chat when I heard you guys talking about this, I said school revenue equals boosters. There's a thing called boosters. That was the first thing I put in the chat.
Go
ahead, Renaissance. Go ahead.
I was gonna say too. The other thing is like everyone can't get a Deion. Like Deion is one. So okay, if Jackson State like gets all the eyeballs, and what do you do about the other schools in the SWAC as well too? Like okay, they may have some revenue sharing deals, but there can only be one Deion. Whether versus like when you're talking about some of these schools that are land grant institutions have been the state school in their state for the longest. Like even if their schools like okay, Colorado's playing Nebraska. Like Nebraska is terrible. There are going to be a bunch of Cornhusker fans who are going to tune in and watch just because Nebraska's where their great grandparents went to school or their grandparents.
The infrastructure's there.
Yeah, they they grew up Nebraska fans. They
won a national title in the 90s.
Yeah, exactly. They've got all of that. Even though Nebraska is horrible and has not been good in decades, there are still these diehard people who, if you get the right person there, get some excitement, they'll go spend their money to go.
Well, what they have done is they have played competitively in the Big Ten, but they haven't been national title contender type of team since the 90s. But they were good for a long time, and then they ran into NCAA violations a couple years back. That's what set their program back.
Yeah, but even with a setback program, they still are like irrelevant in the sense of like they have the resources and things there. Versus like with even somewhere like Jackson State, like Deion also talked about, hey, can I get the training facilities? Like if a player is hurt, do I actually have like the cold tubs and the trainer? I know. For example, y'all were talking about Auburn, Alabama. The one of the top surgeons in the state is standing on the sideline for each one of those games. So if one of the players gets hurt, his name is Dr. James Andrews. He actually is the one who repaired Drew Brees' shoulder, as well as he's known in the sports community for his orthopedics. He is on the sideline of both of those schools at every game, just in case someone gets hurt. He's able to give his expertise and advice. Like that's the type of like resource that you're able to have if you're one of these big state schools versus we're just talking about Jackson State. We're not talking about a mid-tier team in the SWAC.
And Renaissance, I was going to say, and seeing like stuff like that, having that's a recruiting pitch. That's why I was saying, first of all, it starts at the recruiting level to get the players, right? When you got 3, 4, and 5-star players, right? That's when your team then is going to get ranked by all the national polls. And then because of that, right, all the money talk starts to happen. So I'm saying this is very systematic.
Or the other thing you don't want to even talk about too is that, and I'm sure this doesn't affect all the recruits. They may not think about this, but when you start thinking about, okay, I'm not going to be a professional athlete. At the end of the day, I'm looking for what's going to benefit me. Like when I'm done playing sports, you know how many guys are going to be able to leverage the alumni base of, hey, I played at Alabama, so I can go find a job at this company because, there's a big prominent alumni who owns it, or, they're really connected. I mean, same thing like Texas or TCU or something like that. Like I may not go pro off of it, but I'm now got a degree from there. And, I can now leverage that network all throughout, the rest of my life. Like all of those things come into play as well.
Can we just admit this and just be real about it? This is not about aspiration, because I think that what Deion did was very good. I think that what he did and what he brought to Jackson State is good. That's number one. That's neither here nor there. But the larger point, as far as the popularizing the sport and making it more viable to where it could bring up a whole conference, that's something totally different. What we're talking about as far as how the Pac-12 operates, the Big East operates, all of these power conferences, that is history tied to that. And the money that they are provided through these television networks, it's not even on the same, the stipends that these colleges get, things of that nature, it's not even on the same. We can't equate that to what's happening at HBCUs. It's just not.
That's why I was saying we should be talking of it kind of probably separately.
Yeah,
and see what can be accomplished. See what can be accomplished within that framework.
BGS made that correlation though. Paradox. That's the thing. It's not us. He made the correlation and said that it didn't matter, but it does matter. It does matter.
Yeah, the only team that doesn't matter for is Notre Dame. They're the only team.
Look at the history of that.
And there's history in the history.
Exactly,
but what I wanted to say is though, you don't have to compete with them. There's a better format. If you look at the Division I non-Power 5, like the Delawares and the Williams and Marys, they operate outside of that. And that's what you need to do is start looking at them. Same thing with Division II college football playoffs, which people will like those better than. You can operate outside of those and be as successful and still recruit and improve your recruiting.
But you know that's what we were talking about, Smitty. We wasn't.
I know. I was trying to get to that. I'm saying if you want to get to that,
I even think a league like when this is a bad example, but when Ice Cube did the Big Three and he brought in those ex-players, just having those players there, it did generate something. Having celebrities and things, you could exploit those things, even if it's on a much smaller scale. And try to work from those positions.
But it did not raise
team that they played for prior is what connected them. They played for the Pacers.
Well, yeah, of course. You're taking advantage of that, of sure.
Yeah, but that's what I mean. They're still generating that revenue.
But I understand that it's much deeper than that. It's more underpinnings you got to deal with. That's infrastructure based. Yeah,
it's even like when you go, because Eddie George is dealing with this at Tennessee State. The state of Tennessee has basically underfunded TSU, and they have a lawsuit pending of like, hey, you all owe us like, and I believe they even had something in Maryland with like Bowie State and some of these as well, like that these schools have actually lost out on state funding that they would never even think about doing to the flagship state school. So you're up against that as well.
I was going to say there's a few other factors that we kind of really don't really like. I get it, right? It sounds very menial, right? And it sounds as if I'm trying to take like social issues or race out the equation, right? But what I'm trying to do is I'm really actually trying to like literally get down to the brass tacks about how it is that some conferences can get the eyeballs, as they're calling it, and the ratings, as they call it, right? Because you got to have you have to have the stretch, let's just call it. Now, when we're talking about, say, like the PAC and all that, like, dude, let's keep it real. You have two teams that are in the second biggest media market in the United States.
The PAC did now. The PAC did. They screwed their stuff up.
Well, here's the thing, right? You got to understand the other move. This is the thing that I didn't even get out, right? What do you think Deion coming to the PAC just did? It might have just saved it.
Yeah.
Nah.
Okay.
Nah.
Well, hold on. Wait. Are you sure about that?
Wait. I can explain. I will explain this. They're moving to the Big 12 next year. Colorado already signed the ink the deal. They're moving to the Big 12. The PAC is dead.
Is it signed?
Yeah, they signed and delivered.
They did.
They already signed and delivered. All right. Stanford and Cal's in the ACC now. So PAC's dead.
Okay. So let's go back to what we were originally saying. There's a whole shift happening. Wasn't this point brought up just a little while ago about the conferences shifting up and everybody moving around and all that? And I'm saying,
and just to make your point even more harshly complex, that comes from basically USC and UCLA basically hoarding the resources in that conference, not really shitting on those other teams that was there to make it hard for them to actually compete, which brings up the point of basically disintegrating the whole conference. Your whole conference falls on its ass because it can't support itself, and they got to go into other divisions and other conferences to actually.
Well, let's look at who the fallout was first, because you got to remember it was the Mountain West Conference, right? It was the Mountain West, and I'm trying to remember what was the other one that was up here.
All-American Conference.
No, on the West Coast, All-American.
Well, Mountain West.
We have Mountain West, and there's another one.
It was Mountain West
that had D1. That had D1. Schools in it.
Yeah,
I think it was Mountain West and Pac-12. That's it on the West.
I think Hawaii is part of that conference.
They were part of. Yeah. And I can't remember what it was, but that was the first casualty. Then the Mountain West became the second casualty, largely.
Yeah. Conference USA.
Is it Conference USA? No, because I think they were in the Midwest and the South.
Yeah, that's mid.
Yeah, I can't recall what it is, but basically, man, the Mountain West became a casualty of all this reshuffling because remember the Pac-10 became the Pac-12.
12, yeah,
right.
Including Utah.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. They moved. I think they were in the Mountain West and they moved them. Yeah, and it was whoever the other school was, right? So we saw the beginnings of this, but then it goes back to what DC was just saying, where all the money started going. So now you got a whole bunch of schools in the Pac-12, but see, they really couldn't pull recruits because everybody was trying to go to Oregon. They were trying to go to USC. They were trying to go to Arizona State, right? They were trying to go to the sexy teams.
Yeah.
Okay. And then you had the dominance of the SEC. Then you got recruits out here trying to go and play back east. So then the teams out here started being shit. Right. So then after the pandemic, everybody wanted to play close to home. So then that's when everybody got boosted up here. And now I think all the Pac-12 schools right now, for the most part, are like 1-0. Right. Because now we got a bunch of.
Yeah.
I think the majority of them
they
are 1-0.
They are. They're all undefeated. They're all undefeated.
Yeah, undefeated. And
right.
USC is 2-0. USC is 2-0. See, so now you got a whole bunch of strong ass squads out here, and you got Colorado still on deck, right? See, so now you got a real strong Pac conference, which kind of sucks because now everybody about to be moving to the Big 12, right?
Yep.
So
Big 12 and Big 10.
Right. You see, so the Pac-12 now is about to be like Fresno State. Shit. Who else? San Diego State.
Washington State.
The Cougars. Oregon State. Right? See, so now there's going to be a new Pac-12. And see, this is the only thing I was trying to get out earlier. I was like, really, this has to do with conference shuffling. And Deion was thinking the SWAC could get in that mix of conference shuffling.
Yeah, he had me believe.
But how many people would have been happy?
Okay, but I'm saying the coaches are not the ones. Go ahead, bro. I'm sorry.
No, I was going to quickly say, like, how many people would have been like cool with that? Of like, hey, you're taking an HBCU, especially some of these people we're talking about. You know, I'm second generation, third generation. You know,
right?
State
legacy.
That I'm going to take your school out, and then you know your rivalries are basically some of your rivalries going to be rivalry games going to be jeopardized.
But
like that would have been an issue. And
so there's just too much of a heavy lift.
The other thing. Real quick, and then I'll finish.
Yeah, go ahead.
The other thing too, Paradox, you have to look at when Deion came, he did promise them 3 years, and that was the thing people at JSU got upset about. The fans they felt like, hey, he didn't follow through on his contract completely.
Right.
Like,
he's only there
than he promised.
He was only there because he didn't get the job at Florida State like he should have. So yeah.
No, well, I think now I did hear BGS mention this, and this was a factor. There was some funny money stuff going on. There was some funny money stuff going on at Jackson State. So there was that, because see, you got to understand, man, at Colorado, that's totally not going on, right? Like the way they have to run, the way the Pac-12 program has to run, you don't have that.
Yeah, Colorado is fine financially. I mean, let's not play games. There's no. Yeah, they're fine financially. They're not struggling.
Baltimore is one of the wealthiest suburbs in America. That's what I'm saying.
So they got the money to give Deion what he needs. He said it when he walked in before he even got there. When he walked into the facility, he could not believe it. He said it himself. He said, "Wow." Like when he first stepped foot into the locker room, he cried. He said it. I cried, man.
Well, here's the thing, right? Once again, dude. But DC.
Kind of program.
But DC, check it out. DC, check this out. That's literally the facility that a 111 team can get you if you're in the Pac.
That's what
you understand what I mean? But see, this was my point when I came up. I was like, dude, this has everything to do with how the conference arranges its business. Like as a coach and as an institution, you guys can only do but so much. That's why I said on the institutional level, it largely requires what? Alumni and boosters. Renaissance man, am I wrong?
No. It alumni boosters, and then the fact that you are the flagship school in Colorado. Like you get money from the state without question every year, and like I said, you have your wealthy alumni. You're in the middle of one of the wealthiest suburbs in the country. You're right outside of the Denver metro area, which is a very up and coming.
Don't forget about your government contracts and stuff like that are basically filtered into the school too. It's way more than just, it's way more than the athletics at Colorado University. Way more.
My thing. That's why I say I don't even count those schools, because those are semi-pro teams or basically junior pro teams. I'm thinking like those. I'm looking. That's why I say the best way you scale it is that where Trey Lance and Carson Wentz, they went to South Dakota State. That's the school you need to model yourself after. And there's another
good stuff.
That's what I'm saying. That's what you want to do if you're HBCU. It's bullshit that they're not at that level.
I want to be clear. That wasn't my argument, by the way. That wasn't. You know what was said. Now let's not be up here. What was said was that it was comparable to the big ones, to the big. But we talked about Colorados and the big boys and stuff like that. You can't mix it.
But wait. Okay, but DC, like the point. But DC, the point that the brother was trying to make. Let's do this, right? So let's use NCAA basketball for example. Brad Stevens. Okay, he took Butler, a small school out of Indiana, small conference. Okay, took them to the NCAA championship twice.
Yeah.
Right. Gordon Hayward was one of his players. I'm trying to remember who else came up out of his squad and ended up in the NBA too.
Was it Jimmer on that? No, that was BYU. No.
No, it was BYU. Really that was BYU. Jimmer for that. He was BYU. But no, that was Brad Stevens. Now, for all the eyeballs that Butler got.
Yep.
Okay. For all the eyeballs, because we're talking about they played for a national title twice. Okay. For all the eyeballs and everything, was it able to boost the conference that he was in?
No.
Has anybody talked about Butler after Brad Stevens left?
No. I mean that's why I'm saying
a little bit.
One person cannot lift an entire conference.
Thank you.
But the thing is, I'll say the advantages of the HBCU, you're a black colleges where your transition to get that talent is going to be a lot easier because you have the culture on your side.
It should be. It should be.
That's the problem. No, that's the problem with the administration. They don't care about that though. So I'm saying you'll be. I'm just saying, I'm just saying, in the next 20 years, if they're actually focused and grind, let's say you don't even have to get TV because they're streaming. You can stream from anywhere in the country now if you're willing to do that and free streaming.
Okay, brother.
Do you think the football stuff is probably just not important to HBCUs anymore?
No, I think it is important, but I think
wait.
Here's the thing, like even if you have the culture on your side, you're still at a massive disadvantage. When it comes to the facility, dude, you now have football facilities like my school. They just built a $100 million football only facility. They got barbershop. They got a barbershop in there. Like you can go
damn.
That's common. That's common.
Wow.
That's common.
Yeah,
that's common. It's common.
Up against versus, hey, we got something that, truth be told, kind of looks like a junior college type of facility, but we got the culture on the side. Like that's what you're competing against. It's a different level.
Here's the thing, right? I want to because I think Smitty is that Smitty? Is that what that says?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I think you made an excellent point. I want to make sure I heard this right. Did you say something about streaming?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay. I want you to elaborate on that point. Elaborate on that.
So basically, my uncles and my dad actually had a streaming company before streaming was popular. They were streaming like MMA and Fight Club stuff before it got to how it was. And basically, the power of streaming is even easier now because you just need an app for your weekly or local HBCU game. And each college has their own facilities where they have cameramen and everything. It does take a little bit of investment. But that's where
a little bit of investment. But let me ask you. Let's talk about streaming for just a second. What about say like the SWAC doing like a direct deal with say like a YouTube, for example?
Yeah.
What would you think? Would you think that would actually get more eyeballs? Now is it more accessible? Is it more accessible for me and you? Maybe because I don't live in the SWAC market.
Then you can make two deals. You can make two deals, one with YouTube and one with ABC, and get the game of the week of HBCUs. There's a way around this that you want to do it, but it's just that the conference of SWAC and MEOC don't want to change as quick as Deion had them. That's all.
So wait a minute. So let's go back to the point I was making. So this has to do with the conferences and what they're negotiating to build out the brands of the schools that compete in their conferences. Is this what you're saying?
Yeah, basically, yeah. But the thing is though, is like y'all talk about history. These HBCUs do have history, not in the way of sports, but just as way as black people. Because I met somebody that went to Toledo. He transferred to a HBCU because Deion Sanders inspired me to do it. So it was working. And I think if you actually build and show that you care about these athletics, you can have a whole thing of HBCU. Then when college football's playoffs happen, people will say, well, we got two of the real national championships. We want to see the HBCU ones because we know where all the talent is and we're the Power 5 ones. So that's the thing is that people always say like, well, there's technically two national championships, the FBS and the non-Power 5 ones.
No, because you had the FBS champions, North Dakota State, beating up on ranked D1 teams.
That's what I'm saying. I agree with that. I agree with that.
What's his name came from there? The quarterback. I'm trying to remember.
Trey Lance and Carson Wentz.
And Carson Wentz, right?
Yeah.
So check this out, right? Another question for you. So like people that like go to school, like, you know, in terms of like enrollment, like student enrollment, stuff like that, even people that aren't in school, do you think the majority of people consume their content on TV or on the internet?
I don't own cable. I'll just tell you that.
I don't watch cable.
The internet, of course.
Everything's internet.
So what would make sense to try to start to move, as far as a conference standpoint, to move your media deals to? Where do you think you should move that shit to?
Online, of course.
Online, yeah. That's what I'm saying. Online, anywhere in the world.
Everything online.
Okay. So why wasn't the SWAC ahead of the game when they had Deion? Why not?
Because I don't know, because I think, like, honestly, the corruption in the SWAC and MEOC is really bad. So to do that, you need to account where all the money's going, all the resources.
Okay.
And where the shit going. So because it's not that hard of a move.
So Deion was having problems where that money was going too.
Yeah.
Well, I'm saying that was with the institution. Now, you know what? Let's table that, because that's a whole other conversation, right? Because I'm looking at what the SWAC could have done to maybe keep him.
Yes.
And I'm saying you made a very good point. They should have like started streaming the SWAC should have cut a deal with YouTube or something.
Mm-hmm.
Bruh. Okay. Now we talking eyeballs, because see, everybody can watch the game. They can watch all the games, right? Okay. So if we did that, if the SWAC was on point, and this is the only thing I was trying to get to a BJS, but hey, but I'm over here looking at like, okay, well, the problem was that it was the conference, and in order to get eyeballs on the conference, it's not just a matter of just having a person there. The conference itself has to strike deals to where people are going to watch, because I guarantee you, if you go and pull up Jackson State highlights from 2022 and 2021, you're going to see hella views.
Absolutely.
Okay, bro, you got it.
So are y'all talking about Black American greatness, or I'm just making sure I'm...
We're literally talking about college football conferences.
I'm looking at the title of what the host put out there. Like, that's kind of what brought me here.
Okay. I kind of brought it. It was a college football conversation that brought me in.
Okay. So what you're trying to find out is that the conversation? Paradox? Is that Black American? What did you just say?
Track, even when we was talking initially.
Come in.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, go ahead. What you say?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you now.
We've been a little bit all over the place, but that was supposed to be the main thing. We sort of got lost in other things.
Yeah, that's why
the goal was trying to promote Deion Sanders as a Black man doing great things. Sort of how, as a Black person, you kind of have to operate within these different corporate systems and stuff, and the different structures in America, universities, it's everything, marketing, all that stuff. And it kind of got into more of the inner workings of just college football in general, really. But you can say whatever you want to say. Go ahead, say whatever you want.
Okay. Well, that's kind of. Well, I mean, it's kind of almost like nobody can get above the big corporate machine. I mean, people try, it doesn't work. I mean, sooner or later, even just like shout out to Shannon Sharpe, you're gonna integrate at some point with them. I mean, they like to try the one-offs or some shit. It doesn't happen. They're not that long. After that, either you do it or your children or whatever group is going to integrate. It's just the corporate machine. What you can do is, try to make a deal. But I mean, it's far. If you want to look at industry or anything like that, just go to school, get a job. Or have a. I mean, the best thing is to have an integrated trade skill that you could pass on to your bloodline if your kids care enough. Well, I wouldn't even ask my kids if they cared. I would just force them to learn. I mean, that's how it happened for me. I wasn't asked if I wanted to learn how to do these skills. I was just told to do it. I think that's probably better for black people. Don't ask them, just force them to learn the skill. That's the kind of just makes a better. That's just makes a better group of people if you just force them rather than say, "Hey, how do you feel? Would you like to learn this and this and that?" This is why we're falling behind. Other groups don't ask; they just force their people, and then they excel. So, yeah, but that's
But
probably when
you're
we
in,
would have our best.
yeah, but you're in a situation where we're seeing black man greatness, right?
Now,
We're seeing a guy that's pulling his kids along. He's doing everything. So there's no negatives here. This is all positives.
no, that where's the negative? I didn't say a negative.
No, I'm not saying you. I'm just speaking in general. So I was
Okay.
so you can keep talking. I was just putting it out there that it's really looking at how he operates. And is that a blueprint? Should we be operating the way he's operating? Do we look at him as being something great?
Well, I was gonna say,
I mean,
the one thing that's different, I would think you'd say, is that Deion has essentially utilized his brand and his celebrity to recruit, and then he's pretty much playing CEO in the sense of he's hired some really good coaches to basically kind of run the day-to-day, the game planning, all of that, the X's and O's and that side of thing, and he's just pretty much utilizing his talent and his knowledge and his brand to go, and that's what I think is the new thing in this versus like traditionally you had to like really come up the ranks as like, okay, you got to be a GA, then you got to be a position coach, then you got to be
to be fair,
a smaller school, then you got to be a head coach.
To be fair, he was a college high school state championship head coach.
Yes.
So.
Thank you, Smitty. See, Smitty, okay, go ahead, dude. That's what I wanted to talk about. Go ahead.
I was going to say, even if you are a state like head coach and like you're a champion, that will maybe, depending on like how big football is in the state, that will maybe
Texas.
That will maybe get you.
I swear to God, y'all not let Renaissance man finish talking.
Let the man finish.
Hold up. Every time he comes on, I need him to finish, and he never gets to finish nothing. Let this man finish his complete whatever he got to say, because he'll shut down on me. I want him to finish.
Thank you, Black conservatives looking out for me here. I couldn't resist.
Strange bedfellows.
But I was going to quickly say, Paradox. The only thing I was going to say is to that point of even if he was a high school coach, even in Texas, at best, that may buy you, depending on the school and the relationships you got, it may buy you a position coach position. Like you may be like, hey, okay, we'll let you be the wide receivers coach or something like that. And then like you will probably have to leave and go to a smaller school to get a coordinator job unless you just knock it out of the park and you get promoted. And then like you'll sniff head coach. Like it's a long way up.
Okay, Smitty, go ahead, man. I know where you're going to go with this, and I want to follow up after you.
I mean, I was going to say, I think Texas go up to like 7A or anything. He was like 6A or 7A division, state champion. And he's also Deion Sanders. So his list gets put above everybody else. Now he didn't get the Division I job at first. That's why he went to Jackson, a school that needed notoriety. But like I said, once you really see like his I'm sorry. Anyway, once you see his football IQ, I forgot who said it earlier. It's you're wondering why hasn't he been a coach earlier at this level? Because he truly loved coaching. That's why he left football. The analyst thing, and he was only doing it like Sunday nights. Yeah, beginning coaching. So his on Prime U, he even had this thing with Prime U, which that wasn't even that successful, but he took that and learned from it. So when you go ahead.
No. Go finish up, bro. I go ahead, man. I'll finish up.
No, I was saying, so when you add that together, he's just gonna skip lines. There's some people that automatically just skip places in line because they believe him, and he's probably he is the greatest corner ever. So that's what I'm saying. His blueprint is only he could do it because he's Deion Sanders. That's why he got the opportunities and looks quicker than anybody else. That's all.
Well, okay, I'm gonna do this right. Like I said, I'm gonna go based on my experience as a football coach, right? And let's look at Deion's resume for a second, right? Because I think what happens here, and this is what's been going on with a lot of the quote unquote pundits and analysts, right? But trust me, man, my feed is filled up with like sports shit. Okay. Especially when it comes to Deion. I've been seeing a lot of this stuff, right? Because you got a lot of dudes just saying, okay, yeah, he got it off last week, but see, Nebraska's going to take it to him. Nebraska ain't even ranked, and TCU was. TCU played for the national title last year, right? So that means something, and that's the reason why Colorado's ranked number 22. But let's go back to what Smitty was talking about, okay? We can't take away from the fact that I think he was a high school state champion, national champion at Florida State, right? Did he get a bowl? I think he did, right?
No, I don't know about that.
What
school did he get what high school did he rise to greatness? I'm just asking you, what school did he rise to?
No, if I'm not mistaken, just from a bio I heard, I thought he had he was like a state, or they the school won the championship, then went to college, went to the pros, right? The whole point I'm making it, right? The whole point I'm making is that it's not as if the dude doesn't know football, and it's not as if he doesn't know organization in terms of what makes a team successful. It's not as if he has not seen it for himself. He's played for teams that weren't so good, and he played for great teams. Remember, he also played. My bad. Remember, he also played pro baseball and played in a World Series. So he also saw organization with regards to a whole different sport. So he's been able to accumulate a lot of his experience, professionally speaking. And then, like I said, when he got on to like Fox and started being an analyst, you saw that he knew the X's and O's. He knows his shit. So you can't take it away from him. He knows his shit. Then he went to coaching. And then you saw what he did with the coaching. So for me, I'm sold on Deion as a dude who's got high football IQ. And not only does he have high football IQ, he also knows organization. Because everybody thought when all them players bounced through the portal earlier this spring and stuff like that, when he came in and he signed that deal, they were like, oh shit, this is just going to go belly up. Only for him to turn around and kick the crap out of TCU in Texas.
So I'm going to ask y'all a question. So his skill, right? Like when I'm looking at an excellence of a person, it's like, all right, if it was a teacher, he or whoever did something, then the legacy is shown through that of the students, not the teacher. It's kind of like, hey, I made these students, and they're high performing students. So then we can look at the DC school of the Institute. That brand is notable not because it's just DC. It's because the students that come out of there are all high graded students. So I'm asking these people, these high schoolers or people he's touched, where are they when he departs from them? What are they doing now? Because that's what I'm curious. That's a true grade of a teacher is not. I don't give a shit for how the teacher. I mean, that's cool. You can say I do this and that, but if your work is shitty, then it's not really quality. It's not really good quality. So what goes on with the kids after? That's all I want to know. Are they formidable? Can they go to different programs? X, Y, Z. That's what I look at. If it's somebody who he took from nothing and made them something, then that's something. That's like the Phil Jackson. So I'm asking about these.
Did you see the stats for the Colorado game?
Okay. Did I see the stats for the Colorado game? No, I really don't watch.
Because the three players that balled the fuck out were transfers from JSU.
So those are people who followed him.
Well, yeah, but you're talking about what is it that the people that he's teaching? What are they showing and proving? Well, Sanders set a school record in his first game, 510 yards passing. Right?
Well, I mean, it's
80% completion rating. Right, 80% completion rate, 37 for 46, 4 touchdowns. Travis Hunter, He played, I think 60% of the offensive snaps and 80% of the defensive snaps. And he had his stats were off the charts going both ways. And Dylan Edwards scored 4 touchdowns on his own. Nobody even heard of the kid.
Well, I look at it. Like I said, it's a school. It's not a school that's known really well for football. It's kind of known for like Poindexter. So something that was already like me coming from a school that's only good for athletics and going to a school that's shit to athletics. I'm going to be a kind of a phenomenon out there. When
Colorado was 1-11 last year. And they beat number 17 TCU, who played for the national title last year.
Was anybody talking about Colorado like that?
No, that's what we were literally just discussing. So I thought that Deion Sanders was the subject. That's what we were talking about. I thought that's what you were talking about.
So what I'm saying is this: if you make a product, okay, I'm gonna say this. Let's look at this. You as a black man, you make a product, and you have a quality product that the world is seeking after, because they know that anything you touch is going to turn to gold, or it's going to be a good quality product. Like there's an iron worker in Charleston. His gates are known all over the world because the quality of work he does. So when I'm looking at, if y'all talking about the subject is Deion Sanders, is it the same where it doesn't matter what type of race of a student or whoever he touches, they produce quality no matter where they go. So I'm not too much hung up on just Deion Sanders, because it should be something that any other. He's right now he's going to be a pass when he's said and done. Are there other men that can replicate and do the same thing? Because then if you say that, if anybody else can come along.
Do you consider him the blueprint? Could you replicate his process?
That's what I want to look at, Sid, when you were saying like blueprint. That's the main thing about greatness. It's a blueprint.
Right.
And so
I was just saying, in football, that's called a coaching tree.
Yes.
Right. So Belichick has what's his name? Oh boy, Matt something. He coached at Detroit, and then you've got what's his name? Bill O'Brien. He coached at Texas. So he's got people under his staff who ultimately then went into coaching, positions of coaching, right? Mike Leach, who never went to the pros, got what's his name? Cliff Kingsbury over at Arizona, where they had Kyler Murray, and there was one other cat who coached under Cliff Kingsbury who got a position, right? So that's called coaching trees. But see, Deion literally just got to the Pac-12, right? See, so I think maybe we got to give him time to get to the pros and then have his imprint left on the coaching ranks, say in college and the pros.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. Like nobody's questioning his resume because he's already done it. And that's the main thing where we're looking at it. Can the blueprint, that's what I'm focused on. Making blueprints that can be replicable. And we haven't really seen other professional high grade athletes try to replicate that. Not too much, because they're like the politics that go behind it. In that case, they would be returning back to their HBCUs and be like, "Hey, I'm back. I'm about to flip this around." Yeah. Exactly. I'm just saying. You know what I'm saying? We'd be having a big turnaround of that happening, going back to their schools, and you know what I'm saying. Their names alone will be filling up the seats. We'll be bringing in different types of revenue. You'll be seeing different programs other than just sports getting funding, because then they're there. And that's a thing. That's a big problem with what we're seeing in the blood clot.
Well, I think the dude who's coaching Jackson State right now was assistant under Deion, right? You see, so I guess you have to kind of judge that based on the progression of the season, what Jackson State does as a result. Because now the program was left to one of his assistants. Now, an example of that would be look at Stanford when Jim Harbaugh was there. Now, when he left to go to San Francisco, David Shaw, the offensive coordinator, he took over. Right? You see, so David Shaw just took a position as an analyst in the NFL. What do you think his next step is into the league? Right? But I'm saying it's like, okay, well, Jim Harbaugh did what he did. He was there at Stanford, I think, 4 seasons. I want to say it was 4 years left. And then David Shaw stepped in at the helm. And I want to say they won 2 Pac titles under him. Right? So that's time is what reveals that.
Right. I think as far as it goes for seeing a wave of other Hall of Famers or high caliber players, black men, do that, we're having a problem with that. Seeing the give back. We see a lot of takeaways, but we don't see the give back. And that's why we're not seeing if it really. Because then you would see a lot of guys, IQ wouldn't have to beg or run around looking for Hall of Famers to play in his league. They'd be like, "Nah, Ice Cube, we can go to the colleges. We'll make our money back. We'll make our money back at the college. It'll be a slow build, but if we go to the colleges, you see what I'm saying? Regardless of whatever sport or whatever it's going to be, we can make our money back." I see other kind of that. I think that's an issue that it could work because your name should carry you, your brand should carry you, but a lot of our men are not practicing that enough. Once they get.
Well, let's do this also. Well, I was going to say a lot of coaches also their tenures only last but so long, right? And then sometimes you might have a new athletic director come in, and the new athletic director just wants to completely change the direction of things, or just change it up and do something different. So we also have to look at the organizational side of things. We were touching on that earlier, right? Because see, the decision makers aren't just like the coaches, right? Like the person that we're talking about, like the Deion Sanders, for example. And that was why we pinned it on the school administration. Then you move it up the chain to the conference, and the conference not doing anything to try to facilitate the new growth that Renaissance Man was talking about, because he was saying, okay, well, you can't just count on just more enrollment and just quote unquote more eyeballs. That doesn't necessarily translate into growth in terms of the brand, the conference, the style of the game, the whole entire product. You know what I'm saying? So like this goes up the chain. There's only but so many responsibilities you could lay on, say, like the coach level. Then it has to go on the athletic director level, i.e. the institution level, then up into the conference level.
So I always wonder about this, because I look at, and I love the movie with Coach Carter that Samuel Jackson played in. See, he didn't focus on just their scholastics. I think black boys play enough goddamn sports and run around after balls and all get concussions enough, but they don't ever get pushed about, hey, I really need y'all to hit them books. Not no thing with bringing out no little Instagram girl that stick their legs.
I wish Deion is pushing education hard. Because he knows that most of these kids aren't going to the league, so he's education first for him.
Right, and so that right there is, that's why when I said about hey, their brand is also not just in the sports, but also bringing in different helping build the institutes in those colleges. Like, hey, we got a better science institute or agriculture or writing, like,
and how to make money. The most important thing.
Right. A lot of them don't know how to properly circulate or use the funding. It's just, well, we can get a new stand, or no, dude, we need to actually probably while the flow is flowing. You know what I'm saying? You got to strike the iron while it's hot and start getting these grants and funding pushed through. That's what I'm saying. Like the blueprint, I don't think it was fully used at its full capacity as it could be. Because I think that was an issue that they did probably have with him was, okay, we want you just to play football. Just play football, Negro. You're talking about education. You're telling these boys, right? You're telling these boys to do other shit.
How to get
we
money.
just want you to play football. Just play football.
Well, BMT, you're now, but see, here's the thing. We're now in the era, and I brought this up earlier. You're in the era of the NIL deal, right? Where now collegiate athletes can sign their own endorsement deals. So this is a whole different
that type of money. Okay, but now here's the thing about it.
Wait, say that again.
They know how to handle that type of flow or responsibility of money.
Do you know how to handle it?
Yeah, like see, here's the thing about it. Like,
well,
you can get.
I mean, if they don't, then I guess their parents should get a sort of manager or something, or maybe the parents do. But all I'm saying is that whether that's the case or not, and in some instances, actually, the answer is no. I saw an article recently. So there's this dude. He played at Florida, and what he did was he got some NIL money, and then took a loan out on that money, right? So like kind of like a secured loan, right? But what he did was he he tied it into a contract that he was going to get from the NFL. And it was like for like some stupid amount, like 25%. It was like pre-tax or something. And then he ended up getting drafted in the first round or something like that. And so now it's like he's basically going to be playing football for the first 2 years and like make next to nothing. Yeah, so there is instances of what you're talking about, right? How do they know how to manage that money? I would say I literally just encountered an instance where the answer is no.
Well, I was going
to say you do.
The other thing is that you run into is sometimes even, I don't know if they do this, DC may be able to speak to it, that I know at some of these bigger schools, like they have like basically, I believe you're under like a health insurance policy as far as like if you sustain some injuries while you're there, or they at least have the connections to go and like help you get lined up with like taking out an insurance policy, like Colt McCoy, if you remember. Probably about 10 years ago now, he got hurt in the national championship game.
Yeah,
They took out a policy to protect his status. I don't even know if that would be available at some of these institutions, some of these smaller institutions.
Right. Like that's what I'm saying, man. Like, look, when I joined the military, I didn't know none of those damn contracts that were being put before me. All I know is, damn boy, you can run fast, you can shoot good. Dan, would you like to have you ever dropped from C-17? I can try. I didn't know that meant diving out of a plane. But see, when you don't know or you're not educated and you're the first generation, you're going in blind. And that's the thing about it, that we're having a problem. It's the young individual going against the machine of the institute. And I think that was a problem why SWAC did not rock with Deion. You're teaching.
BMT, is signing an NIL deal no different? Because you're getting paid in college to play sports, right? So how is it different from signing a shit deal, let's just say in the pro league? I mean, how many times have we seen this? You would even think that we would probably be a little bit more astute in terms of signing contracts and stuff like that, given it's at the collegiate level, given the history of bum fucking contracts that black folks have signed, not only in sports, but shit, in things like music, for example.
I understand that what you're saying. In this, and you have now we're getting to some meat about the blueprint, because part of the blueprint is teaching me how to read the blueprint. You're not. It's one thing you can create a blueprint. You know, I know a lot of guys who can create something, but then when you ask them to read what they made and actually break it down, they can't tell you because they're not at that level. You know what I'm saying? Like my uncle and my dad or someone like that, they can't read blueprints. But if you put the engine in front of them, they can build it. And I'm like, damn, how the hell do y'all do that? And that's a big drastic failure that hinders you from getting to certain. So hold on, let me finish.
I was going to say you're talking about literacy.
Well, we'll see. That's a big issue that has been crippling the black man in these areas. See, other groups of men are getting the literacy. They're just getting the literacy. Once they get the literacy, they can know how to maneuver around the system. The black man is still having an issue maneuvering. The black men that do learn the literacy, right? Deion actually learned the literacy. This is what this was a problem when he was like, hey, I'm supposed to have this. These are supposed to be going on. These boys are supposed to be doing this. When you're now starting to question and actually accurately read and tell them there's nothing more scary than a Negro that can read. So when you're starting to teach these black boys, hey, I know you're coming from a dilapidated environment and you're just now seeing $1,000 or $1,500, stuff like that hitting your bank account. Let's start putting that away for what you need to. Let's start re-upping that money. Now that scares them because now you're not erratic. This is the problem with a lot of athletes, especially black male athletes. They go broke after they're done with because they didn't know how to properly use and actually collectivize their money. This is the big issue why we're not expanding the way we should. You understand what I'm saying? So I understand when Deion sat down with them in certain rooms and was trying to tell them certain stuff. I'm like, okay, he's trying to actually teach them how to read and actually how to make their contract work. Same thing like the Ball family. Well, we don't like LeVar Ball, but he was teaching his boys how to the literacy of the contracts. So that's a big. But that's a big
day one,
thing about the, huh?
I said I was a big fan of LeVar from day one.
Was he not teaching his boys, sis? Was he not teaching his sons?
Black people don't love black men. Even the black men don't.
Paradox.
When I supported this black man, the pushback that I got from black men, it was unbelievable.
Paradox. The pushback that you got. So I'm out here in LA. Wait. I know. But look, I'm out here in LA, right? I've been following the Ball boys since they've been playing at Chino. I grew up in. I graduated from Fontana, dude. Like Fontana and Chino is only like 20 minutes away from each other.
Hold on. Don't blow my fantasy up though. Don't.
Wait, no.
I know you're not about to do that.
No.
Okay.
No, I'm gonna just give it to you.
I don't want too much inside information now.
No. I'm not doing that. I'm gonna just give it to you as a cat from LA who I'm a huge Melo fan. I'm not, dude. Melo is dangerous at point. Okay, Melo is dangerous. Okay, Leangelo, talented but stupid.
Yeah.
Okay. Now Lonzo, oh my God, just a fucking ball wizard. But you know what, man? Everybody in LA will tell you, man. LeVar, man. He did his son dirty, man. Just running his mouth.
No slander on this call. No slander.
Listen. I'm out here, bro. I'm out here, born and raised. Listen. Hey, the criticism is warranted, fam. Criticism is warranted. Let me tell you something. Look at outside of. But check it out. Outside of Melo's. Go ahead.
Now I'll let you go. I'll let you cook. Go ahead and cook.
I was just gonna say, look, outside of Melo's injuries, like, have you seen his father say or do anything to impact his quality of play?
The other thing too complex is that when he was doing the business with his son, he was kind of doing the shit. Like the character, my understanding is the guy he used was shady and actually ripped him off.
Wait. But you know what, Ren?
Lord have mercy. A black man getting torn down. Here we go.
Wait. See, that's what Paradox didn't want. That's what he didn't want, right there. That's what he.
Correct me if I'm wrong. Didn't his business partner steal some money from him?
He did. Yeah, he did.
I mean, but look.
Yeah, he did.
But we I'm just saying, but we do know that and we can go through a lot of business partnership all over the place, and it gets messy and it's difficult and it's challenging.
But I don't want to get lost on
more of the idea of what it was. Because I can hit you with a lot of things about corruption. We can do that all day.
I celebrate the idea. I just think he was kind of doing that Negro business of like
Hey, I'm just gonna.
What y'all thought was going? Okay, so what did Deion? Okay. So what Deion Sanders doing? But is he not trying to get his son to the NFL?
Deion get a pass.
Deion gets a pass. Deion said,
that's why.
No, BMT. When I said that, what I meant is like, oh, I'm gonna get this guy who really ain't got that much experience. He may be kind of, one of these guys who's kind of a street hustler type to kind of do business with, versus like really like, either taking a LeBron path of like really getting someone I know and making sure they get their stuff that they need to run it correctly, or just going with, with someone who's legit.
Have that critique. You can have that critique. Because that was my critique. My critique, I wish that I understand, because I don't know what's the guy we just talked? Was it Complex? Who was that talking?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Complex.
Was he from the hood?
Oh no, man! Chino Hills, man.
Yeah, Chino Hills, more middle class.
Chino's a nice area.
But I don't know, is he from there? Did he move there?
I just know the Ball Boys are raised there. I don't know if
they was raised there. But I think the father is.
I don't know if they're from there. I don't know if they're from there.
Yeah, I don't think the father's from there.
No.
Yeah, he's from. He has an edge to him. He's clearly not from there. That's
of course. People. No, LeVar be over at the Drew just talking all kind of shit. Yeah.
So my only critique is that I wanted him to. I was hoping that he would sort of navigate that. He didn't know how to. Obviously, he's learning on the job, basically. Right. But I wish he could have aligned himself, but he probably really didn't trust some of that stuff, because we don't really know the inner workings of some of this, especially with like say LeBron or Michael Jordan. So I don't really know all their how they really do business.
He had already talked basically the Lakers into drafting his son.
I know.
Okay. At number 2.
Genius, right?
The hell,
Genius, right?
He should have. Okay.
Genius, right? Genius, black man, right?
Wait a minute.
It's okay to say something good about black men. It's okay to.
No. I'm gonna say something good, and then I'm gonna put a caveat on it because he ruined it. Because he ruined it at the same time. That's why I'm like, okay, he did. Look, Zoe balled out at UCLA. I don't know if y'all ever watched this clip.
Yes.
He looked like Magic Johnson out there.
Yes, unbelievable. Absolutely. Yeah.
Right, 6'7" with long arms, bro. Come on.
Crazy.
Right?
Yeah.
Okay, so it was a lock. It was a lock, dude. It was a lock for the Lakers to go ahead and just snag him up. And guess what they did? Now, at that point, man, just be quiet. Because look, with all the stuff that LeVar was talking, you got to remember, dude, that year, and me and Rael, man, we talk about this all the time. We some hoop fanatics. That year when it was Lonzo Ball, Brandon Ingram, Josh Hart. Remember that whole Lakers squad under Luke Walton? They won 46 games in that Western Conference.
Squad.
What a young squad, dude.
It was crazy.
And I'm saying it was LeVar Ball's mouth, though. It was his mouth that ran Zoe up out of there. I'm telling you, man, because dude, Bron came in and was just like, look, I don't want to hear this thing about.
I think from a marketing perspective, he is very similar to Deion. I just think the decision making and not really having the history, I think, is where he probably just was more naive.
Well, Deion is.
Y'all was talking shit now. Y'all was talking shit.
No.
He was selling the brand the correct way, but right. Go ahead.
He has the credibility of like, hey, I've been successful at every level. LeVar Ball kind of comes across as, hey, I'm that dude whose son's really
my son.
So he if he would have made a 1 degree shift, I think he would be $100 millionaire on his own, just by branding the Big Baller brand. Because that marketing he got was hundreds of millions. He was getting hundreds of millions of dollars of free marketing, basically. But he could not harness it and capitalize on it. He was so close. And he was so close.
Lack of business experience. Because, like, once again, even the shoes itself, people were saying that basically, hey, this guy is essentially drop shipping these. That, like, they were basically taking orders, taking pre-orders, and then taking the money, and then going and getting orders fulfilled. And then there are questions around quality, because one day would actually like pour on his son's while his son was at one of the games. And he had to jump in some Nikes. So
they say that Zoe's injuries are the result of those shoes.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Yeah, they said that. So the initial, they said that, the initial injury that he got in his second year with the Lakers, is because he was, I think it was the first or second, I can't remember, but it was the shoes that he was wearing. right?
But
and
they were trying to destroy him, though. Just don't forget that part.
well, no,
because Zion Williams Nikes exploded. By the way,
when he was at Duke.
Wait, Zion also weighs 300 pounds.
Yeah, they did. They completely blew out. You know what I mean? But no, they were saying that the injury that he got, and then they were saying that the surgery that he got to repair that injury, it was kind of faulty, and that's why he's been having chronic injuries, and then he had that tear again, so he's out all this season. He's out all this season. So like I said, man,
the baby boy is going to be a $500 million kid. So
Melo is the one who lucked out, fam. And like I said, you don't hear really LeVar's mouth is shh, because Michael, well, here's the thing. The agreement was when Michael drafted Melo, it was like, yo, I don't want to hear your pop's mouth. Let him know. I don't want to hear. When he comes over here, he's on our team. We don't hear his mouth.
And you ain't hear LeVar say another black man down, basically.
I think the thing.
He should have brought LeVar into that Nike business and taught him sort of the blueprint, because the big baller brand still has value.
Man, Jordan had one foot out already.
I love Jordan to death. I know he had some faults and he was kind of exploited and they made him very wealthy. So I don't know how much business savvy he truly has as a person because of how they used him. But I wish he would have I wish some of the guys would have really pulled LeVar to the side and kind of worked with him. I mean, all the black men should have got together and really got with him and really helped put pressure on him and helped him out.
But that's what I've been looking at with the it's like, so this is where we're having the implosion, is that even if Jordan didn't know, right? Because Jordan's boys didn't make it to the NBA.
No,
they got the college though. They got the college.
That's fine. So they made it to that level. They made it that far. So the next phase was now LeVar. Now, granted, LeVar would come in and talking shit. But however, if Jordan had pulled him aside and said, listen, let me teach your boys the game and teach them how to properly brand, maybe help them give y'all the information, then that's literally pushing on the blueprint. You get what I'm saying? Like, I agree. Just like Shaquille O'Neal, he's making his kids go to do what? Hey, y'all gonna have to.
He might have about $5-10 billion, by the way.
I don't think. Listen, what they think Shaquille O'Neal got, that man got way more money. That man has way more money than he's putting off, y'all. Everybody's clowning on him. That man got too many goddamn stuff going. He's not telling us what he really got, bro. Shaquille is just not talking.
Do you think there's a disconnect? Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, I was really quick to ask you, Paradox. Do you think, when you look at it, like, to your point, because you're saying, hey, people are poo-pooing black men. Look at I would say look at LeBron and how he has done what he has done for his son.
LeBron is magnificent, bro.
For what he's done.
Wait, poo-pooing black men. Poo-pooing black men.
Say what?
You said poo-poo. Wait, you said poo-pooing black men?
It is a thing now.
Renaissance is referencing back to when I personally was arguing with black men, grown men, very successful men, and having arguments with them, talking about LeVar is stupid, he's dumb, what is he doing? Shut your mouth up, get in your place. I'm like, what?
No,
this man inspired. Hold on, let me finish. Let me do my rant.
Yeah.
This man inspired. He inspired athletes to start thinking about, you know what? I can't do my own thing. He literally changed. He was in the process of changing everything in Nike and Under Armour and the NBA and all these other people, like put everything on him. That white bitch made that comment to him when he was on Colin Cowherd's show. Was he on ESPN? I forgot who he said something to somebody, and they basically said you can't come on the show anymore. It was a blonde. It was a dirty blonde chick. Goofy chick too. I can't stand her. Yo.
She was basically saying that, hey, you're gonna have to market to women because that's half the population. He said.
Wait, what?
He was saying that she was basically saying. I mean, I got what she was saying from a standpoint. It was Christine. Was it Christine Leahy or something like that?
No, it wasn't her. It was the other chick. They got her off. They got rid of her. Actually, she got her own podcast.
Yeah. But she basically was on the show and she was saying to him that hey, you might want to look at like marketing to women as well because they're half the population for sports gear.
Wait, are you talking about Jamel Hill?
No.
White blonde.
White chick. Okay.
White blonde. White America White America basically destroyed this man, and black people helped them.
What did he say to her? He told her.
He said something. Remember, he's brass, so he said something slick, and he's not PC, and he's not leftist.
He said
so
something
he didn't really say the proper social thing you're supposed to say. He kind of dismissed her as a woman and be quiet. Whatever he said.
It was like a sexual thing. They tried to make it seem like he was sexual or some shit. He was like, "What the hell?"
Dismissed her. No, he passively dismissed her. That's what he did. I remember. He just kind of like, bitch, please. Like, kind of like a bitch, please.
Pretty much.
Yeah, I remember that. Yeah, I remember that. Yeah.
ESPN and Stephen A didn't want him back. Skip didn't. They didn't really want him back.
Yeah, that's right.
Crazy ratings.
That's right. That's right. That's right. That's right. That's right. That's right.
He was too, in a weird way. I don't want to say like Republican or conservative, but he was really one of the first black men who
was real
for himself.
He was real.
Like, no, you can't act that way. You need to act this way. And he was like, I'm doing my own thing, and y'all hate me for it. And they got black men and black women to really attack him, and the whole white industries attacked him because remember something, he was gonna have people start rethinking doing their shoe deals and say, you know what, maybe I can do my own.
Yes, yeah.
And that was a problem. When
wait a minute. Well, wait, but Paradox, you know who just did that, right? Kyrie Irving.
Kyrie did it.
Kyrie Irving just did it.
Look how they treat that black man. A whole lot of black men went against Kyrie, by the way. A lot of black men went against Kyrie, actually.
What? He just signed that deal, like 2-3 weeks ago? With that shoe company in China?
You're telling me that multi-million-dollar black men wasn't trying to destroy him in the media. I can give you some names if you want me to. I can start with the big one.
Who said that?
You want to do Stephen A first?
Who said that?
Huh?
No, who said that?
No. I thought you said that black men wasn't trying to destroy him, and I'm saying they hired because Stephen A as the hitman to be the number one attacker against Kyrie. We've seen thinker.
No, we've seen that. Like we've seen that with Stephen A. with a few people. No, I was saying
it ain't just him though, but it's a whole system against him.
No, the point I was making was that we saw Kyrie Irving repeat what LeVar did recently.
Yeah, for sure.
About 2-3 weeks ago. That's what I'm saying. Like Kyrie Irving just signed his new shoe deal.
Because I wanted him to do a deal with my boy Saya, somewhere in America. His shoe brand is phenomenal, and I really hope they were going to do a deal.
Basketball,
together, but they didn't make it.
Like basketball shoes.
He makes all. I mean, he makes all kind of shoes, but he was working with Kyrie he sent him some ideas, some things, but I guess Kyrie decided to go in a different direction. Because I mean, Saya, he has to scale. He has $1 billion shoe industry. If y'all don't know who he is, it really should be $1 billion shoe industry. But unfortunately, you know the business of America, how that works. But another black guy that's not getting proper. Shaquille supported him, but a lot of other guys didn't really support him yet. And I was hoping Kyrie would have did a deal with him because I truly think that truly is a Kanye style brand. And I really was hoping that I know that he don't want to do deals with certain people for whatever reason. But Kyrie, man, that boy is talented.
He went direct. What Kyrie did was he went direct to the factory in China reached out directly to him, because I don't know if you noticed this, right? Like, so James Harden launched a wine brand in China recently.
Oh wow! You said he lost the deal?
You know, he launched a wine brand in great. China. Sold 10,000 bottles in the first day.
Wow!
Right now he's going through all this contract bullshit with the Sixers and talking about maybe floating around the idea of playing a year in China. All right. See, so what the Chinese are doing, okay. So this is kind of why I'm like, well, let's look at the landscape, right? Let's look at the landscape of how it is that brothers can actually leverage opportunities. You know, in some instances, man, you can work directly with the factory, like no middleman.
Yeah,
that's what you were talking about with your boy. He was like, okay, he was trying to work with him, right? But but then when the factory reaches out directly to you. It just says, hey, look, we want to imprint in the United States and we want to use you. Here's how much money we're willing to give you up front.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Like, and listen, there's none of the bullshit attached. It's just like, hey, us to you. Kyrie was like, oh shit. So I get input on the shoe design and how it fits in the material, maybe how we need to contour the soles and all this and all. They're like, yeah, absolutely. So you have Chinese companies that really looked at this as like an investment to get into the market to compete against like a Nike and all that, because Under Armour was like that for some time.
Yes.
right? Under Armour was like that for some time, but the thing was that was an American brand that had contracted with a manufacturer in China.
Yeah.
Okay, but now the Chinese are just coming directly to the players. That's why I'm like, the whole shit done changed up. You could probably potentially have a college player get a deal with a Chinese company or a Chinese brand.
It's coming.
The way the
I think it's coming.
works.
Yeah, I think it's coming. Yeah.
Yeah. This whole shit's changing, man. All of it.
I think we're doing too much kumbaya. You don't get the same hits online when you kumbaya, huh?
Oh, I'm sorry. My bad. I mean, I thought we were just talking like the hardcore shit about.
No. I'm here to celebrate black men greatness because we have so many examples of. I know the sports industry is one sector, many sectors, but it does kind of highlight the pressures that it takes, that you're fighting your own and you're fighting the bigger systems. And like you said, you do have pathways out of there, but like you said, trying to scale a business and also being hit so hard internally, that's where you get some of the back and forth.
Right.
Because when you look at what LeVar did not. I was honestly surprised. It was a great experiment just to see how you need to behave to get support. What you're, like this is a bad example, but do you see how kind of Trump very bombastic, very loud, very whatever, still gets deals done, still get things done. The system pushes on him, but then he has leverage because other parts of the system will support him. When it comes to us, black men specifically, that's where you start to. Deion and them are kind of showing, I think, one, the blueprint to do it, but also the struggles of trying to do it. Well, where your support is, who's looking out for you, etc.
Well, I don't. Here's the thing, right? Again, as a coach, if I'm just being outside looking in, right? If I look at
you have all black players,
huh?
You have all black players.
Wait. Say that again, bro.
I was saying, do you have all black boy players, all black boys?
No. So when I coached, man, I coached all my nephews up with my older brother, who's no longer with us. Okay. Rest in peace to him. Right. But I coached. Yeah, I coached with him. I coached all my nephews up, man. So this was basically all during the 2000s. And then when I moved to Arizona for a few years, I ended up coaching seniors, like basically 15 through 17-year-olds, right? I was coaching senior divisions out there, just OCing and offensive coordinating and all that kind of stuff. You know what I mean? And when I look at Deion, I look at his collegiate record. I think his first season, he was like, 6-5? Or I'm trying to remember what his record was. He was like.
In college or high school?
No, in college. His first year at Jackson State. Yes, first year at Jackson State. I want to say he lost 2
games.
No. He did 3 years. He did 3 years at JSU. His first year he was like.
Wait, was it 3 or 2? Wasn't this?
I thought it was 27-3 or something.
No, can you look? Hey, Randy, let me see if I can look it up. I'm on my phone. I'm not on my computer.
I thought it was 2 seasons back.
The last, let me see here. It was. I want to say it was 3 seasons. Let's see.
Or it could have been 3 with a 4-year deal. I can't remember.
Was he only getting paid $1 million a year?
No, he's getting paid like I think it was like $250 or $500.
No, it was I was gonna say it was like 250. It was like 250, bro. It wasn't. Yeah. Okay, so let's see here. So he was there for 3 years. Yeah. So that was 2021, 2020. Let me see. Yeah, he was there for 3 years. So his first season.
Wait, was 2020 his first season?
I'm trying to remember.
It had to be 1920.
Who are we talking about?
1920, bro. What are you talking about?
No, Deion. No. Well, 2020 may have been like, that was COVID year. So that could have been like the spring and everything.
Yeah. Yeah, that's what I mean. He was there for 3 years, but I don't think he actually
played the 3 seasons. Yeah, because you would have had 12 games in each year. And then you would have had, your postseason games as well, too. So you said he was like 27-3 while he was there?
Something like that, I thought.
Yeah. So, yeah, he played 2 seasons, but probably the COVID season was, knocked everything out.
Yeah. I think, like I said,
and now I think about it, too, kind of going back real quickly, now this popped in my head. He was down there when the whole Jackson water crisis happened. So
yes, he was.
He
sure was.
And try to figure out how to.
He was actually soliciting donations, Renaissance.
Yep, and he had to figure out how to where am I going to get my players water?
Like he put in work.
I remember.
He put in work.
Like that's going to go.
Yeah.
Can you guys hear me at all?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Hey, what's going on, bro?
He put pressure on the city and the state to get that.
Yes, he sure did. Paradox, he did. Yep.
But once again, that was something he had to deal with because of the infrastructure at the school. Like he's not gonna have to deal with something like that at Colorado.
He was 27 and 6. I think he was 4-3 his first year. That was the COVID year.
Right. That's right. So he's 27. He's 27 and 6 at JSU and 1-0 at Colorado. So he's 28 and 6 collegiate record. When you go and look up the percentages for like coaches basically at the 4-year mark, bro, there's not that many coaches that have a higher winner percentage than him.
I think one of the things about it, which we're trying to look at, is trying to have it where more black men would have more of a unison union at attacking these type of things. That's a pressure that other men, like Favre, he's in a group with the senator and other politicians that help out his kids' school. Like that's a backing that our black men need. You know, we got to start getting a union behind our people, so it wouldn't be an uphill struggle to get water, to get better livable conditions, to get education pushed on, or having courses for, hey, we're going to teach y'all with this lawyer on how to read these contracts. I'm looking at like, okay, the building blocks. Like if a LeVar Ball said, okay, came in and said, hey, I'm going to show y'all without being so abrasive, how to get your boys into the league and how to maximize their deals. Like these are important things. I can promise you right now, LeBron and his best friend, who's a scout, they're right now coaching and mentoring Bronny and all his friends right now. I can damn sure promise you that.
So they are for sure. Fact. That's a fact.
Right.
Yeah.
So they see what I'm saying. So they're having they have a coverage. That's something like
how do you scale it? Is the question then, right?
See, that's the thing about it is the proof is going to be in your works, like how Deion can showcase, hey, me coming here and doing X, Y, and Z. These are the fruits. Look what I brought to your schools. You got to start getting me. You got to. Does it cause confusion
where we're all black people here? We're all black people here. Why isn't someone cutting a big fat check and risking their fortune to support him? Is that what we're really talking about?
Well,
because
I think
paradox. That has to do with the whole booster thing that Renaissance found.
Right.
Like the alumni and all. Because typically you're going to get those types. You're going to get those types of donations and endorsements vis-a-vis your alumni.
But you can adopt the school. So, you can adopt the schools, though. You can.
Okay. Well, that's another conversation then, right?
But it's an uphill. It's an uphill fight.
We're having that conversation now because it's interesting.
That's one school still. Like that's why I go back.
But you have to scale though, right?
Well, no. When I say like, you could do that. I think if Deion stayed, yes, you could raise up JSU to a Power 5 level. They would involve leading the SWAC and getting there, but that wouldn't lift up all of HBCU football.
It wouldn't. It would lift up JSU.
But what BMT is saying, like I said, I don't want to speak too much in ignorance. I'm going to speak in ignorance, obviously. I guess I have no choice here. But if you're trying to scale something, wouldn't Jackson State be your testing ground, your incubator to say, you know what, we're gonna restructure the system to benefit the school overall by using the football team, which is what all of these big schools. The reason why they have a lot of these large endowments and a lot of these investments in these big TV deals is because of black players. The greatest black players in the NFL went to HBCUs the last time I checked.
Paradox. Didn't they actually?
Shannon Sharpe,
isn't that
Jerry Rice, etc.
But what? Steve McNair. There's a whole bunch of them. But check it out.
And let me say this. And Shannon Sharpe made a great point. Shannon Sharpe made a great point. His coach told Shannon, you can go to a PWI, but if you're great, they'll find you.
That's just true.
So when he went to Wayne State,
No, I was going to say, because you have a ton of undrafted players that come from small schools that make it in the league. Why? Because the teams that scout them, they don't necessarily scout because of where they played exactly. Not necessarily. Right. Sometimes you just got the goddamn tools. You just didn't make it to a Power 5, right?
Right.
That's just how it is.
Or that program
complex you can back it up as you being a coach, and I know DC is a football aficionado, and I have some friends who coach in my area now, and these kids are getting ready to go to top schools in the country. And what I was trying to figure out is, well, if it's not about necessarily the TV deals or the different top schools, it's more about the talent. If Black people can harness, which they did historically, can harness just even with the Negro League, to be honest. I mean, we can go back to the Negro League and see how they was able to basically come in as vultures and just sort of, just basically clean out our baseball teams. And then we saw it again with NBA. We saw it again with the NFL, with the with college basketball, and also with college football. It seems like the blueprint starts with going to those high schools. I mean, isn't a lot of the best NBA, the best ball players in high school are in the what is it called, the AAU program outside of school? AAU basketball, right? And that is a pipeline really to send kids to schools.
Yeah.
So there's no way to cut off that pipeline and then funnel it into Black schools and put the pressure. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, I'm saying, but see that. Wait, hold on. But see that. But paradox. That goes back to what the original point about. Like, let's just look at where JSU is, the SWAC.
Yeah.
What is the conference doing? Right, the conference. I'm not talking about the school. I'm talking about the conference.
Do they know what to do?
No, they don't.
Here's the thing, right?
They have.
Wait, but hold on. There's all these other conferences doing it. See, sometimes what it is that you need to put somebody at the helm to grow the brand, because you grow the conference brand, you grow the school brand. You've had a lot of small schools come to prominence in various eras of sports, whether it's college football, basketball. Just like you just went down the list of all the damn sports, and we can always point to an instance where that happened. Correct?
Yes.
See, so that's why I was saying earlier. I'm like, okay, well, look, at a certain point, it moves on from the school institution to the conference. The conference is who negotiates the media deals. That's where it then starts to trickle back down into the schools and stuff. That's what brings all the eyeballs, as BGS was talking about.
But you're saying the other thing too, though, paradox is like, I see what you're saying of, hey, if you funnel the player, but then at a certain point, you're going to have to like you're gonna have to sell these players on like taking something, in a sense, I hate to say this, that's a step lower in the sense of like what
sacrifice for your Blackness. Yes.
Absolutely.
Absolutely.
And that's the thing about it.
Does it have to be that though?
Well, yes, it has to.
I expect Black men. If we're talking about Black men greatness, I want us, and we're using this channel as an example of that, is really to sacrifice. You're going to have to give up something.
Well,
Deion was giving up 30. Deion basically was getting ready to give up $30 million. If the people who was leading those conferences and leading those schools would have said, you know what, we got something here. We're going to have to blow this thing up. We're going to do. These are very educated. I'm sorry.
I don't think you.
No, I want Renaissance finished. Go.
No, I was thinking that Deion, forget necessarily his name and look at him more as an organism, and trying to kind of feed off of him and saying, well, he's developing a blueprint. Why y'all laughing at me? He's developing. He is showing. Because remember something. One thing I love about Deion, or Black men in general, it's just how what we're able to do, just the way we're able to create and develop from nothing. How do you harness that? White people in this world have figured out how to harness the Black male body and generate trillions of dollars off of it. Black men are driving the top 30 schools in this country who have a massive coffer of wealth off the Black male body.
The one thing I would say too is that I think, like, to your point, because the advantages are so built in the sense of like, like, okay, like people really didn't start making this type of money off of college football until what? Probably like the 80s, 90s.
No, 2000s.
They were making money.
Crazy in 2000.
We weren't making the money. They were making money.
Gotta go.
We weren't making the money.
We're really making like, okay, y'all making it hand over fist.
No, I'm talking about Pete Carroll contracts when he was at USC. We're talking 2000s.
Yeah. Are you talking about black men making money? Or are you talking about?
No. He's just talking generally speaking.
Like generally speaking, like the institution.
The money getting ready to. The money's getting ready to come because people realize like there's value in college sports. It's time to turn it up. There's true value here.
Well, no, I'm saying like when you start to see the mega deals and like things like that, like I said, Miami, Pete Carroll, that late 90s, 2000s, that's when you really started to see it blow up on TV. And
that's crazy.
When you really start people say, oh, okay, like these players are getting nothing. But I'm saying even before that, like those schools still had a head start in the sense of, okay, you're in USC. You're in the middle of Los Angeles, of a major city.
Yes.
Versus like, hey, if I'm gonna really try to say, hey, let's go get these kids to go to Jackson State. Let's get them to go to Talladega College in Alabama. Let's get them to go to Tuskegee. I'm like, that's especially in the like. I think DC talked about it like this. Those deep South like HBCUs. It's kind of like you're almost in the middle of nowhere, and it's kind of like, okay, I have somewhere like. A University of Georgia, right? An hour outside of Atlanta. I have a USC that's calling. I have, what's one of the big, the UT Austin. I'm sorry, University of Texas Austin. Yeah. And
Renaissance. I was going to say you could come to California and you could play for Cal Poly, which is essentially a JUCO. Okay, that's what a lot of dudes do. They'll come to play at Cal Poly, Pierce College, El Camino. It's basically you're playing for like a D1 Division 2, or I'm sorry, a D1 2A. I'm sorry, right? If you came to California, you play for any of those JUCOs, you're essentially playing for like a D1, but just a lower division D1 at a JUCO level, right? They would equate that to playing at an HBCU, and guess what they would rather prefer to do? Play in California at a JUCO.
So I'm listening, and the thing about it is this, and I know, but I'm about money, and I love money. But one thing my father said is sometimes you got to put the team above thyself if you really want to see the investment. In other words, and I didn't understand it, and I said, Dad, why would you invest in a little league football team? He said there's a return on investment. Like, that's the thing about it that a lot of black men, which I get what Paradox is saying, because that's how you get your return. Like, I get it. Wait, that's a low, you're taking a $30 million cut. Right, you are. But now you're building a union that is going to cover you. One thing about it, that we can look at, black men, when we get in a situation we're dealing with the motor machine of other groups, we don't have the same coverage. Like they have people. Can I finish? Can I finish?
Go ahead, man. I just had to ask you a question about what you said.
Okay.
Go ahead.
So, okay. All right. And I'm going to answer too. Like, we don't have a coverage. Like other groups have a certain kind of coverage going for them. Like the Indians or the Africans or other groups of minority men, they have a coverage where they don't always have to just deal with just the white man. They can fall back. Black men, this is why when you saw LeVar or Kyrie, y'all gave those examples, when they talk about, hey, I can go do my own thing, there was seen some type of vitriol of a system issue, like, wait, why are you breaking away from what we've been doing for 50 years? Because we could probably make our own system, and that scares them, because that means that, it may not be as strong, but it could actually be something that you can have as your own. That's why sometimes being a smaller entity is a lot better, because you can control that. You can control that more than a bigger machine. Go ahead.
You need to clean up the chat. The YouTube chat. You got a troll in there.
Oh, okay. My question was, DMT, you said he passed up on $30 million.
Who's the troll? Where's the troll at?
No. In the YouTube chat, like the live stream YouTube chat.
What's the person? Is that the Negus person?
Yeah.
Oh.
No, I'm saying, I was asking, what money did he pass up on?
Well, we know that Deion ultimately could have gone on to do other things. You understand what I'm saying? Like a lot of people are looking at like, why would you want to go to Jackson? Why would you want to go to deal with the Negroes at a lower school? Like everybody was looking at Jackson like, wait, that's crazy. Like,
well, no, he didn't have any. He didn't have any offers on the table at that time. I'm saying he took it. He took it because he wanted to move up. So just like anybody does, sometimes you start in the lower ranks. It was mentioned earlier. He's got high school coaching championships, right? So he's coached at the high school level. So he's even started below where he was at Jackson State. I'm saying he took that position, and he was there for 3 years. He took it and kept it. He actually went out the duration of that contract. What it was he going to re-up? That was the question. Was he going to re-up? And he didn't, because there was a Power 5 school that was like, "Hey, Deion, come on over here."
Well, I mean, that was the other thing.
I don't think that's what happened though.
Well, that was the thing that people at Jackson State were upset about. They kind of felt like, Deion said, "Hey, I'm coming to raise the bar," and I thought, maybe in his mind he thought it was possible. But then when he really saw the nuts and bolts,
yes,
he kind of realized like, hey, it's not as easy as I thought. Some people the whole time that they thought, hey, this was he.
I was surprised that he said that it was too. He said I was surprised that he went from saying everything he was saying about it was a calling, and I'm going to do whatever I can, and then he went from that to saying I'm just a coach. Yeah, he found out all of the inner workings of how this thing works.
Well, some people were saying,
and he realized this lift is too heavy for just me.
One man.
I'm not getting what I'm looking for, and that says a lot about how we operate as a group.
What were you saying?
I think it was a Go ahead.
Well, I mean, some people would have been cynical and said he knew that the whole time, and he was
no.
That's what some people did say.
Well, paradox. I'm gonna actually go with Renaissance on that one. I actually do.
You've been going Renaissance all day on the call. So
well, no, because
he gave me no.
I'll just say he has a point to that, and the reason why is because the decision making on that level does not lie on the coach; it lies on the athletic director. That's when it goes up the chain. That's when it goes, well, if you understand, then let's just not dismiss that, because that was a key part, right?
That's
because
this is what it is. That I realized that inspiration and belief and why y'all keep laughing?
No. I'm saying that's not enough. Like, that's what I try to tell some people.
All right. I mean, I'm from a sales. I have a lot of sales background, so it's just funny to me that when I hear, when I've seen things happen when you wouldn't believe it in very small startup businesses versus being in large multinational corporations, and it's just interesting when you see an opportunity, and unfortunately, because of your current infrastructure and a lot of your bureaucracy, you can sort of miss your blessings a lot of times.
But see,
and I think
paradox,
Deion not getting that job in Florida brought a very unique opportunity at a time with social media, and we have so much wealth as Black people. We have so many millionaires, billionaires, 100,000aires, people who are locked in, people who are even more aware of their Blackness than I think up until recently. Very aware of their Blackness. And it seemed like it was such an opportunity to sort of let go of some of those historical.
But you say that as if he's like the first Black coach, and he's not, right? You got like just recent, like I said, you got David Shaw. He's 2-time Rose Bowl winner, Pac-12 title winner. But I'm saying we're talking about Deion as a figure kind of larger than your typical coaching ranks. Okay. However, let's leave.
He was coming to change the game. He was giving people a chance to say,
all he was doing.
We've been doing things a certain way for a very. I'm gonna tell you what makes it even worse. What makes it even worse is that it's. Y'all tell me if y'all got this message. When he left and went to a white school, did that have any impact on your Blackness, on what it means to be Black in America, where the white ice is colder, they have a better system, and it's better just to leave the Blacks behind and move on to the white world? Y'all didn't get that? Didn't have any impact on you?
Yes.
Y'all are pro-Black.
Wait. DC is
Can I give you the reason why? And this has been a fantastic call. I'm glad. Maybe I need to just listen a little bit more so it won't go off the rails. So I apologize earlier. I wasn't trying to trigger, but anyway. But no, the reason why I say yes, because it had an effect. I think people expect Deion to carry JSU to the heights of the Power Five, and one man can't do that. That's too much to ask one man to be, you know,
but
the
somebody got to do it,
there.
DC. But somebody got to do it. I hate to say it. Somebody got to sacrifice.
Can I go out to DC? Can I go out to DC? Can I
wait. Let's let DC finish.
Hold up, DC. Hold up.
I haven't talked for a whole hour.
Hold up. I don't care. This is your channel. You can do all the calls you want. I
just wanted to hear what DC was going to say.
This is not my channel. This is not my channel. This is our channel. Don't do that.
Hold up. This is your channel. Hold on for a second. You understand that DC's son, I'm DC. Deion's son is going to be worth $500 million, bro.
Absolutely.
So the money. So don't worry about the money part, by the way. Don't worry about that. That's
absolutely.
He know that. He know that.
Okay.
Early.
Yeah.
High school. He knew that already.
He's going to be a first round draft pick. Let's lock it in.
The money.
It's locked in.
Top five.
Just to put
top
that
five.
out.
Yeah. Top five.
It's locked in.
Both
no doubt about it.
By the way, 11 tackles.
And he deserves it. By the way, he deserves it. By the way, he deserves
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
So I want to say this. This is the thing about it.
No. I was.
Okay, go ahead. Go ahead. No. I want you to finish it.
Yeah, because the only reason why I'm saying that is because the disagreement earlier was because of what Deion basically brought to it, and the reason why I say that he wasn't able to kind of carry it up to the level that he wanted it to be, or they wasn't moving fast enough. I think it's going to happen even on this level. If you see some of the negativity that he's going to start to get, what I was trying to say was that it doesn't matter. Nobody likes to revolutionize how college football is working right now. He's even moving too fast for even the so-called stalwarts of college football right now. They don't like this.
Yes, sir.
They know he's moving past these guys. Think about it. He played that kid, I think, Complex, you spoke to it earlier. Travis Hunter.
Dylan Edwards.
No. Travis Hunter is the best college football player on the planet. He's the best. He should have got drafted last year, but he played at Jackson State. So now he's on the stage to where they're like, oh my God.
He's winning the Heisman this year. He's winning it this year.
He's automatically, he's ready.
Winning
it. Ready.
He's
not ready. He's ready to the point where this kid is going to be, him and Sedeur, if they come out next year, they'll be top 5, probably top 3 picks, both of them. But my quick statement is this. When he left Jackson State, I did feel some kind of way because I know how black colleges work because I went to one. I'm part of that particular alumni. So you feel a certain kind of way, but I understand it because, like I said, he did move too fast for JSU. He had bigger fish to fry. He always wanted to be at the big conferences. That was always his goal, was to go to the big colleges.
Let me
BT. I just have a quick question for DC as it relates to what he's talking about, because I don't want him to lose that point. But DC, my question to you is what we were talking about earlier, all of the shifting of the schools, how the conferences are rearranging. Don't you think that has something to play? Don't you think that has something to do with this?
Yes, absolutely. That talks to Colorado's. That talks to Colorado's desperation. The reason why they was able to actually hire him so fast. Like you can see, they jumped on it. They're like, "Ooh, let's get on this quick," because they know the gravitas. So Colorado, you got to give Colorado credit. They jumped out there. They made the leap. They know they did. They got ahead of the game. So now they're going to be part of the revolution of football. College football is going to change, guys. It's going to change now. It's different. Now all these kids that go to these other schools,
but in the white world, though,
in the white world,
he's going to make them richer. He's going to make them richer.
What? And guess how jealous
he
they're going to be?
Revolutionized it at the HBCU level first. That's what he's saying.
And think about how jealous these guys are going to get. The Nick Sabans of the world, they already know. Man, we're not going to be able to recruit. How you going to compete with somebody
right DC. They big man right now.
Think about how petty they are. Think about how petty these schools are when it comes down to recruiting. They are the worst. They are the worst at it. They are ruthless. And if Prime go to visit any of these kids, say from Los Angeles,
it's
Nashville, Houston, Miami, Dallas, Houston, any kid any kid from Texas and Florida That's a
Man,
wrap.
it's over. Georgia, it's
you
over.
already know this, Paradox. That's automatic. Where's the dotted line? I'm signing. He ain't gonna have enough signatures to get these kids to come to his school. And what he gonna possibly, at worst, he's gonna go 8-4, 9-3 this year, 9-3, and be competitive. It's gonna be automatic.
Man.
So the thing about it.
Thank you, bro. Thank you. You know your shit.
Okay, so
let me let BMT go. Go ahead, BMT.
So the thing about it was it was a stepfather paradox that had happened. So man, they looked for a man to come in and singularly fix that of the home, and he found out it was a bigger job than what he could handle. Don't give a damn how big your name is, and don't give a damn what money he could not fix. They looked at him like, okay, daddy's coming to fix our problems. And he was like, holy shit, I cannot messiah my way through this. I can't talk my way. I can't silver line or jawline my way through this. This is deeper than what I thought it was going to be. And that when they said, oh, I thought you said you were going to stay and stick it out or do some lean on me type of stuff. Nah, buddy, this is some bigger shit than I thought it was. And that was real. Like we watched it real time that, hey, the black man realized that, damn, I can't fix this home alone. I need a community of men to help me with this. And that was the issue. That's when I felt like, granted, I'm glad that he has that ability to recruit. But
does it make it look like white men are superior though? Does it give black men a complex?
It does because the fact of the matter is this: he had to go to a white school to be appreciated, and
he had to go to white men.
Excuse me, yes, right. And so
keep the genders correct here. White men.
He had to go to white men, and I'm not gonna lie. I looked at that kind of. I was like, damn, fuck, like, what would you expect of him, BMT? Listen, I'm expecting him that, hey, don't make a promise don't make a promise that you can't fully understand. Now, then it just, like I said again, the optics says a lot. Optics says a lot that, oh, the black man, you can't deal with your own men, women, and children. Come on over here to the white man. I'll take care of you. And that shit stings bad.
Wait, what?
No, you cannot jump over that because literally that was optic. You have black boys looking at this man that, hey, when in doubt, bail out. Like shit. Like you can y'all can try to jump over that as much as you want. But the optics were there. Y'all can try to do the business plan. But the ultimate is there. It's there.
It's just we talking about conferences.
They want that They want that Dr. Claw process.
Okay. Well, shit. Regardless, I mean, you can't. Well, that's like saying I'm building. Are y'all gonna let me finish? Or y'all I let y'all.
Okay. You got it.
Who wanted to talk? Who was that?
My bad.
No, go ahead, BMT.
Well, I'm just saying, it's like somebody saying I'm building I'm pro for my people, or I'm pro black, but I'm going to stay safely behind the white picket fence with the white folks. But I'm going to tell y'all how to be the greatest black people you can be. Well, why are you afraid to go amongst your own people? Well, shit. Well, those are the niggas. I don't go against them.
BMT, let me ask you this. And so you believe that when Deion came, he genuinely thought this was possible? Because, like I said, there was a group of people who thought, hey, he was kind of being opportunist for this, and that's why some people were mad that he left.
Is that what you think?
No,
no. Here's the thing about it, and it was said.
And Renaissance man, answer that question. Hold on, no. It sounds like
Stepdaddy left. Stepdaddy left. That's all we need to understand. Stepdaddy left.
What do you say, DC?
Deion was told on how difficult it was going to be. He was told. He knew. He was warned. He knew how difficult it was going to be.
But he accepted the challenge and he made it happen.
I agree.
Papa left it
happen, but it wore on him. It wore on him.
DC, but here's what I'm trying to figure out. I'm trying to figure out the racial component when we're talking about Power 5 schools. What Power 5 schools? Okay. What HBCUs are in any of the Power 5 conferences?
That's
name one.
Name one. that's why I said paradox to the answer to that question is that I think it was a little bit of him being an opportunist. I'm not going to say it was all that, but the reason I say that
is that a black man trait?
No.
Or is that an American trait? Wait. Nobody says shit about that when the white man do it. Nobody said a damn thing when the white man do opportunity. He been opportuning off of us for a long time.
White
men. The reason I say that is that Deion knew that he wanted to be at the Power 5 level. Like
I understand.
He
for
knew
sure.
he wanted
Thank
to
you.
In that,
but let me. You're more insightful. I give you more. You and DC and Complex, y'all are more insightful than me. I'm naive here. So
there's no fight. There's no fight.
I wanted to believe in a black man, and I was failed. I wanted to believe in a black man, and I was failed.
He went into
trouble.
Thanks, Deion.
Don't do it.
I wanted to believe in a black man, DC, and I was abandoned as a black child.
Wait,
thanks, Deion.
Say that again, DC. What is that?
Go ahead, DC.
Is he there?
Black men abandoning boys again.
You there, DC?
Renaissance.
He didn't want to respond to that.
Wait, there was a point. I wanted because I think I know Renaissance where he was going to go. I want him to finish that point.
No. I was just saying that, like, Paradox was asking about that. I think Deion knew, like DC said, I think he was warned about the challenge, and I think part of it, I don't think fully he was just thinking, "Hey, I'm gonna ride it." I think his heart may have been in the right place, but I think at the same time he knew, like, I'm on the clock and I want to be in the Power 5, and realistically, it's not going to be like I'm going to be able to take JSU into the Power 5 and do.
But that's
okay. So to follow up on what Renaissance was saying, I want him to get that out because remember his contract was only for 3 years at JSU. It was up. He was a free agent, and like Renaissance said, his whole objective was to go Power 5. And I'm saying there is no HBCU. I'm sorry. There's not a historically black college in the Power 5. So the only logical deduction we could largely make here is that either the SWAC becomes more attractive in terms of its monetization, in terms of its compensation packages to the schools. It's either that or you move to a college in the Power 5 that's going to pay you more money. Basically, it's one or the other. What are you going to do? You're going to re-up for the same amount of money? You're going to just sign another contract for the okay. If you know at your job, you can either sign for the same amount of money or there's another opportunity that's going to pay you a whole shit ton more. What are you going to do?
What would you do? Complex. What would you do?
So don't ever say it was about helping black boys. Don't ever say.
No, hold on, BMT. I want to get some clarity. I want to get some clarity, BMT. So Complex. What would you do?
Black men abandoning boys.
Hold on for a second. I want Complex to let me know. What would you would you leave the black schools and go to the white school because of the opportunity and the dysfunction in the black schools?
Wait, hold on. Wait, hold on. I'll answer that, but I said that to follow up on what Renaissance says. So go ahead, Renaissance, finish, and I'll answer that.
No. I was only going to say the paradox, but let's keep it let's think about it like this too. If Deion got the FSU job, would he be singing the whole "Hey, I'm going to go save HBCU" song?
So you're gonna do that to me? Okay. I will concede that.
Okay.
Yeah.
And what was the question you asked me?
No, what was the question you asked me? I'm gonna get back to Renaissance, but I was just asking you if you're in that same situation as a black man, you're at HBCU, you understand. I need to stop saying. I don't mean to say dysfunction. I don't want to be disrespectful to the school because I understand it's some complexities what's going on in our schools in general. But if you're Deion and you understand your gravitas, you understand what you can bring as a black man, what you can bring to all of us. That is inspired. Again, I know that.
Where'd you get?
Oh shit! Did he just drop?
Yeah, he just dropped.
But I'm just saying that in him coming in, Deion was talking that Messiah talk. He was talking that Messiah talk,
and I think his heart may have been in the right place. Like
it was.
It wasn't Messiah talk. It was head football coach talk.
No, he was saying
that's what they all do.
So now we doing. That's what they all do. So now he's like everybody else now. So okay, so 1 minute.
What football coaches do?
1 minute. So 1 minute he's talking, reading Bible scriptures, talking about the Lord, and quoting all that stuff, giving a good bravado speech, and say, "Oh shit, well, I'm just a coach. I don't know what else to tell y'all." Like, okay, nigga, you just say you want to do. Okay, so don't just say what it is for what it is. Don't try to make it seem like, hey,
I mean, my bad. I didn't mean to drop out. But back to what I was saying, complex. I was just asking if you're in that same, if you put yourself in that same scenario, and you understand who you are, would you sacrifice yourself, or would you go to the white man and make him a lot of money?
Wait, go to the white man.
Yep, that's what he did.
He went to the white man.
He did go to the white man.
We can frame it. I can make it more nice for you. But I mean, at the end of the day,
no. Well, I mean, here's the thing. Well, I was going to answer that. Right?
Okay.
I don't look at it as going to the white man. He went to Colorado. He went to the University of Colorado.
Right. No. Race? I just want to know.
Here. I'm trying to answer the question.
Can't say that. That's not fair paradox.
No.
We don't want to call it what it is.
Wait, no. He can say it. He can say it. But see, what I'm going to do is I'm going to give him literally the direct answer to him.
I just want to know.
No, it's not about outsmarting. What I'm going to do is I'm going to just give it to you direct. How you take it is how you take it. But I'm going to give it man to man. I'm going to give it to you direct, right?
Okay.
I don't look at shit like that.
Black man.
Well, no, it's not. I just see. First of all, I could
race.
Well, hold on. What it is this: if you sign a contract, well, let me get it out. Let me get it out. See, signing a contract is signing a contract, regardless who it's with. It's about what you negotiate. Am I right or am I wrong?
You're correct.
See,
100%.
I could sign. I could sign the same contract with you that I could sign with a white guy, right? But the reality is that what's in the contract is what's in the contract. So whether it's with you or with the white guy, I'm going to get what I'm going to get. Correct?
Correct.
So I would imagine if, once again, there was an HBCU that was in the Power 5 that had the ability to match what Colorado did, what would you think he would have done? I mean, he went to JSU, didn't he?
He sacrificed and went to JSU.
So it's money over your culture.
Well, no. Here's the thing, right? Money pays bills. Money pays bills.
He's already a millionaire.
Hold on. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter.
Multi-millionaire.
Let me clarify.
Doesn't matter. That does not matter.
The hell with black people get the money.
It's money of a race.
Wait. Paradox. You said he sacrificed to go to JSU. Did he sacrifice?
No, he didn't. Because I'm saying, Renaissance, I asked this earlier. What other offers did he have on the table at the time? Who? So what sacrifice did he make? You don't know. That's what I'm saying. He didn't make a sacrifice. What he did was he earned his pay raise. What is wrong with that? Was there any other HBCU that matched Colorado's contract? Anyone? Hello? I mean,
so
look,
it's money over race.
No BMT. Bullshit. Because if you work
money
at your
over
job,
race.
No. If you work at your job, BMT, and you're making you're making $27 an hour, and then there's another company that's like, hey, listen, we see what you do, and what we would like for you to do over at our company, and we'll pay you $40 an hour, do the same job. And you're going to tell me you're not going to take it. You better not play me right now.
I know.
Go ahead, say it. No, BMT, answer the question. Answer the question. Answer the question.
Well,
I'm doing security. I was very straightforward.
You were, and I'm answering right now. I'm doing security right now at black-owned businesses. They don't pay me nowhere close to what the white man be paying me. But guess what? I'm still here.
No.
You know how many goddamn times that they...
That's not what I asked you. I was very specific. I said if you're getting paid $28 an hour, and then another company comes to you and offers you $40 an hour for the same thing, then I ask you to do anything different, right?
Right.
It's the same thing. They're giving you $12 more an hour. Are you taking it? Yes or no?
Am I taking it?
Yes or no?
Depends. Depends.
Okay. Hold on, you guys. Hold on. Because see, I worked in HR. I was a headhunter. I was a recruiting department like head. I did all that shit. So check this out. You said it depends. Okay, let's raise it to 45. You gonna take it?
It depends. If it's geeky, if it's a geeky business, I'm not leaving. If it's a geeky business, I'm not leaving my people.
We're gonna go $20 more. We're gonna go $20 more than what you get paid right now. $20 more.
If it's a geeky business, if it's a geeky business, and it's one of my own, I'm not leaving. If they want good quality security, like y'all done see me at black-owned businesses.
Why would I offer you $48 an hour if I didn't want good security? BMT, stop playing.
No. I didn't say you. I appreciate
you take the job. Yes
Mr.
or
Complex.
No,
I'm not.
The job.
Why is that hard to believe? Why is that hard to believe?
It ain't hard to believe.
Okay. No, we got it. He's not taking the job.
Listen, hold on. Can I say something? Listen,
we got it. I'm just gonna say it's kind of funny that the politics have kind of changed. You have the two conservatives who are now like anti-capitalism, like for your people.
Isn't this amazing? I cannot believe I'm hearing this right now.
Hold on, wait. You say anti-capitalism, but I'm stimulating the capitalism amongst my people. Wait.
Oh, I'm not buying this. I'm not buying this, BMT.
Guess what? My channel shows my work of where I'm at. I'm at a black legion. I'm at a black legion.
So does mine.
Okay. I'm not taking from. I'm not taking.
So don't do that. But
I'm not cutting you off.
Okay, but don't do that with me.
I'm not asking you about you. But I'm not asking you. But you asking. But the thing about it is, I've been offered plenty of high-graded jobs, and I've had plenty of times I have come back from black events, either gas, pepper sprayed, or different shit, and I'm like, damn. I could have just gone down there to downtown Charleston and got a way easier gig. But the thing about it is, I always sit down and say, you know what? At the end of the day, I know that my people need goddamn help. Now, I don't do that shucking and jiving renaissance, but I understand, man. There's some people.
$48 an hour. $48 an hour and $48 an hour. And you get to do your community stuff.
Now you want to ask.
Wait a minute. Whoa. $48 an hour, and you can do your.
You sure you black? That's some white talk.
I'm totally. That's me right there. That's me right there. That's me.
Don't do that.
No, I'm just saying. That's me. That's me.
But T-Complex, once they know they can buy you, they own you. Once they know that they can buy you, they own you.
Oh, okay.
Once they know that they can buy you.
Okay. All right.
No. Come on, Complex. Is that not true? Once they know that they can buy you, they'll make you do stuff now.
Hey.
Now we all work for white. But we all work for white folks. We all work for white folks. And so we know what. Let's not play.
That's why this is a ridiculous argument.
No. It's just funny.
Why is it ridiculous?
You got the two conservatives on the panel who are very much like, more of pro-American. No. I'm just
black.
It is
black capitalism. What's wrong with that?
Yeah. But then when he offers a scenario of, hey, this person took more money, you get the more of what you expect from more the liberal people of being like, oh no, y'all need to stay in.
Like this is hilarious right now.
Yeah.
Like, come on. Who are you talking to right now?
I expected y'all to be like, yeah, he took the money.
What are we talking about?
We got to be up by our bootstraps.
Now, why would you say that from a conservative or Republican? Why would you say that from that perspective?
Oh no.
Okay.
That just tends to be more of the mantra that comes out of people who are black or on the right. Is that on the right is it more of a hey, everybody's got to get in where they fit in. It's the better opportunity for me personally.
But I am a black man. Hold up for a second. I'm a black man. This channel that I've been doing for years and how I live my life is through a black lens, regardless of how I interact with the system. So even though we understand capitalism and socialism and how these things kind of work together within this country and who gets money and where money gets allocated to, you cannot deny race regardless of your political affiliation. That's a fool's play. A lot of black conservatives.
Wait. What'd you say?
I won't talk about the black liberal. I'm gonna leave y'all alone. I'm not gonna mess with y'all.
Well, wait. Okay. Well, you okay? I got it.
A lot of black conservatives, especially on the internet or just talking heads in general, I know it kind of convolutes things because they do say wild things, but I don't fit it. I personally don't fit into that space.
Okay, so Paradox, I have a question. Wait, hold on. Anyway. So Paradox, I have a question for you. Right now, I'm a registered independent. Okay, I'm a registered independent in California. Give me 1 second.
Oof, a rough state.
I'm just saying. I just think that a lot of. I'm just looking at a lot of.
No, I'm here. I'm sorry about that. I'm here. So my question was this. So here's the thing, right? So if that's the case, right? So if that's the case, oh shit, give me a second.
So one of the things about it, and this is why me and Paradox had a whole conversation for almost 8 to 10 hours about being a black conservative and our misrepresentation. And I think when they hear us, we talked with MOT, that was a pretty cutthroat conversation on how we were speaking about the process. Like, we believe in stimulating our economy and our capitalism. Like, I don't know what could be more conservative about that being a beneficiary towards your own people. Like that, so once they know that they can buy you, they own you. They can do whatever they want with you. Like, I pride myself on telling people, like, hey man, I offer you $50 if you come work for me right now. No, I'm good. I'm good at where I'm at, and I've done that. Like I said, and see, that's a trained process. I was trained by other men. I got Freemasons. I got business owners. I got men in the service and churches and different other kinds. I've seen them do that. Like, nah, bro, we go where we at. And then after that, they said, hey, y'all, don't forget, this is ours. And go ahead, bro.
But no, I was gonna say the only thing with that analogy with like the whole Jackson State thing is I think it's very looking very surface level if you just look at it and say, oh well, Deion just left JSU to go to a white school, and not really look at it as, okay, Deion left like a school that was in a smaller conference, less money, to go to a school with more resources, and if there was the black equivalent, then we could hold him to that standard. But because that doesn't exist, how can we really just say, oh, well, it's not like he left, Jackson State to go coach at Liberty University and be like, okay, like, I'm tired of dealing with these Negroes and their politics internally. Like, let me go over here and go like to the, something that may be the equivalent on the white side of a university. It was like, no, this is a step up in general.
But so we got schools. Hold
up, BMT. So hold up. So you're saying that we're talking on the surface level when race underpins the whole system. It doesn't get any deeper than race.
That's correct.
So to put a front on, like, it's more about the conferences. What are you talking about? That's the surface level.
I'm saying
hold up. So telling me right now that talking about how the conferences work and how that that the black schools are at a certain level and that the white schools are at a certain level, at a higher level, then it should be pretty straightforward, and that it's more about that particular system than the race part. The race part is the most critical part. What's deeper than race in America? The last time I checked.
Well, wait a minute, Paradox. I'm sorry about that. I have a plumber that just showed up here. Well, my question is once again what Renaissance is saying. Name an HBCU.
I need Renaissance. Hold up. No, we on something. Hold on for 1 second. Renaissance man is making an assertion that we're on the surface because of the race part, and that's too simplistic. And it's more about the system that white folks set up to oppress black men and how it has conditioned black men to think a certain way. Is that what you're trying to tell me right now?
No. I'm saying that when you look at it, I'm saying, like, when I say surface level, I'm saying you're looking at the optics of it. Of if you just don't look any deeper of, like, okay, the facilities.
What's deeper than race? No, forget that. What's deeper than race? I'll wait. Answer that question first.
No, nothing is deeper than race in America. I hear that. I'm saying that, but if you
in the world,
I'm saying, okay.
In the world.
Answer this question. Hold up. No, I need to hold you right there. So now hold up. No, we're gonna hold you right there. So now you're telling me that who built the white colleges from a sports perspective? Who built those colleges? Was it white folks or black people?
Black people.
So it's not race, though. It's about the conferences and about which system that you're in within the white structure.
Okay. Let me ask you this then. Let me put it to you like this. We can take it out of football for a second. We were talking about schools the other day. And it was like, okay, if I come to you and say, okay, Paradox, your kid's in a failing school, and this failing system is a majority black school, and you have the opportunity to send your kid to one of the best schools in there, but it just happens to be a majority white school. Someone, I'm sure, was going to say to you, Paradox, you're a sellout, you're sending your kid to the white man school, this and that.
Yes.
You're looking at it from the level.
That's exactly what we're doing.
You're looking at it from
my family has done it.
But you're looking at it, but your parents were looking at, they didn't just go say, oh, well, this is all white school, so it's automatically good. No, they wouldn't look.
No, I'm gonna tell you what. Let's be honest about it, right? No, let's talk about that.
They said the test scores are this, the college prep level was this level. They said, hey, we want the best for Paradox said, hey, I want the best for my son. I'm going where the scores and all of that, the metrics are best, and that just happens to be there. And someone may look at it as, oh, well, he just wants to go to a white school. That's my point with the Deion angle. Like, if you just look at it from the pure surface level optics, there will be plenty of people who throw that accusation. But if you actually have to go look and under the hood and say, well, if you talk about this, like their facilities are kind of better, and they do play on TV more, and all. I'm gonna have more to give.
I'm gonna tell you, white people in this country and a lot of black people have made a really big effort to make sure our black kids do not support black people and do not go to black schools, high schools, middle schools, etc., and to go to black colleges. And they have been winning at that. More or less trying to have a conversation around looking at the greatness of who we are and trying to bring that back to our black space. And like you said, the argument tends to be, well, that white rice obviously is colder, right? Because see, what you're trying to tell me, you and Conley's trying to tell me, let's forget about the race part. And since the best schools happen to be white, that's where you should send your schools. You're trying to tell me that there's no value in blackness when you say that. You understand that, right?
No, I'm not saying that.
And I have family members who I have fought with. It says, look, I have very smart cousins. I have very smart nieces and nephews, and I have to fight with relatives to say, hey, think about going to a black school. Think about this school. This is a school. They're very good at this. They're very good at that. They're not white schools. That's fine. But the conditioning is so strong to send kids to these schools, but these kids are treated so poorly. And then when they get into corporate America, when they try to start a business, the way they're mistreated, and they don't really understand necessarily why. And it's tied back to race. Deion, my point is that situation is just such a great example of the fear of black people, the fear of us having power, the fear of us having access, and us chasing whiteness. You don't see that that's what's really happening here?
Well, let me ask you this. So you think Deion is a bigger threat to the system at Jackson State or at Colorado?
That's a good question. I
mean, I don't know, dude. I just really don't see it like that.
The way these systems process black talent and exploit it, they will be able to consume and exploit Deion the same way they did. I'll look at even when they did with Jordan with Nike and with the NBA. They have figured out very sophisticated systems to be able to really to tolerate it and to consume it and process it and put it frame it in a certain type of way. If that makes any sense.
But you do agree, right, that right now, at least right now, that the NCAA is nervous with Deion at Colorado.
Yes.
That he is a disruptor.
But y'all don't want to. Okay, but y'all.
And I think the fear, like you said, the fear would be they're going to be forced, just like in sports entertainment, they're going to be forced to hire more black people. That is going to be one consequence of Deion going there. Matter of fact, I hate to say this, unfortunately, by Deion leaving Jackson State, he's creating a brand new pipeline like they did back in the 70s. He's creating a new pipeline for those big schools to go in there and start to pick off players again. So he is going to help a lot of black kids be more successful, get more access, get more attention. And I feel like it's going to just drain the black schools one more time. They're going to come back in there and they're going to dig right back in there all over again.
Right, but I'm trying to figure out, ultimately, I'm trying to figure out how does this go back into cycling back into black schools? Because ultimately, that's what I'm looking at is when I said union establishment. I'm not talking about individualism. I know a conservative talking about groups, and I'm like, yeah, because at the end of the day, yeah, you're going to be dealing with other groups. Like these other groups got systems set up. Like you listen, yeah, he's going to make some money. Yeah, his son's going to get this and that. He is just a rice grain in the in the whole bale of the barn. Versus the other group, at the end of the day,
what are you looking for him to do?
Now it's what I'm looking for him to do. Oh, see, now is what he just said, hey, I'm going to help these black boys. Well, okay, if you're helping these black boys.
He said he was going to coach football. No, he signed a no. Let's do this. Like I said, I don't like conjecture. He signed a contract.
Do you look at? Are you looking at it from the race part?
Wait, hold on. BMT. Hold on. Respectfully, bro. Respectfully. He signed a contract to coach football. That's what he did.
Yes.
Like don't give me conjecture. That's what he signed a contract to do. Where did he not fulfill his obligation? Tell me.
Where did he not fulfill his obligation? Where did he not fulfill
it as a football coach? How did he not fulfill his obligation? Hold on. Whether it was with his obligations, his responsibilities at JSU, his contract fulfillment, which he did fulfill the entire contract, and and everything associated with it. Where did he not fulfill his obligations as a football coach, which is what he signed a contract to do? Tell me.
Okay. Well, I guess in your eyes, he fulfilled his obligation. But I can definitely tell you right now,
did you have more expectations for him besides just fulfilling his obligation?
Per his contract, and what he was hired to do.
Did I have more expectations from him? Yes, I did. But because he put it out there, what he said he was coming, he's like, hey, I'm going to be this Messiah type of thing. Lean on me, goddamn Morgan Freeman type of thing. Oh, all right, good. All right, Deion. Now it started to change up into, you know what? I want to get these single mother black boys who have all this anger and aggression, and I'm going to go ahead and flip them and take that aggression. I'm like, whoa, why are you on? He ain't talking like that about black kids.
For $250,000 a year.
Hold on for a second. Remember he got criticized. Remember he got criticized for. Remember he got criticized by black people. I've only seen black men, but I'm assuming some black women did too. When he had said that, what did he say? His offensive line, he wants to be smart and educated. He said he would not have a quarterback. He said he would not have a quarterback that was raised by a single mother. That's what he said.
Dang.
But for the defense, he said he wants them to be raised by single mothers.
Yeah. He said defensive line.
Yes.
Yeah, he was making a joke.
Did you see how the Democrats and the liberals lost their mind on that?
Yeah. Well, black people
Okay.
That's crazy. That's crazy. It's crazy. I can only imagine a white man saying that shit. Well, how that would be. I can only imagine a white man. Damn, I need more of these black single mother raised children.
What I'm saying is they don't have to. They don't have to. They just recruit them. They don't have to. They just recruit them. Okay? They don't have to.
That's a fact.
Wait.
Hey, let's go. No, I was going to say, if you think that that Deion is the only coach to believe that, you don't think that Nick Saban, Dabo Sweeney, any of these other guys, Paul DC, Paul Collins don't believe that.
But hold up, DC. But black men on the internet say those are Pookies and Ray Rays. They have no value. Those black men don't count as black men.
Right.
This conversation, y'all done blurred the conversation. The conversation.
Now all of a sudden, the Pookies got value now? Now Pookie got value?
It's too fuzzy. Oh, hold on. Now, you know that ain't never been
look at Deion's squad.
I gotta realize what y'all talking to.
Okay.
I gotta realize what y'all talking to, man. Y'all know that's never been our argument, man. Come on. Not with this. Not with
people. DC, that's your argument. Those are your people.
Oh, hey, you hear the crowd out there?
Hell no.
Now y'all need Pookie now. Now y'all need Pookie.
Hold on. Do you see how they come at me? No, sir. You think it looks one way, but no, it's really the other. No, they come at me extra hard.
There is a position that single mothers don't produce anything. That those boys
no, I ain't never said that. I have
but
never.
White men come to them white men come to them doors, knock on them single mother doors, and recruit those sorry black men that ain't worth nothing to black men.
Golly.
let's go. Let's get some final thoughts, man. I can't. I'm not going. I'm trying to check out this. You trying to check out this game, man? You trying to check out this game, man?
Make sure y'all know. Look how they looking at them single mothers now. I didn't know y'all needed Pookie like that. All right, so I just want to know. I better not. That's y'all argument now because I'm just saying.
You guys can stay on. I'm gonna go ahead and jump. I got to roll, but
it's the context.
No, you know what, you guys, I got to bounce too, man. I got a plumber here, man. Hey, it's good chopping up with y'all, man.
Always.
Ren, I sent you an email, man. Hit me up.
Okay.
It's the context of that comment being said out loud like that. That even fucking bothered me. I'm like, damn, like you gonna say that? Like,
I agree.
Yeah, I agree.
Wait, Paradox. I did have one question before we break. Like, so the BMT said, hey, Deion basically said, he came out and said, hey, I'm gonna, bring football, I'm gonna raise this stat profile HBCUs, I'm gonna start all this. If he had not said that, if he was just saying, hey, I'm happy to be here, Jackson State's head coach, this and that, let's go win, would you then have a problem with what he did? Or is it the fact that he set the expectation of, I'm gonna be, I'm gonna raise the bar for HBCUs, this and that?
No, he sold me on the concept that once I saw what he was able to accomplish, I was like, wow, we can find, because I've had an issue with black people going to white colleges, even though I went to a white college. I had black people issues going to white colleges because as I learned more, historically learned more about what we used to do and how they was able to pull us in, and then to watch him sort of reverse that almost in a weird way, I thought that this was going to be a new chance, just a change in the whole system. So yeah, he did sell me on the idea that, okay, if he can come, maybe he can convince other athletes to come, other ex-coaches to come and start coaching these teams and start organizing together with the leadership within the HBCUs and explain to them this is a multi-billion-dollar industry that we can tap into. I'm going to leverage as many entertainers, millionaires, billionaires, alumni. I'm gonna put pressure on them. I'm gonna get them excited. I'm gonna get them re-engaged into the university systems, and we're gonna upgrade everything, not just football, but we're gonna leverage the multi-billion-dollar football industry to build out these schools.
Yeah.
So yeah, I was in. But yeah,
right.
So if he had not said any of that, would you still have this expectation of him? Would you still say, he sent a wrong message and this and that?
No. If he would have just been hired and just coached football, it still would open my mind up to having that conversation. No different than LeVar Ball did. When LeVar started talking, I was like, man, if you can just get other guys to start believing in themselves and kind of doing their own thing, because they are already a brand in high school, you can start to pull yourself out of the big corporate space and start to build out your own situation.
So it's not so much then that it was this black coach and we have this expectation. It was this black coach and he set the expectation, and now I'm holding him accountable. And it is a bad look to have that expectation set and then go to Colorado.
If he has to put it this way, if he wouldn't have got that kind of attention he got, he could have just slipped into another school, and we wouldn't have really been having a conversation about it. I wouldn't be as aggressive on it. I wouldn't be so bullish, but I still would have used that example as a space where I'm saying, wow, if he was able to do that, maybe we can get more guys to do it. But I would not have been as bullish. No.
I think one of the things.
I think that's fair to say, hey, if you came in on like a pro-black type of energy, like I'm going to judge you for going to Colorado on the pure service of it, or just the optics of it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just wish he just stuck it out. I mean, to be perfectly honest with you, I was expecting him to kind of like fight through the tough, because I knew that he was going to run into a rough patch and it was going to be tough for him, that he was going to run into some of that, dysfunction that is at the HBCU level. And it's just because of funding and history and all the things that come with that. And I think what Deion kind of like got disillusioned of is how bad it was, the dysfunction of it, like of it all, like how jealous, how other black men were jealous of him, how they wasn't supporting him, how it wasn't organic to kind of show that love to him, and he had to deal with that part of it. You got to remember, Deion always been kind of pro-black in a way, but he's been pro-black in kind of like white spaces. So I know he probably went to an all-black high school, maybe a mixed high school back in those days in the 80s and stuff. But I know he went to Florida State, played for the Falcons, the Cowboys, and then it goes on San Francisco and all these other guys where he's kind of been beloved as the best athlete on the team. So he
knows how white people operate. That is the key here.
Absolutely.
The reason why he won that game, and the first thing he said was, he literally, I want to play that video. He literally said, y'all know what it is. I'm gonna misquote this, but I'm a black man and how y'all behave around me. Like he's telling people as a black male how he's being treated all of the time. And
he was doing that a lot.
How he's able to overcome it. That's why he brought it up.
But
he brought it up for a very specific.
I think he was hurt.
The DC's point though, like
go ahead.
He's been pro-black in like in a white, like he's been pro-black in the sense of he's been unapologetically black in a white space. But you can't. There's a difference between that and being like pro-black in a black space.
Well, okay, wait. Okay, so
because here's the difference, right? Here's the difference when you're dealing with that. That's a different kind of hurt. So when you're dealing with black men and we all black, right? Like when that black man didn't shake his hand at the sideline,
come on,
that hurt Deion, bro. Like I think that right there, just the way he looked, the way his brain processed that, he couldn't understand that. Like you're not gonna shake my hand, man. You know what I mean? Like forget all of this. Yeah, I mean just forget all of this, man. Like, I respect you. No, but I'm just saying, Deion he just want to be recognized as one of the guys, one of the coaches. And for you to say that he ain't swag, he trying to say that he ain't us. He didn't go to HBCU, so he ain't really black for real. So he felt that. So that's what I'm saying. Like it's different. I know how it is, man. Like
but we do. But I don't like the disillusion of.
No, he became disillusioned is what I'm saying. Like
right. I agree.
Yeah, with that part.
I agree. Yeah. But it was like he was he showcased a problem that we've been speaking about, but he openly played it out in real time in front of the world about a black man wanting to fix something of the community or a black situation and finds out, oh shit, this is not a singular man fixing thing. I need a group. I need a union. I need a functional triage of people. I need, like, one doctor can't do surgery by himself. He has to have a team for surgery, right? So for Deion, he realized that's why you started seeing him the first year, second year, third year. His mentality started to change, and he was like, yo, like, I'm just a coach. Because I think he sat in his car and started saying, yo, I need help. And ain't nobody coming. And see, that's a reality. So I did feel, I'm not gonna lie, I did feel that inner black child in me, like, damn, nigga, so why make a promise to our black kids or black people that you can do this and you didn't do it? Granted, I get it, yeah, the money, this and that. But see, that is one of the oldest tricks in the book. Not saying I got any ilks against him, that the white man or different power groups do say, come on, Paradox, you see the way he's treating you? DC, you speak so well. They don't appreciate you. How about you come along with us? We'll treat you good. We'll make sure you're good. They'll never disrespect you ever again. So is that not a play? Is that not a play in the book?
Well, see, the advantage that me and Paradox have is that we seen black dysfunction and functional all at the same time. We know what it is to have black people operating at a very, very high level, but also being very dysfunctional, very hypocritical. So it's nothing, but we're used to seeing it. So we know it at a very, very intimate level. So like when we hear black people talk about, we got to build this black utopia, we got to go black for black, and this and that, like, bro, like we know it because we live in it. We are here in an area where if you're from here, you've been here for, like, I'll say longer than 30 years, you have an idea of what black excellence is to its core. To it's in your bones. You see it, but you do understand the limitations of it. You understand where the real money comes from. You understand whiteness on a different level, and you understand how whiteness basically affects us outside of our group. See, that's what's not being said, because when we go
in and out of these conversations, we get to what's going to end up happening is that it turns internal. It always does. So I understand Deion. Like I said, I was frustrated with him doing it too, but I understand it because, like I said, he did not understand how hard it was going to be. And all I wanted him to do was just to fight through it, to fight through that tough patch, to be like, okay, I'm on the other side of it. I understand what his frustration is now, and now we can kind of work that way. But I see the next step that I think he's going to do. He want to revolutionize college football, especially the power schools, and say, you know what? Forget it. I'm gonna up this level, and I'm gonna get our kids to go to these colleges. But if we're going to go there, then they need to have all black staffs. We need to have black head coaches. Man, dude, the top 5 power schools, if I'm not mistaken, it's less than what, 3 or 4 coaches that are like in those head coaches that are in those schools. That is shameful, bro. That is beyond. That's even worse than the NFL, because you're talking about what, 250 something colleges, and you're talking about only 3 to 4 black head coaches at that level, with Deion included now, maybe 5 since David Shaw left Stanford. I mean, come on, man.
No,
Come on now. That is beyond embarrassing. You guys know that, like, especially when most of these kids that are playing college football are black kids. We know these are our kids that's going to these schools. Like, come on, man. That needs to be represented in the number of head coaching at these universities, man.
I think too,
no doubt about it.
I think too, to your point, DC, of the way he's feeling, in the sense of, I will say this, like I think Paradox said that, hey, Deion May went to like a black high school. He, for the most part, since he got out of high school, he's probably been operating in, majority white spaces. So he probably does deal with, like, hey, I'm this unapologetically black man in these spaces. I deal with, some of the racism, microaggressions, this and that. So when you do go back to the HBCUs and finally say, you know what, I've had enough. Because even this, I mean, Shador was talking in an interview. He was like, they were like, what's it like to win at home in Fort Worth? Like, and he was like, I'm not from Fort Worth. I'm from really the outskirts of Dallas. So he really didn't even grow up in like inner city Dallas like that, which,
nope, 50 miles away.
Yeah, they grew up in that area. So like when you do finally say, okay, I'm going to go home and I'm going to try to make where I'm originally from better, that probably does hurt him, in the sense of, I see someone like Eddie Robinson. I'm trying to, give him a hug and show, hey, we can be at each other's throats in the football field, but it's all love afterwards. And he's like, no, I don't want any part of you. Like, I think that definitely hurt him to a level, because he's like, I deal with this type of stuff, in the other world that I'm in. And I'm figuring, like, I'm coming home trying to do this to better it. And then I get this perception. So, yeah, I agree. I think he was definitely hurt by that.
Yeah, breaking into his black boys breaking into his car, stealing their jewelry and stuff out of the office. It was crazy.
Yeah. You kind of, like you said, you all have that view of, hey, people say, hey, it's going to be this utopia. And you're like, nah, it doesn't quite work like that.
And this is not a shot. That has nothing to do with the gynocracy, by the way. Not a shot. That got nothing to do with the gynocracy, by the way. That is just basically, that's pettiness. That's a historical record. That is black men jealousy, man, to a fault, to where black men don't know how to actually congratulate other black men on that kind of level, man. That's just something inherently with us. That's
like you said,
that's kind of a breakdown with our relationship.
That is what you want to break down and talk about, though. That's why we named it the show. We named it, is that to kind of show how we have so much black men, so much successful black men, so many successful black men trying to figure out a way to organize those people. Because a lot of folks say, well, they're millionaires, and why are you even talking about them? But those are the people who are moving the needle the last time I checked. Right?
And a lot of them are trying to help too. A lot of them are trying to help.
They're helping everywhere. Jalen Rose. What's Jalen's name? Jalen even was talking about it with his school in Detroit.
Yeah, Jalen Rose. Yeah, you're talking about Jalen Rose. Yeah.
Is his last name Rose, right? Jalen Rose?
Yeah, his name is Rose. Yeah.
But he even talked about him having a school, and he was surprised that a lot of folks wouldn't give him investments. Right. He was stunned by it, actually.
Yeah.
And he's been running his school for like 15 years now, and he was surprised. And I was just trying to figure out what is that coming from? Is that we have extreme success, a lot of wealth, and there's a struggle trying to organize and figure out how do we check the egos and be able to organize and kind of work together. And there's opportunities that are available. And what is the conflict that we're having with one another on all levels, by the way? even on these internet channels, we have some. Seem like we have some infighting that we probably shouldn't have.
But no. To that point, too, Paradox. I think to the greater picture, what DC pointed out was like, hey, the next thing is to basically try to revolutionize college football at that level. To me, that's probably an easier lift than trying to lift up.
Yeah, that's fair enough.
I think that's an easier lift because all he has to do is pretty much be successful, and then people have to see, okay, all these kids are lining up to play for him because he pointed out, hey, instead of saying these people are captains, he put an L on one person's on his son's on the son's uniform that said leader, and then D on Travis Hunter for dog. So people are seeing like,
now watch how they try to ghettoize Colorado's team. Watch how they try to make them into this urban look, this urban kind of get. It's going to be ruthless, bro. It's going to be bad. It's going to be bad.
Pookies and Ray Rays and a lot of anti-black men are going to support that, by the way.
Exactly. Your conservative brethren, by the way. You and BMT, you and pro-black BMT, conservative brethren. No, I know. It doesn't even matter.
There's black men on the internet that don't see value in black men and black boys who come from the ghetto. I hear it every time I go on the internet. I'm like,
no doubt. It's clearly
what are we doing?
It's clearly a problem that we have internally, man. We don't even know how to disagree cordially to where we can have our own ideas and still walk away and be cool. It doesn't have to be a bloodbath and be like, well, I ain't fucking with you and I don't want to support you because I don't like you because you got different views than I got. And it doesn't need to be that way, man. And I hopefully it can get to a place where that can change, but man, we got a long way to go before that does, man. We got a long way before it gets there, to be honest with you. A lot of people don't know how to be able to disagree and then move on to their point of view and things of that nature. Because it's okay. It's okay to have your point of view.
But we do see all the positives though. I know I appreciate all the
absolutely.
black men. I brought my man up just now, but we're both our guy. But we see black men coaching black boys from all type of economical backgrounds, social economical backgrounds. We see them doing the work already. That's why it's kind of strange that we attack so hard. But I'm like, yo, it's so much positive that I'm seeing every day from successful black men and black men putting themselves in a sacrificial position to bring black boys up. So did you want to say something?
Yeah. Thanks for letting me on.
The football coach.
Yeah.
Who's this online right now? Who's this?
Marcus
Lee.
Do I know you, man? I don't know you, dog. I don't know you.
What's up, man?
What's going on? What's going on, young brother? Young guy.
It's been a long time.
Hey, we're gonna have to get up on Sunday, man. You gonna hang out with us on Sunday?
Oh yeah,
Sunday night.
Yeah, that should be free.
All right. Cool. Do that, man.
I enjoy the show. I mean, but the thing is, like, y'all don't realize, like, I consider his, like, Deion's son is upper class. He's not a poor black kid. You know, he's coming from money, so I can't really say that. You know, he's definitely not a Pookie. Does that change? Does that change anything? Well, I mean, but just because you got money,
we're talking about Deion and just that class of blacks that came from poverty and made their way through the ranks.
Right, but because you've been out of poverty for so long, it's just like, you know, it's been over. When's the last time Deion was struggling financially?
30 years ago.
Man.
30 years.
Yeah.
I mean,
you it's longer than that, bro.
Hold on. But one thing, the reason why what makes Deion very interesting is that even with all that success, it's interesting that he's one of the few, maybe more than a few, people that understand that he's still a black person. That's what makes it key. That's the key part here. That's the whole point of why I'm bringing him. Why I'm making a point about him specifically.
Yeah.
Right. You think the other black coaches don't realize they black? Or they don't want
to. Not to the level that Deion don't change for people. They have to change around Deion. Deion has been pretty much the same dude since prime. He's the same guy. He really is the same.
I think that's the thing about it. So
he's the same dude, man. He's the same guy.
So two things we gotta understand. Just because you got money. And money and behavior are two different things. Like, we've seen men with money act more niggified than some men who don't have money and they have some type of dignity and class about themselves. Like that's why so you can't say, well, if you got money, you can't be a pookie, because we've done seen that played out, Diddy, son. So like you got, so we got to look. I look at the behaviors. Like I understand and I respected Deion and the fact that he said, yo, like I'm a black man. Like he kept bringing up those points, and they're like, come on, Deion, quit talking about that shit. Or like even when Shannon Sharpe would be talking about stuff about, hey, like y'all see how they disrespect LeBron so easily, like. These kind of things, like to other groups, regardless of your status, they could give a shit sometimes. Like as long as you giving them that money, but in the whole big macro, they're looking at, okay, like what can you do for me, versus amongst your own. And we're looking at the inner workings of how bad the core of jealousy can be. That if they can't use you, then they'll abuse you. And that was pretty bad for the Deion Sanders story. Because he was like, yo, they're robbing me. They're stealing from me. They're not properly paying my team. And so there are a lot of inner core issues that man had to deal with. Now, in looking at that, I kind of looked at it like, okay, and I believe DC said that he was told you're going into a fucked up situation. And I think that sometimes kind of like how a woman say, hey, I don't think you want this over here. I don't think you really know what you're getting into if you fuck with me. Me and baby kids, we're gonna bring you some smoke. And I got you, baby. It's bigger than that. Like we gotta understand that this is why I was tapping at like black excellence. Like the Negro League wasn't done by a singular person. That was done by different people coming together. Like other groups, when they fight you or go against you, there's not just one person. You're fighting a legion. And that's a thing that even I, as a black man or other black men, you can't say, well, there's no race, because other groups will prove you and disprove you wrong in a heartbeat. Let you speak against them. They'll check you at the door. Like, hey, that's you're not going to say that. So Deion, I can appreciate him coming to the school. I do, greatly from my heart. But he did open up a pipeline, a Negro pipeline, for them to go to a white school rather than a black school. That's going to be, I kind of rather prefer, I know it sucked, but I wish he would have just had to say, you know what, I made this bed. I'm going to have to get more other black athletes, professionals, to come down here and actually start helping me build this. Yeah, the first person, the second person is going to be rough. But if you trust the process, it's going to work out. And that's the bad thing about it. I don't think a lot of people understand the process. They rather get to the end game. Like, you know, I want to be that guy on the plaque or in the Hall of Fame. But you got to have a process, man. And if you're trying to make more of the blueprint, your money will come. But I think people just want the money now versus that of building their culture or building their own institutional fundamentals. But other groups, that's what they're doing. That's what they're doing. And that's the thing about it, that we got to understand that we have to do the same thing for black excellence. You know, you can't say Black Wall Street. That wasn't done overnight. That was done with a multitude of tries and over time. And that's something that's why I said, like, once they know that they can buy you out, they're going to take your shit. How many black patented things were taken from black men that we use today?
Too many to
count. And that's the thing about it. That is the oldest trick in the book that the U.S. government has taught me. If I can't beat you, I will buy you. Once I own you, shit, I'll change the story. Hell, I'll rewrite the goddamn book that you wasn't a slave, you wasn't harmed. That's why I said I understand why Deion did what he did, but he should have. But leaving, shouldn't have done that. He shouldn't have done that. He should have had a backdoor meeting with other Hall of Famers and say, hey, I need y'all to come down here, man. This is more bigger than what I thought it was. Because I can promise you, Clemson and all other white alumni schools, you don't think they don't be calling those white boys? Hey, you forgot what we did for you? You forgot what we did for your daddy? Send that check on here. We need that shit right now.
They get on that phone real quick.
Yeah, but I don't believe Deion is some champion for black people. I totally disagree with that. If
Why can't he?
like you said, he was left because he's not. He moved to Colorado he went there for his own self.
I get what you're saying.
I bet you if an NFL team calls, he's gonna leave to Colorado to go to an NFL team. So it's not like he cared. That's why I like he's very he's arrogant, and he got a lot of personality, and he has a great character which sells. But there's been other black coaches that have been successful too. I was telling Paradox that Notre Dame's head football coach is a black coach, and he's had more success than Deion in the last 2 years. But nobody talks about him because he kind of stays quiet.
Yeah, no, I was gonna say I think it goes back to the point of, hey, people really feel that way because he put himself out there with that message of, hey, I'm gonna revolutionize HBCU football. And
right.
That's why people sort of are saying, hey, Deion's pro-black, he's supposed to do X, Y, and Z. Versus, I think to your point, Marcus, the coach of Notre Dame just kind of was like, hey, I'm going about my business, and y'all, if you do recognize me, that's great. But I'm going about my business to try to, probably more than anything, he's probably just trying to be a great coach, and people will acknowledge, oh, that's a black coach that's leaving.
Exactly. And it's not like Deion is only going to recruit black players. If there's a white player that can play, he's going to recruit him too.
Yeah, exactly. And I don't.
Yeah, I wouldn't care if he recruited white kids to HBCU. It wouldn't matter to me. It's really about getting the money and growing the institution more than anything. If you can capitalize on anybody, then you capitalize on anybody.
Wait, Paradox. But doesn't that run as a contradiction? Because
white kids can go to white kids go to HBCUs already.
No. I agree with that. But if you're saying specifically, like, I want to revolutionize it, HBCU football, and I want these boys to have role models, this and that, you don't think that means that, like, people would look at him sideways if he recruited, like, say a white dude to come play quarterback or something?
I think we should already. I think we already understand the system. And so if he needs to go get a Hawaiian kid or he needs to go get a Latino kid, it doesn't really matter to me. At the end of it's going to be predominantly black no matter what. But if he needs to get players to win, I wouldn't not want him to do that.
But
as long as he does it,
mandate though. Wouldn't that go against his mandate of he's supposed to help the black boys as well?
Why wouldn't
he's gonna help black boys looking at left side?
I didn't say get an all white team or all Hawaiian team or all Latino team, but if he can find a guy here and there that can help out, Colorado is 75% black as it is. It's dominantly black anyway. So if you're trying to win and make money, which is what the goal is here, at a black university or multiple black universities, you're just trying to build a school up. If we can siphon off a few white guys or whoever to help grow that business, why would I not do that?
Well, just because I would figure, like, it kind of goes back to
they exploit us all the time. What's the difference?
No. I agree. I'm surprised that if you hold him to, hey, he has to go build the institution, he said he was going to go help the boys, that I figure people would demand that, he would want,
I'm sure they would, but he had white players on Jackson State.
Oh yeah, no,
he did. He had some white.
Dropped the pass and won that would have sent him into I think game-winning touchdown overtime, or send them to overtime. Mm-hmm. So no, I agree. I was just more of like, if people are really going to hold him to this whole pro-black mandate, I figured they're going to go all the way down to, like, it has to be all black players.
Well, DC is using the word pro-black. Pro-black, that language, I kind of stay away from that language per se, because it's a little bit of a trap, because it's kind of like a purity test. I don't
that's
necessarily like someone
used.
No, absolutely no. You're 1,000% right. I try to avoid it as much as I can because I know that it feels like a little bit of a trap. Because if I can take advantage of people to get to my end goal, then I think you should take advantage of people to get to your end goal.
I think that's more
the business side of it. Trying to promote your institution that you're trying to grow.
But I think that's what Deion did, though, in going to Colorado, except, he put himself out there as the whole, the pro-black language. But I think he probably had that same mindset. Hey, if I can exploit whatever my grand goal may be, whether it be a Power 5 school or even the NFL,
his personal goal,
and go to Colorado,
yeah. Like I told you, I think he found once he wasn't able to get to a Power 5 school and ended up at Jackson State. I think he found a unique opportunity, and we can spend it how we want to spend that. And I'm spending it my way. And I think that was an opportunity for him to really he already put HBCUs on the map. We're saying that word more than ever in this country from a football perspective. So if he would have stayed at the school, if he would have stayed at that school and really tried to work with the leadership there and really try to figure something out, I just wish it could have went that way.
Yeah.
I just think we lost a really unique opportunity that may not come around again because he is a unique individual. Again, just like Mark is on here talking about something. I think that he's this and he's that, but it's another black man looking at a black man as some charlatan or scam artist and was just trying to get what he wanted to get in. That's nonsense. What are you talking about?
Well, I'm saying that in the sense of, I think, but see, there are other people who said that he used that going the HBCU route was an opportunity as well, because they would argue it was an opportunity because he got to essentially ascend the ladder much quicker. That, I think Complex's point earlier, what other options did he have on the table other than, I'm sure he could have got like an analyst job or like, maybe a position coach job somewhere. But what other head coaching jobs did he have on the table? So in that, he got an opportunity to fast track his career that way too.
Well, see, that right there is when I was saying, like, hey, when I brought up about taking the pay cut, right? Taking the pay cut, that's when y'all were like, hey, what do you mean to take a... Listen, people are like, what the fuck you talking about? You going to Jackson? Nigga, do you know where you're going? That's like pulling a whole lean on me like move. Like, nigga, bro, you're Deion Sanders. What are you doing? That's a pay cut. When you know you're going into a, you know what I'm saying? Like,
why are we building a nice restaurant in a low income area? Well, because we want these people to eat nice, have a nice grocery store, so they deserve that.
But they don't. But see, the thing about it, black people think they don't deserve it, though. That's the problem I have.
And that right there, paradox. See, that right there.
And these are liberals, by the way, just so you know, BMT. These are liberals, by the way. It's crazy, right?
I understand, and I get, and I'm. That's why I was like, that's so. If we're talking about conserving and stimulating and building our economy, you have to deal with your own. You cannot jump past that. Like, y'all, I don't get how y'all get mad at the Mexicans. Y'all think they say, hey, I like spending with the black folks. No, they will shop at that damn bodega and deal with each other for goddamn days and years. And then all of a sudden, guess what they'll do? Build a big bodega, build a goddamn grocery store. Then all of a sudden, hey, where's Javier? He don't come over here. Of course he don't got to come over here no more. He don't got to deal with y'all. They'll play enough with you until they get their stuff. They'll take your dilapidated areas, streets and stuff and fix them up and raise the property value and ship your ass on out. Like, they will deal with their own before they have to tolerate you. There's a different power dynamic of having to deal with your own and circulate amongst your own versus having to circulate with other people.
And we've seen that on a geopolitical level. We've seen that play really all over the world.
Yes.
We've seen nations have to sacrifice, get the technology, the information that they needed to get, and then turn on themselves and say, we're going to do this, we're going to finish this, we're going to set this up, and we're going to build this up. We're not going to just rely on others to help us. We're going to sacrifice ourselves. We're going to sacrifice our people, to upgrade and build our nation. We're going to organize it in a certain kind of way to get to where we have to get to. It's just very interesting, dysfunction versus function when it comes to the sacrifice part. In America, we have a very strong appetite to just move on and go get things and kind of leave everybody else behind. It's interesting to say the least.
I think that's the thing.
We find clever ways to cover up what we're really doing. And then some 10, 20, 30 years go by, you're like, oh man, these white colleges are making a lot of money from football. It's like 80% black players. I'm like, exactly.
Yeah, they use you. Use you. Yeah.
They built the program from scratch.
Like I said, they don't mind using you. They don't mind using you to build the pyramid, but nigga, you ain't gonna be on that statue on that pyramid. That's gonna be their granddaddy. That's gonna be their goddamn pappy. Like, go to some of these goddamn institutes. I don't see no Negroes on those portraits. I see old white men. Thank you, Father Frederick the third, for building this. I'm like, wait a second, was him and his boys out there? Hell no. But they had Joe ass out there doing that shit. And see, that's the thing about it. Like, I'm telling you, like, there's one thing Uncle Sam taught me. If I can get a brother to do it, I'll get him to do it almost for free or nothing. And he'll build it, and I'll step up on that podium.
It seemed like it was also a good opportunity to practice group economics. I think it's really big in sports when you look at Deion's his marketing and his ability to generate income. It's interesting.
That's why it was scary. That's why it was scary. That's why it was scary, and that's why people are looking at it at just sports. It wasn't just sports.
They're trying to just say, "Oh, this is just some dumb football stuff." I'm like, "Are y'all out of control?"
No, bro. No, that was actually we were playing. We literally were just replaying
in the country, bro.
We were just replaying. We were just replaying the Negro League. We were just replaying the Negro League just in a modern time. We were just replaying the Black society in a modern time of if they can't. You have the stumbling blocks of envy and mishandling of appropriation of funds. And then after a while, then guess what? Hey, I give up. I'm going to go work. Hey, Tommy, me and Paradox coming over there to work with y'all. Really? Oh, yeah, we'll give you the money. It was nothing for them to throw out that damn money to Deion. Hell yeah, come on over here. You know why? But guess what? We took Deion from you. Guess what? So guess what? That means that flow or that pipeline of all them Black high grade boys with aggression coming from Florida, Georgia, Carolinas, and all over trying to prove something and get a shot, they got to come to us. And we're going to get that funding. And your Black Negro red line schools
didn't even have the money, by the way. That's crazy.
I want to say something real quick. I'm a football coach, right? So when I'm trying to coach, I'm not trying to be pro-Black or anything. I'm trying to fucking win. And of course I am.
Which they did win at Jackson State, by the way.
But my whole thing with Deion is that everybody's saying that he's pro-Black, but he's not coming out and saying that at Colorado he's pro-Black. Now at Jackson State he was, but at Colorado
that ain't true.
I can't. At Colorado he's not saying.
He's being as Black as you can be in a white space.
What does being Black even mean?
Have you been keeping up with his videos? Have you been watching what he's been doing?
No, I'm just asking. I'm asking a question.
Do you hear him talking about what it means to be Black? I mean, he literally just had an interview, which a lot of people are angry about, that he even mentioned that he was a Black man dealing with white people and the struggles he had to deal with about being around them and how they want to change him, make him act a certain way, be a certain way, and he's being who he is, which is a Black person. You don't notice that that's what Black culture looks like, or one piece of Black culture. And how when you behave, hold on for a second. And when you behave that way, how white people and Black people respond to you. When Black men try to be themselves, we're constantly being forced into this thing where we're kind of bound, and we get pressure-wise, constantly pressure on us to behave and act a certain way and not really be our true selves. Every time we dealing with white institutions, be it corporate America or college institutions, the number one thing he's talking about is what it means to be Black in America. And he's been doing this for about 40 years. This is how I am. I come from Black culture. This is how we operate. He talks about that literally every day. Are you not keeping up with what's going on? You haven't noticed how uncomfortable white men are on how he behaves? Have you listened to the commentators, the radio hosts?
He's no different than Conor McGregor. He's no different than Conor McGregor. Him and Conor McGregor have loud personalities. It's like he's just white.
Stop playing, bro. Stop playing, bro.
I mean, listen.
You playing right now.
I'm just saying, the way Deion Sanders acts is not representative of most Black people. Most Black people don't carry themselves that way.
Deion represents a lot of Black men that I know.
Does he represent the majority of black?
And I'm gonna tell you something. And a lot of black men,
majority of black people aren't even athletes.
A lot of black men want to behave similar to that, and they understand that if they act that way, how they're going to be treated. For example, we was talking about it earlier. Stephen A. got that press suit on, telling everybody how they should behave and how they dress, and he was forced to interview a white man named what's the name of that show that's going to come on ESPN now? Not Dan Laboratory. What's that white boy name we was talking about earlier?
Pat McAfee.
Pat McAfee with a wife beater on, sitting there talking about some. Hey, I'm here now. That's what it means to be black, and that's what it means to be white. That's what a white man can do, and Stephen A. is what a black man can do in corporate America. Am I missing something here? You think Stephen A. want to act like that? You know how I know Stephen A. don't want to act like that? Go watch his podcast. You know how I know Shannon Sharpe don't want to act like that? Go watch his podcast. But if they behave that way, they're not getting those opportunities to be on television. We have to act a certain way. Come on, man. What am I talking about? We too old for this.
Hey, you see how you don't know
what it means to be black? Are we for real right now?
Hey, you see how Chip Bailiff?
All right.
You see how Chip Bailiff? You see how Chip Bailiff checked? You see how Chip Bailiff checked Shannon? Be quiet, Shannon.
We've been on here. We've been on here for like 6 hours, bro. Let's shut it on down, man.
Oh, we get too real. We get too real. We get too real now.
No. We just been on here a long time. That's all.
I ain't got nothing but time.
The game about to come on.
I'm just saying, Chip Bailiff kind of checked Shannon Sharpe, that big black man, and said, "Be quiet. Don't hear none of that black shit on ESPN. We gotta talk about football, Negro."
But then
what are you trying to say, Mark?
3 other black men to be his co-host. So
sure did.
Hey, I like it when y'all just run that damn football.
I ain't gonna lie. I thought Skip was gonna go. I thought he was gonna really hire white guys.
No, that's the funny thing.
Like that. I thought he was gonna go the other way with it.
No, but I mean, for all the critiques of Skip, I mean, that dude there sure put a lot of brothers on. Like, you can't deny that.
Can't deny that. That's a fact. Yeah, because I really thought he was going to go with the Fox News crowd and try to pull in that audience that's sort of disconnected from sports right now, that don't want to watch football, don't want to watch basketball because it's too black for them.
Yeah.
And he doubled down on it. So, yeah, I was surprised.
And he hired Michael Irvin after that whole lawsuit. So, he said,
I don't care about all that. Too.
But regardless, we cannot deny that black people, we do spend and contribute a lot to that billionaire machine business of sports. We do. Like, I don't give a damn what they say. You goddamn it, you go listen. There's a reason why it's called a cattle line for goddamn black boys and black girls at them lower income schools. Hey, he may be not that damn smart, but that boy sure can run that damn ball. That girl, yeah, she got some anger, aggression issues, but shit, put that Shikari, get that goddamn girl on that track field.
You see how they treated that what is she, a Keisha? You see how they treated that Keisha, huh?
Lord have mercy, boy. They called her everything but a goddamn human. Goddamn. Mm-hmm. So again, they like it as long as you winning. Remember Simone Biles when she said, "I just need to take a break." You saw how fast America turned on her ass. What do you mean you need to take a damn break? Get your ass back on that mat and flip. I tell you, how did they treat Serena? How did they treat the Serena and Venus?
It was horrible. No, how they treated the father. That was unbelievable. Go read his book. Oh my goodness. The way the tennis industry, not even that, but the way the branding, how they treat those girls should be multi-billionaires, man. They really held off on their all of their marketing, in my opinion. They made sure they did not market those dark-skinned girls from day one, in my opinion. Not enough. They almost waited to the end of their career to really turn it up for them, actually, in my opinion. Hello, am I still there? Oh, y'all done muted out on me.
Oh, yeah, I can still hear you.
Okay.
I'm gonna go ahead and drop down too, since I know you're all trying to shut it down. So,
yeah, DC trying to shut us down, man.
No, I know he's trying to go watch football. I don't blame him. So, no, I'll catch y'all later.
Yeah, it was
Detroit just scored. Detroit just scored, by the way, 7-0. Remember we were talking about that earlier. So I want to make sure they just scored on Kansas City. So
yeah, man. I do want
to. Renaissance man, I want you to give us a, you can give us some closing if you want to go ahead and close it.
I think he dropped already. That's what I see. I think he dropped off.
Oh, man.
Yeah, shout out to Renaissance, man. Thanks for everybody coming through, man. We appreciate it. From everybody that came up here. Renaissance Man, Complex, BGS, who else was here? BMT.
BMT still on, right?
BMT dropped off too.
Oh, he dropped off too.
It's just Mr. Lee on the line with us, man. You sitting up there trying to go hard on Mr. Lee, man. What's up with y'all, man? What's the whole situation?
Come on, man. You know Deion is a Christian first. Come on,
man. That's a whole nother program, man. But what he represents probably is more important to me than anything else. I mean,
well, how black men interpret him, I find fascinating more than anything. It's very interesting.
But that's what I'm saying. That's the whole part of the whole.
But y'all know
that's why blackness. That's why blackness.
Y'all know he ain't gonna be in Colorado that long, though. Y'all know he ain't gonna be in Colorado that long.
Yeah, but I said, that's a little bit of a different conversation, though.
Yeah,
really the focus is on how great we are and the things that we can do as a group, as a team, how we can help one another out, and that there was opportunities that have been missed. And it's not just Deion. You can see a pattern really all over the place when it comes to some of this stuff. And it's interesting how we talk about it and how we respond to it and how it makes us feel. And it really shouldn't be an emotional thing. It should be more of a logical thing, and not getting so caught up in some personal things and really looking at the opportunity that we have.
Mm-hmm.
And so worrying about him being a Christian and worrying about him being opportunistic, and that's fine. I mean, that is what it is. But trying to understand that how important it is for black men to work together, what does that look like? And if we have issues working together, how do we resolve those issues and figure out a way to get to where we're trying to get to and what we're trying to build here, and not just go run to white people when things get hard. That's what I'm talking about. You're talking about something else, Marcus. I don't know what you're talking about.
Well, I don't know what we're trying to build. I don't know what he's trying to build, because I think he might be coaching the Cowboys in 4 or 5 years.
Yeah, that'll be what it be. Like I said, we missed an opportunity, and trying to analyze some of the things that we could do better is something for me to talk about. I mean, people don't have to be interested in it. I'm okay with that. Some of the nonsense that I hear on the internet, I think this is probably a more important conversation, because I think black men and black boys across the levels, regardless of your wealth, have to figure out better ways to support one another and work with one another. That's what to me is the most important part. You as a coach, you coach black boys all the time, and you know what this is. I don't even know who you are right now. You get online and you're another human. No, I'm kidding.
Tripping, man.
You get this man a microphone, boy, he turn on you. You sound like DC in them now.
Oh, come on, man.
What we doing?
Don't even try, man. Come on,
Oh,
man.
my God.
You've been showing out the whole program, showing your whole entire. Well,
remember something. The title, Ameritocracy, man. Black men doing so many great things in our country, and how we need to highlight that, talk about that, and figure out how, in our own lives, what we should be doing and how we should improve the black experience. And trying to use all these ways to sort of get out of that, I think it's a little strange. You don't think that's a little strange? We're so used to tearing each other down. I'm talking about in the internet.
Yeah.
It's a constant thing. And I'm like, we have a lot of smart people. We have access to a lot of smart people. we may be missing great opportunities, and Deion is literally an example of what I'm talking about on the internet, where you have a lot of people that hold power, that hold influence over people, and they're using that influence and power for something else. I don't think that makes a lot of sense. You don't think that's a little unusual?
No, it's very unusual. I can make a hypothesis out of it that I think that it has something to do with just being left out of power and making full scale decisions that we know that we can't make or that we can't influence without having another group or another group of people get a green light on, and that frustrates us. I think that's the frustration part. I think that frustrates us on a level that nobody can understand except for us, and it comes out ugly because we can get ugly with each other. We can get ugly with each other to death. You know that. It can escalate to death, bro.
Yes.
it can escalate to death very quickly. As all of you, both of you guys know, we can go bad. We can break bad really quick, and the venom is really with us, man. Like I said, I got it in me too. Like the anger, the frustration. It's a unique thing with us, man. That the disrespect when it's within our group, we feel it. We feel it twofold. It's a thing that we're psychologically that we are holding to ourselves this negative kind of back and forth that we have within our group. So I think it's just powerlessness. I think that's what it is at the end of the day.
But it's powerlessness, but we do have some power.
Yes.
That's all I'm saying. We have accomplished great things in this country.
I agree.
Bro. And people want to try to diminish that and talk about this and talk about other things, but it's like a constant history of what Black people have done through the time being on this land. It's never been done before. The last time I checked in the history books, right? It hasn't been done before.
You're right.
On this scale.
It hasn't been done.
So I just don't. That's what you get kind of lost in. Well, we're accomplishing all these things. We have to figure out a way to connect those dots. That's all I'm saying. And I think that Deion, to me, showed a great man from a sports entertainment perspective, a multi-billion-dollar industry, and how to help lift up poverty. He's bringing people out of poverty on a small scale. But to me, though, that could be looked at as an incubator. I think even people like Marcus. These guys are getting these kids prepared for college, prepared for high school, prepared for dealing with girls. You can speak to that, Marcus. Prepared in various ways to be successful. I mean, I just don't get the negative part when it's just so much positive to it. That's all I'm saying. It seems like it's way too much positive, but focusing on the negative, I don't get that. I get that it gets clicks and views, people arguing and fighting online, but like in reality, it's just not. I don't really see it.
Yeah, but y'all think I'm not hating on Deion Sanders. I'm just telling you.
Sound like it.
He's not no ambassador for Black people. Y'all got it's like a Barack Obama thing with him going on right now.
Nah, not like that.
It is. It's like
yeah, maybe I gotta think about it. I gotta think about it a little bit more.
I'm not hating on him, but I'm like, yo, Notre Dame's coach is a Black coach,
I don't want to over focus on the name Deion. I'm just talking about the attributes of this Black man and what he's able to create and produce, and how we can plug into that and exploit that. Use it as a blueprint to spread it out across the system. You're so focused on individual. That's what you just said is exactly what I'm talking about. You're overly concerned about the people's names, Barack Obama, Deion Sanders, or whoever, and not really looking at how do you take those and how do you nurture environments to produce more of those people, and having a very strong fundamental, like a base that we can take advantage of. Him being in a black space gave us a lot of opportunities that I think we may have missed. I could be, like I said, I could be wrong about that. It just seemed like we had a chance there. And we're going to get more chances in the future, of course. But it seemed like we really did have a great chance to take advantage of a human being that had certain attributes that you can kind of exploit. You don't see that, at least?
I see him as his own brand. Like, he can be his own brand, like Michael Jordan.
Right, but if you're funneling that brand through Black institutions, through systems that we got in place, we can get more from it. than just watching him in some white school somewhere, loving his life, getting a lot of money, and moving on into the future.
So do you think he should have stayed at Jackson
black
State?
athletes, many black intelligentsia go into those spaces and they move on with their lives, and it is what it is. But then these are the same people that are going to start complaining when something bad happens, when a tragedy happens, and then you start saying, you're the same person that's going to start saying, why don't we work together? Why is this and why is that? And we could be discussing and talking about how we can prevent some of those things, how we can try to be together instead of that fighting about, he's going to go and do this and he's going to, can't worry. That part's not important. The important part is trying to figure out how do you keep a person within our system, take care of those people, make sure that they're comfortable, and try to learn and develop from that. You don't see any of that either?
It's not easy. Doing what Deion is doing is very rare. Like, you got to have a certain type of charisma. It's just only he can do it.
We don't think we have other great black men. Like, he's not unique. We have lots of great black men.
Like I would say, even like LeBron,
very successful, very powerful. LeBron's another.
I'll give you an example. LeBron James I don't even think LeBron James has the personality that Deion Sanders has. He doesn't have that thing that draws people to him.
Yeah, but
he's a great speaker. He's a great motivational speaker, and the way he can reach people is different. Every person doesn't have that God-gifted talent to do that.
Yeah, Deion is a one-on-one, man. He really is Paradox. He's a one-on-one, bro. It's hard to duplicate his personality, the way he is, the time that he was raised, the connections that he had as far as the athletes, the way. Because what I noticed about him, bro, is that everybody generally respects him, even people that don't like each other. Like, he's cool with guys that fall out with each other, that's still cool with each other. So he has a very unique way of kind of bridging the gap as far as
that Tyler Perry, unknowing to a lot of black people, was able to generate $75 million a year doing so-called chitlin circus shows.
Yeah, Tyler Perry
$75 million a year. No help from white people, no help from black people. Everybody talking crazy about him, shitting on him. His art is disgusting. Who wants to do that stuff? You even had people like, you had certain uppity people who do that type of entertainment. Broadway type. I'm talking about. Broadway shows and certain type of movies like a Spike Lee, and they looking at him like, man, what is this dude doing?
Yeah.
But he's generating millions upon millions of dollars, and even he looks around and says, I cannot believe that in my own community that I'm only getting a part of the support because of how it looks.
Right.
Everybody's concerned about how things look, and now he's a multi-billionaire, right?
Right. He still gets shit.
And black society wants to reject him. Now we can get into the politics, and that's what people want to do. The wearing the dresses and blah. We can get into whatever, right?
Yeah.
At the end of the day, it's really about getting to the money. It's interesting that we have been set up in this system in a way to where if we don't do it a certain way, it's not respectable, and so it limits us. So like Marcus said, Deion, ain't no black man like Deion. That's insane, by the way. But
no. I say that, but I do think that he is unique, but I wouldn't go say that if somebody was put in the position of Deion. I'm saying there could be other guys that could do it, but they may not have the same name or popularity that Deion has. That's all. Not to say that
how popular is TD Jakes?
He's popular.
Which one?
TD Jakes. He's another one.
He's extremely popular. Yeah.
Okay. Multi-millionaire.
But that's
he has a lot of people. He has a lot of people following him.
Yeah, that's a different venue though.
Yeah, but it's all black. It's another black man.
Yeah, of course.
Very powerful, very strong. Gets a lot of people to follow him. He does a lot of things for the community. But guess what? Criticism. He's not this. He's not good. Coming from black people.
I agree with your premise. hold on. I agree with your premise. I agree with what you're trying to say.
But
what
you
I'm
keep
saying
telling me
is,
it's just Deion. I got a long list of black people that we know about. There's another list of people who you don't know about who also have a lot of access, a lot of play, and can influence people. And because everybody's going to do it a little bit differently, but being able to support black men seems to be problematic unless it's negative. People want to sit around and talk about Keishas and Pookies and talk about all this other ridiculous stuff. And I'm like, well, what about all of this black stuff? No, it's not. It's all integrated. It's all integrated. Because remember something. You try to tell me that Deion and them aren't Pookies and Ray Rays. That's a lie. It's just that he's successful.
No, Deion is not.
Deion is not a Pookie or Ray Ray.
So you want to wash it away because he's successful. I think it's hilarious.
I'm not washing it away because he's successful. We named some guys.
No. You want to pick and choose that based off of
what makes
behavior.
What makes a man a Pookie? What is a Pookie though? What does a Pookie mean?
From the hood. From the hood.
I thought a Pookie. That's not what I said. That's not what I define
black people.
That's not what I define a Pookie from being from the hood.
Man, y'all better stop. Y'all better come on.
It's about how you carry yourself.
I got too much tape on y'all. That ain't true. I got too much tape. Don't try to clean it up now. Don't clean it up now.
I'm not cleaning nothing up. I said the same thing earlier. I think that he.
So if you're from So if you're from Southeast DC, and you grew up in a rough area, you're a Pookie.
Yes.
No.
Yes.
No.
DC.
That makes you. Hold on. DC? That makes you a Pookie.
DC.
No.
Yes.
No.
So hold on. You think
okay.
So that makes me a Pookie? I'm not a Pookie.
I already told you, me and you are Pookie and Ray Ray. Y'all, you just don't want to go with it though. DC, stop playing.
No.
Stop playing.
No. That's why I get on.
Hold on. No. I get what you saying. Like some people.
Stop playing with me.
Some people can put you there. That's true. They can put you there without you not being.
You want to redefine it based off of that you act right now? I know. Do we want to? We can have that conversation. You want to have that conversation now?
All right, man. Nah, I get what you're saying.
Come on.
I don't know. I guess in a sense, I'm kind of looking at it from what I've seen of Deion and how he been. I mean, I don't know. Like that would make Michael Irvin a Pookie because I'm thinking about guys that's from his region.
Yeah, is you from the hood?
Sapp,
you loud and
Derek Brooks, all of these guys from
I can't say Derek
played with him.
Yes.
So I would say Derek Brooks and Warren Sapp are different. I would say Derek
that's
Brooks.
what I'm saying. Yeah, exactly.
You want to nuance Pookies and Ray Rays. I think that is just funny to me, man.
No, because all these guys are from Florida. You know, all these guys from Florida too. They from the same area, pretty much. Fort Myers and shit, Miami.
Them boys is crazy down in Florida, son. You say what
Absolutely.
You want.
They are crazy. You're right. They wilding, but I'm just saying, like, I don't know, man. I'm not gonna. I can't. I gotta think. Let me think on that. I gotta think.
No. I'm not saying they're not good kids, and I'm not saying that. What I'm trying to say is that society says that already. If you come from these low-income areas, you are defined as that. I get that you guys are trying to clean it up because you're in a trap when I say that. But that's what you're really talking about. I've heard too much content. And so people want to play with it now. But the reality of it is that if you out here in these streets and you come from a certain environment, you are automatically labeled as that. That's just what it is. Now, man, you have talked about that.
By who though?
By society, black people, white people, anybody that's in upper class, middle class, upper class.
White people don't even go to the Pookie and Ray.
When you go to the hood, the automatic assumption you don't have a father. Man, I mean, this is just insanity.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Know
so
what
you're
the
going to
stereotype is, which is why people online, black men in Pacific, use that language. They're talking to people from the hood. We're not going to sit here and try to parse that out. Are we going to?
No. In that sense, then you're right. Then I just don't.
I don't know how you arguing that point. Southeast, are we gonna do this?
Hold on. No. That's what I'm
Northeast Baltimore, we gonna do this? Come on, man. South Memphis, North Memphis.
So we're gonna change the name to Pookie and Ray Ray Breakers. What's what you gonna say?
I know I'm a Pookie and Ray Ray. I know what I've been through. I know where I've been at. I know my success, but I know where I've been. I'm not stupid. I'm not gonna play no games. When you say Pookie and Ray Ray, you talking about me and my friends. At the end of the day, we can slice it how we want to slice it.
Not me.
We can do it
Not me. Not when I use it.
Yeah,
right,
I think
but my point is
we
that
have a
if we
more.
really,
I'm saying we got
DC,
an internal.
you know how you was rolling. You know how you and your people was rolling.
Yeah.
Let's not. Come on. We not. Just because you
But
went to school
that's what I'm
and
saying.
you
Like,
uppity now, you're a part of Jack and Jill, and you have all this.
I ain't never said that. Now, come on now, no sir.
I know you
No
bougie
sir, I know.
now, but don't forget where you come from.
Nah, man, I ain't even. No, see, okay. Look, I understand where you're coming from. Like, I can't argue that point of it. So if that's, I just thought we were talking about
what
a
else
different
is
type
there?
of definition.
But what else is there? What else is?
Well, people can't. People can evolve.
We really gonna parse the hood like that when these fools come on the internet and talk crazy about these people, and then we're gonna parse it out and talk about what now? What we gonna talk about now? When we talk about poor people in the ghetto.
They be saying all kinds of stuff that ain't, that doesn't make sense though. You know that. That's why I hated. That's why I hated that. That's why I hated that narrative, because it just meant that all of us that's from those areas, regardless of who we are, what we did, or how we came out of it, we're just all Pookie and Ray Ray. So yeah, I mean, to a degree.
And
yeah,
then they want to separate you from that and
discussion.
say, oh, you're not them though. You the good dude in the hood, man. Come on, bro.
Nah, yeah, I don't like that kind of
man.
terminology either. No, I got you. I understand where you're coming from. I understand.
I heard Deion tell stories. I heard Michael Irvin. I heard these guys tell stories. I'm like, well, what else is there besides you was able to have a little bit more protection because you play sports? But it didn't change your environment. It didn't change your mindset. It didn't change what you saw every day. And you got into things here and there. So many athletes, bro. I mean, not even athletes, businessmen, all type of people that I've came in contact with. When I actually find out where they're from and we have a real conversation, I'm like, well, why wouldn't that mantra fall on you? Just because you may have cleaned yourself up or got it, or you happen to be one of the smart kids and you was able to make your way through it, it still doesn't change the fact of your environment and where you're from and what you've been exposed to. You know what I'm saying? So now I'm successful, so I'm not going to tell you about my past, and then I'm going to front like, oh yeah, I'm not them. No, I am them. What are we talking? Are we for real? Are we doing that?
Right.
Because you wasn't hanging out. Hold up, now you wasn't hanging out.
No.
Hello. Your folks wasn't hanging out.
No, trust me, you already know what it is. Come on, man.
But then you shot me down earlier today when you had your boys on the line, though.
No, don't do that. Don't do that. Man, you were tripping, man. You were tripping for real.
I don't know.
No. Look, when people say Pookie and Ray Ray, it gives me a different thing. Like I said,
I'm thinking of people that are still fucking up right now.
It's an eternal thing that I'm thinking about that doesn't correlate to. The only qualification is you being from the hood, but I know that most people think of it that way. That is something where if you are from a certain zip code, certain neighborhood. I remember people used to say that even like when I was on job, they'd be like, man, they found out where I stayed, or they'd be like, damn, I ain't going over there, like automatically, like damn, like for real, like you know what I'm saying, like it was just automatic, like
no matter how good you are, no matter how preppy you are, no matter how well spoken you are, when you tell them where you're from, it doesn't. That washes in real life. It goes away. You can play with it on the internet all you want, but in real life, if I tell you where I'm from and what I was involved in, you're gonna be like, oh, you was one of them. Yeah, I was one of them.
You saying Pookie and Ray Ray for life?
No, I'm not saying that. I just think it's a funny thing, because when you really get into it, a lot of our very successful black men would be labeled as that. You can clean it up how you want to clean it up, and you can use AI because he was a fuck up, or this guy was a fuck up. So yeah, it's gonna be them though, because they was the fuck ups. The other ones that were successful, it's not them though. Come on, man.
No. That's not all that entails, though. It ain't just because you just a fuck up. No, it's like an anti. You know what it is. There's I'm from the hood, and then there's like I'm from the hood and I never can be in those kind of establishments. We talk about all the time. Like I know people that can never work in certain white collar jobs. Oh, they just not going to be able to fit. They can't do it. You know what I'm saying? They're not fit for it. It's not going to be something they're going to do. You know, that's the next level of it, is what I'm saying. Like that kind of thing, but that's different than what you're talking about.
Right, because we know, like
if you're talking about the real perception of being from a certain area, and you can't shake that stigma because people are just going to believe what they believe just because you went to public schools and stuff like that. They're going to just automatically think that you're dumb, you're stupid. You can't out success your way out of it. I mean, you even hear with the affirmative action discussion, like, man, I don't think we should have. I'm like, dude, like y'all talking crazy, man. You know, they get like, 230 more points than we do. It's just, I just like, oh man, listen to black people talk about. Listen to other black people talk about other black people, man. It kind of make you wonder, like, you really start to think, like, man, I don't know, like, it is kind of difficult, man. That is hard to hear especially when you hear other black men belabor other black men to the point where it's almost like we can't get past this kind of jostling. We do it with the women. We do it. We leverage that, and these guys are so soft for the women too. Like the hardest guys that try to judge other dudes for whatever they talk about with the women are the softest guys when it comes down to these chicks. They'll do anything for the cheeks, anything. And I know it. I've seen these niggas. I know these dudes, man. That's what I hate about it. Because nobody is tougher on the women than me. You guys know that. I'm the toughest one on them, but they'll make it seem like I'm some kind of simp for defending black women, like I'm the one defending black women. No, dog, that's not what's happening, dog. You guys could attest that is not how I roll, bro. Nobody that knows me would tell you that. Nobody.
And you have a dude. You have a dude.
DC soft on the hose? Absolutely not. It's not the case, dog. It is not the case.
You know, how would you classify a guy like Gilbert Arenas?
But I can't hear you lie about them. I just don't want to hear you lie about black women all the time. It's just frustrating, bro. Go ahead, man.
How would you classify Gilbert Arenas? From the valley, not from the hood. Very spoiled a little bit, had a little bit of comfort.
Pookie.
Right, he's not Pookie though. See what I'm saying? He's not from those environments, right? So he's classified differently, right? Now he's a mess up. He's a joke. He's a clown. He's very smart though.
Yeah, he's a clown, man.
But he's a very clown guy, right? But he's not from the hood. So then how do you label him?
Faker, phony. Nigga trying to be whatever. He's posing.
Because
you know what I mean?
Because a lot of people from the hood get a lot of punishment, but you'll find these middle class kids and these upper class and kids who are right outside the hood being straight mess ups, and then somehow no label there though. That's all I'm trying to say, by the way. Those labels don't exist. Right.
Right, getting all kind of cover. You're right. Gilbert is what he is though. I mean, I don't really he's just really cornballish to me, like really just a real simpish kind of dude. But I mean, people like Gilbert Arenas. I mean, I guess he okay to a degree.
Yeah, but I was just saying he doesn't really get that same
smoke. You right.
He doesn't get that same smoke. He doesn't come off like what's my man name who played
Kwame Brown.
No, light skinned brother with all the tattoos. He was a monster in the league.
Light skinned dude? You talking about Matt?
You know what I'm talking about.
Kenyon Martin.
Kenyon Martin.
Matt Barnes.
Yeah, Kenyon.
Oh, okay. I'm about to say Matt wasn't like that in the league. Yeah, you talking about Kenyon Martin? Yeah, Kenyon Martin was a beast. Yeah, true.
But Kenyon Martin's background, his upbringing, how he carries himself, you might want to put him in that category. That's all I'm trying to say. It ain't about his accolades, his intelligence, or anything like that.
You definitely put him in the Pookie category. Right. And he likes that, by the way. I think he likes because he likes to fight too,
good
though.
Dude. He is what he is.
Yeah, he's a good dude. He cool dude, but
he cool.
It's there, bro. That's what I'm saying. Like it's in him, though. That's what I mean. You know what I mean? I mean, live wire. The nigga love to fight. Light skinned dude. You know what I'm saying? Love to be like, who you talking to? That kind of stuff. I know dudes like Kenyon Martin. Like that's very familiar to me. You know what I'm saying?
Very familiar.
Very familiar, you know what I mean?
but society would categorize him and put him in a certain position, and you also have.
Doesn't mean he's a bad dude. Doesn't mean he's a bad dude.
That's what I'm saying, though. Right. But he'll be judged by his own people. He'll be forced to behave a certain way, and he will be categorized a certain way. Even though he's very successful, very intelligent, etc. Right? Yeah. But he's not good enough to be black though, quote unquote, or whatever you want to call it. He ain't good enough for that. So we're gonna call him Pookie, or we're gonna call him a nigga, or whatever. We're gonna. It's. I'm just saying how we handle each other is very interesting.
Yeah, man. Listen. I mean, I can't argue. If you're gonna put it that way, then I gotta think about it, bro. I'm not gonna make. I guess I understand your point. Yeah, I mean, you know what I mean. So
I know you guys are trying to redefine it. I understand what you're doing. I just think it's kind of funny though.
It's just when
I
hear
Deion Sanders ain't no Pookie, man.
Yeah,
okay.
When I hear it, it's hard for me to put Deion Sanders there. Like, I ain't gonna lie, Deion
Flashy,
is
loud, hood, ghetto.
Yeah, he don't sound ghetto. Nah, definitely not ghetto. He might be loud, but I wouldn't say ghetto. I can't say ghetto.
I don't know, man. Deion and urban and all that.
Listen to hip hop, very urban. He's all those things.
Yeah, he was that dude. You know, it must be about the money. All of that. They don't like Deion. I mean, it is clear that it is clear.
Black people don't like Deion.
No, too.
White people don't.
That too.
Black people don't like AI. He ain't. They
Black people like
AI. They the same.
I don't know about that, man.
I don't know the difference.
I can't
What's
put.
The difference?
I don't know how to put AI, Kenyon Martin, the Rasheed Wallaces of the world in the
same category.
Box. I don't know about that. I don't know about that one, bro. Okay. There is a difference. I don't know how to explain it. There is a difference in the orientation of how they act and how they project out, the energy that they projecting out. I think with Deion is so arrogant. It's the arrogance that gets everybody. And people are because he knows how good he is and how smart he is.
But you would consider his swag ghetto and hood, though.
He lives up to it. He lives up to it. He's an NFL champion. He was the best player on that team. You know, he played hurt. I didn't even know this. He played hurt half of his career, and he was still faster than everybody. I didn't even know when he was running like that. He was running like that because he couldn't even really get to a whole stride. You didn't ever see this man run full speed in the NFL since he left the Atlanta Falcons. He said, I was hurt since then. So he does the high step so he can hurt, so he wouldn't put that pressure on his toes. And he was high stepping on folks, dog. And I remember doing that in practice, dog. That's like to stretch your legs out. He's doing that at speeds where dudes could not even catch him on a football field, Paradox. That is insane, dog. Nobody does that.
Sacrifice his toes for it.
Nobody does that, dog. Anybody that plays ball and you see a man doing the stiff leg, kind of. Hey, Marcus, you know this. Like when you tell your kids to do the high steps and stuff like that, like, come on, man. Like that's to kind of get your stretching in, to get your legs warmed up. For him to do that. And to be
you don't consider him ghetto fabulous, bro. That is ghetto fabulous at its finest.
That is crazy, dog. I'm just thinking that.
I'll say he's a showman. I'll say he's a showman.
50 yards.
But you don't
at 50 he's doing that? God,
that's impressive.
Yeah.
But you don't consider how he's doing it ghetto fabulous. It's ghetto fabulous, bro. It's no other way to put it.
It's not ghetto. I don't like that term, yo. I don't like
Jerry Curl,
Deion is rare,
chains, flamboyant clothes. That's not ghetto fabulous. Then what's ghetto fabulous?
I'm gonna have to stand.
Deion is still one on one in that.
I'm gonna have to stand on Lee. Yeah, Deion is Deion. There's nothing like him, dog.
You don't see Deion as ghetto fabulous. He looks like a drug dealer in the 90s. Are you for real?
Yeah, he does. There's no doubt. That's true. No doubt. He does. You're right. You're
right now.
The gazelles, yeah.
Man is not dressed in some polished, sophisticated clothes. He's showing off this high-end stuff. He is ghetto fabulous.
You exactly right. There's no doubt about it, bro.
What are you talking about? That's what drug dealers look like. For real?
I don't know how to explain it though. I don't know how to explain it. I can't explain it, Paradox. He's different. Deion was different, dog. He was. Deion is.
What I'm asking you is this very specifically. You're telling me the way Deion was dressing in the 90s is not drug dealer. Are you for real right now?
I just admitted that it was, no doubt about it. No, not just
what ghetto fabulous looks like. Are y'all for real? You don't know black culture?
Not just a drug dealer, the drug dealer in your city. Like he was like one of them dudes. The dude. The main drug dealer in your city, he looks like. No doubt about it.
Come on, man.
No doubt about it. When he walked to the club, they had that curl with the little with the Superman twist up. Yeah, with the
Where do you think
gazelles
he
and
got the
the
culture
sweatsuit.
from?
Come on,
That's
man.
hood culture. Are y'all serious?
I just admitted it. I don't know what to call it though. I don't know what to call what he is though.
He's one of one.
He's the only athlete that kind of embodies that. You know.
Y'all ain't been around drug dealers. Y'all don't know what
I
y'all
just
talking
don't.
about.
I just come on, man. Don't do that, dog. Don't do that.
I'm talking about Marcus. I'm like, so you ain't been around drug dealers in the hood then, because he is an emulation of that. That is exactly what it looks like.
But he's not a drug dealer. That's the whole thing.
That's where he's getting it from. Are you understanding what I'm trying to tell you?
Yeah.
Do you know black culture?
Yeah, but look at AI. Remember AI? But AI sort of
that's a different version of it. But when you're driving Mercedes Benz and flashy cars in the 90s, I can just show you BMT in Detroit. This is what people looked like back then. It came from hood, black, ghetto culture. I don't even know how I have to say that. It's like I'm talking to white people on the internet. This is crazy.
Yeah. I mean,
where do you think hip hop culture comes from? I mean, for real?
Yeah, I got you.
There's no doubt about it.
What the hell are you talking about?
The more,
Yeah,
I was a youngster, man. Looking at Deion, I thought he did. I mean, literally, I didn't know the difference when I saw him. I didn't know the difference between him and.
Well, the drug dealers I knew looked like that, so I don't know where y'all are from, but that's what they look like.
I just said I didn't know the difference between seeing him on the corner and right there. I didn't notice the difference between the two. I just knew that he played football real well. I literally thought that he was just like a drug dealer that played football. Really, when
that's
I first
what they look like. By the way, that's what they look like. The last time I checked, if he would have came in there with a clean cut and a fresh pressed Hugo Boss suit on, we wouldn't be having this conversation right now. And he spoke properly. He speaks slang. He plays hip hop all day long, and he wears jewelry. Where does that come from? That is black.
He's probably like the
first hood culture from Florida.
He's probably the first hip hop kind of transitional athlete where he changed the coach. He really he's before AI, but he changed. He's the one that changed it. He is the one that changed it. There's no doubt about it.
Absolutely.
Even the way he interviewed, the way he talked in his interviews, he would wear shades in the interview. He wouldn't even take them joints off, dog. He would have shades on the whole time, man. The whole time.
All right. Florida hood.
AI
all day, every day.
If it wasn't for AI, cornrows would have never been as popular.
Yeah, Deion. Yeah, he did. AI added to what Deion was doing. AI added on to it.
No. Remember something. Hip hop culture and black culture was going through transitional points where they sort of got out of some of that shiny and kind of leaned more into the grungy, edgy look with Wu-Tang Clan. You start to see that transition over it, and then you also start to see people like AI who gave more of a dirty look, where you had the braids, kind of the smoked out lips. You had more of that dirty, I don't want to say dirty, but more of the dirty part. But you also had the shiny part. He just represented more of the shiny drug dealer part versus sort of that thug look. But that's all hood culture. No matter how you want to slice that. There is no way around it, in my opinion. I can't see no other way. That's what we know. I mean, that's where we're from. We've seen those guys all day and every day. And remember something, Deion isn't creating culture. He's showing you black street hood drug dealer. That's the culture. Yeah. That's where he's getting it from. He's not getting it from some preppy institution, or he went to some high end. He lived in some mansion when he was a kid, and he's some preppy boy. What are we talking about here? I mean, it's right in your face. There's only a couple of versions of black people that we have here, right? You know, we've seen the Kanye West. That ain't hood.
No,
the pink polos is not the hood with a fresh fade, bro.
Nah, that's very Carlton. That's very Carlton. Carlton from Fresh Prince.
Very Carlton. Right, exactly.
You know, that can rap. You know what I mean? Yeah, that's what that was. Yeah. Good morning.
And look at how he talked. He talks like a pimp. The last time I checked.
Talk about Deion?
Yeah, that's pimp talk.
Deion sound like a preacher.
Deion rhymes when he talks. Go back, look at his 90s stuff. It's rhyming like a pimp.
I'm not. Yo, I'm done, man. I'm about to jump off, man. I'm about to holler at y'all, man. Y'all can continue to have the discussion. But
y'all don't remember Michael Irvin and Deion being pastors and preachers?
Oh my God, man! I don't even want to talk. Let's not talk about our boy Irvin.
Y'all don't remember that?
Irvin already. I don't even want to put that into existence, man. I just want Irvin to can he just not get in trouble for the rest of his life and enjoy,
no more
man.
cocaine.
Mike, man, just
yeah, that's tough going.
Michael definitely a Pookie. Michael
Wow.
It's no doubt. Everybody love Mike Irvin, but they know it. He's in Troy. Troy Aikman said one time.
That's your true
said,
definition, huh? That's what it looked like.
Oh my God. Troy Aikman said, man, he's the only man that I know that's my friend. He said this man will call me 4 or 5 o'clock in the morning. Hey Troy, I know I want to call, but I don't have nobody else to call.
So Mike Irvin, he gets that title. That's funny.
Oh no, yeah, it's oh man, Michael
Irvin, Warren Sapp.
That is the impediment because
that's funny.
He just can't get right, man. He just can't get right. Got a great heart. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
no,
you
just
guy,
see
man.
it, just
Mike's
be
a
like,
good guy, man.
Man, Michael Irvin, man, it's just the one you root for. You know, you want him to win, but he just those vices they catch up every single time. But man, you know, Mike then got. Oh no, man, not again. You know what I'm saying? Oh shit.
So what about Randy Moss and T.O.? Randy Moss is a Pookie, right?
Oh, but see what I'm saying?
But not T.O. But not, I don't know. T.O.
Yeah, they country Pookies. You know what I'm saying?
They country Pookies.
That's the only way I can put it. Cause T.O. will fight you in a heartbeat, dog. T.O. will fight you in a New York minute, bro.
So you're saying basically, if you clean yourself up, or you get right, or you improve yourself, you don't get that title. Is what you're trying to say? I got what you're trying to say, though. I got what you're trying to say. I'm just trolling you a little bit.
Understand what I'm trying to say, man. Because, like I said, Deion tried his best not to drink, smoke. You know what I mean?
Yes.
Like he was pretty much a church boy. He wasn't really in the streets.
Yeah.
Like Mike Irvin was in the streets for real. You know what I mean? We know this. Mike Irvin was in the streets for real, dog. Like there was no games with that. Mike was really in those streets, man. You know, and Deion. You know what I'm saying? Deion was of it, but he wasn't in it. You know what I mean? That's the difference. I think.
Yeah, I've been there.
He doesn't even use profanity anymore. You know what I mean?
Yeah, Deion really tries his best not to really cuss or act a certain way, man. You know, Michael has to kind of taper himself down. Like you can tell when he gets too loose, and you can tell it gets ratchet up. You're like, calm down, Mike. Like it's cool. You know what I'm saying? You don't want Mike could get into a flashback. You know, it's all love, but.
So you wouldn't. I got what you're saying. I'm just kind of messing with you. But you're saying that having hood culture and talking a certain way and being a certain way doesn't automatically default you to Pookie and Ray Ray. Pookie and Ray Ray is more of a behavior within the hood that we don't necessarily agree with.
That's what I would.
Yeah, I would say it's a weakness of the behavior that you're exposed to. Like even if you're trying to do the best you can, you just fall victim to some of the vices of hood culture. You know what I mean? That you grew up around, that you're used to being around. Because that's why people that doesn't mean that you're a bad person all the way. You know what I mean? But people try to judge you strictly off that, and that's where it gets problematic.
Yeah, you got black men on the internet saying you should get rid of these people, throw them away, dump them.
I know, bro. Hey, man, I know.
And some of our greatest men have came from those places. That's what I was trying to correlate. Is that some of our greatest men come from those environments, and for you just to write those entire environments off. By the way, no one is speaking nuance when they're on their platforms just talking crazy about poor black people. Just put that out there. So I know you're cleaning it up now for all those folks, but at the end of the day, when you come from those environments, people expect you to behave a certain way. They expect you to be a certain way. And so I just think it's funny that now there's nuance. I think that's still that part is still funny.
I'm adding nuance to the conversation. That's just me personally. But if you talking about what people perceive, then you probably would be more right than me on that.
Yeah, you got people online, newscasters, educated class people, a lot of successful people talking about what should be done with those people. They're not being nuanced, talking about there's a few good ones in there. Where they said it at? Who said that?
No,
I'm on the streams. I don't hear the nuance on the streams though.
I can't deny that.
I was just making sure because I'm not hearing the nuance. What I'm hearing is those people in those places are violent, out of control. They don't have fathers.
Right.
That's all I hear. I don't hear the nuance. I hear them blaming entire zip codes and talking about how bad these particular areas are, and not making sure they say, well, there's good people in there. I don't. When have you? I haven't heard that conversation.
We can't even.
But now you're telling me that conversation exists when I call it out on my stream.
We can't even get the Donald Trump. There's good people on both sides. We can't even get that saying. Yeah, there's good people on both sides.
Yeah, I don't hear that enough. If I hear it at all. But once you call it out, all of a sudden it's like, oh, that ain't everybody. Oh, it's not everybody now. You don't think that that's unusual?
Look, man, I'm used to it. I'm used to hearing it, man. So I already know how to kind of filter it out a little bit. But it's a point that's trying to be made by saying that, like the excuse talk. But that's where it gets kind of lost because there's always nuance when you're dealing with black people, black men in particular. There's always a nuance.
A lot of our black boys need to know that they have value no matter where they come from. And so when they get on the internet, they shouldn't think because they're from a certain area that they're no good, especially if it's coming from black men. I just think it's strange.
I agree 1,000. That's 1,000 right there. That's true. Can't say it better. That's true. I agree 1,000%, man.
All right.
You think?
Right.
Y'all think
we can end on that, bro? We can make that the last word, bro. Paradise got the last word. You was gonna get that last word in, boy. You've been working hard, boy. Like Tina Turner, boy. You've been going balls to the wall, man. God damn, man.
Gotta do it.
You gonna crank out that album. You gonna get that album done. Like. It's studio time. Let's get that studio time, man.
Yes, sir. All right, we can close out. Do y'all have any final thoughts, and then we can end it there?
Thank y'all for bringing me on, man. Hope y'all have a good night.
All right, I'll hit you up, brother.
All
right, man. All right, DC. You got anything else? Hello, DC. You said that you're on mute.
No, I'm here. I'm here. You don't hear me?
Yeah, I can now.
Oh no. I said I'm good. I'm good to go, man. I'm good to go.
All right. Well, this is the code breaker. This is Paradox.
And this is D. Until next time. Peace.
Peace.